Well, it's another day here for the Australian Open animated day number 3. A lot of action on the cards. We've already seen 2 days of fun so far. And before we do get into the fun of today, I want to talk to you guys a little bit about some of the fun that I've discovered, right? There is a lot that's going on at the Australian Open. And so some of you might have missed the fact that yesterday Novak Djokovic was playing, but not only that, he now joins the 100 club. He secured his 100th Australian Open victory during day number 2 there. And there's so much more to add when it comes to his stats of Grand Slam titles and wins and finals. And honestly, the list could go on for days. That might take up all of our morning before we do get into the tennis action. So enough about Djokovic for now. We'll definitely be coming back and talking about him later, but we can talk about today and what we're going to expect to see when it comes to our schedules and what is happening across all 3 arenas that we get to cover here today. Starting off with Rod Laver. I mean, it's a fantastic opener there because you got defending champion in Madison Keys having her debut. We've had to wait till day number 3, but finally we'll get to see her, and Naomi Osaka as well. So I feel like the women's singles on Rod Laver are something to look forward towards. Margaret Arena though also has some fantastic matches for themselves on the horizon too, because 5th seed in the men's singles starting off our day for Musetti there. Our 5th seed in women's singles soon to follow. And then, we get to see what the night sessions will bring out for us too. And our last arena, the Cain Arena, that likes to start a little bit earlier than everyone else, so we're not waiting too long for some tennis. I'm going to talk about the final match first. In fact, we're going to have 2 Aussies up against each other, Inglis and Burrell there. So, one of them coming through the qualifiers. It is nice to know that we're going to get at least one Australian to the round number 2 there, but a tough fight for both of them. Just before that, 9th seed in the men's singles, 15th seed in the men's single as well to end our day session for Jannik Arena. But what's going to be starting off our day in just a couple of minutes is going to be Valentova up against Jointon. I don't want to talk about that one just yet because whilst we have all of this action over 3 courts, that's what was happening yesterday as well. There were so many games that we gave as many updates as we possibly could to you guys, but maybe you might have still missed some anyway because Australian Alex de Minaur there, he had a blinder of a match yesterday, getting the job done in 2 hours, winning in 3 straight sets up against lucky loser McDonald there.
After speaking to a lot of the players, what's the general consensus about the speed of the court, Ryan?
Well, the speed of de Minaur on display there. The speed of the court, you can see it's a faster court.
Oh, that is filthy field.
Set when de Minaur does break early, wins the set over 80% of the time at 84%.
Oh, that is out of order. de Minaur's not going to get it right now. What a great performance from de Minaur. A glorious choreography about how he plays tennis. Fast, efficient, brilliant with his decision making. From first
Nice to relive that moment there of a win for Dimino. Like I said, a fantastic match for him. But we're going to focus on what is happening right now out on Jannik Cain Arena, because both of our players for the women's singles round one here, Valentova up against Joint, they're just about to do their coin toss. So let's listen in, see who ends up winning it and what their preference is.
No? Teresa, we have Mark Edmondson and Ayo. Ayo? Mark Edmondson for you? Yeah, Charlie? Yeah, Mark Edmondson. Serve? She's serving? Yeah, photo please this way.
Big obligatory photo. Exciting for the young hotshot player as well. Maya won the toss, as elected
I
to
didn't think
serve.
that coin was going to stop rolling, but there we have it. We do know that Maya Joint, that she wants to be serving first. That's her choice. And what has blown me away looking at this match is just how young both of these players are. Joint 19 years herself, Valentova 18 years. So not a lot of experience when it comes to this high level of a Grand Slam tournaments. But last year, Maya Joint was in round one of the Australian Open, but for Valentova, this is her first Australian Open appearance. So we'll see just how far she's going to be able to get for herself, and where they're warming up here. You can see it right there, like the ranking, the age, both of these guys feeling as if they're evenly matched between the two.
Not too long ago. Sidelined for 3 months with a fractured hip, but has come back strongly from there. And, Grand Slam level.
You see these young
Listening in to what some of the insight the commentators are giving us there about coming back from injury. Something else that they might have to be battling against today is the weather conditions. Now, it feels like it's cooler today, only 22 degrees right now compared to a similar time of yesterday. So maybe all the players today will be having a little bit more luck on their side, where they're not going to have to combat the 28-degree Australian summer heat too early on in their day, but it is still going to be a factor that they'll have to consider.
This woman, Maya Joint, her transition into the big leads has been spectacular. Was born in Michigan, dad's Australian, so she's now become an Australian. She's coached by Chris Marnie. We'll speak about Chris a bit later. He's been a long-term coach of Australian tennis. Dad was a pro squash player, and they used to take their squash rackets to play on the tennis courts next to young Maya's kindergarten. So that's how she first got into the sport. She's won 2 titles, one at Eastbourne and one at Rabat. We'll talk about that later, because one was on grass and one on clay, which Liz shows she's capable on just about any surface.
Yeah, a little bit of diversity. You know, it's nice to see that the game can transition from one surface to another, but
got a chance to have a chat to Chris Marnie, if we can find him. Chris, can you hear us?
Hi Jeff, hi Liz.
Chris, great to speak with you. Big moment for Maya, a lot of expectation. I guess my question is, how's she dealing with it all? And is there anything you can give away about what she might try to bring to the table against her opponent today?
Yeah, she's excited and has a little bit of nerves like they always do in the first round, but looking forward to playing in front of a home crowd for just really the second time here in the main draw of Melbourne. But yeah, should be a great match today. 2 of the best young players in the world, I suppose the next generation, the next wave coming through. So should be a lot of good, powerful tennis, I would imagine.
Is there anything specific about Valentova that you're wary of?
Well, look, Jeff, she's got a big game, big power. So Maya's just got to keep good ball quality, and try to put Valentova in situations, where she can't dictate the point too early. Maya's got to try to get on top of the point and keep her moving.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate your time, and from an Australian point of view, we wish you well.
Thanks very much.
Chris Marnie there. It's been a long time. Contributor to Australian tennis, born in Brisbane, and he's coached others in Australia. Kim Burrell, Sally Pearce, Madison Keys, was the National Tennis Academy head coach based in Brisbane and now lives in the US. Conditions, as we mentioned, are going to be lovely. Only 22 degrees at the moment, which is, well, it's just gorgeous. Partly cloudy, but gee, not too much in the way of clouds at the moment. The roof, as you can see, is open. The difficulty is at this time of day, one end serving, the sun can be a bit of an issue.
Yeah, that southern end, you might just need to adjust your toss a little bit. Interesting hearing from Chris Marnie then, even though these ladies have never played each other before, you know, the coaches really do their research, they do their homework, they know how these young players play, and you know, of course that's part of their job. And my joint, she needs to be aggressive here in the early stages of this match, because Valentova, as Chris said, is a big hitter, and she's going to come out here swinging and wanting to dictate the points. But Joint this is only her second Australian Open. You know, she lost in the second round last year, lost to Pegula. Sorry, she lost in the first round to Jess Pegula last year. So she'd be looking to improve.
No, I was trying to go up high, but I guess the roof might be closed.
Looking forward to this rematch. Joint to get us going here.
Alright, if Jen ready to play, we've got 5 seconds. If I lose this, can we lose this grapple, please?
And take me off.
You good?
Take me out.
You good, Bob? Yeah.
Where, please?
Fifteen on.
Oh, she made that.
15-13.
Caught it maybe just a fraction late, Valentova.
Well, from a couple of metres behind the baseline as well, so it was a gem. Very popular court, this John Cain Arena, with the Australian players. It's a lot of the spectators here. It's accessed by just a ground pass. They get excited, they get loud, enthusiastic. So the support for Joint here will be considerable.
Isla Tomljanovic,
30-14.
another Australian, of course, won a really terrific match out here yesterday. The crowd really made a difference, particularly in the second set tiebreak.
So early stress point for Joint. Strong, tough point from Joint.
Yes. Advantage, Valentova.
I think it's fair to say that Joint's serve has not been one of her absolute strengths. She's very quick. The serve, not a major weapon.
Yeah, so she has to rely on a high percentage of first serves in. There is the coaching staff of Maya Joint. Yeah, high percentage of first serves and good variation from the corners at the body. Use all the serves that she has. Doesn't get too many free points off it though.
Well, beautiful feel early on from Valentova. The approach was deep. The response was excellent. So another break point. A woman from Czechia. And that's a really good start for Teresa Valentova. Fabulous. We're fortunate here to have courtside Lou Plemming. Lou, you're down there. You're in the shade at the moment, but gee, great vantage point. A lot of atmosphere here. You enjoying it?
Yeah, beautiful down here on the court. The weather conditions are perfect. There's no wind. The sun is not too hot. But it'll be great to see just how some of these viewers here in the yellow T-shirts, whether they can blow this roof off for this joint. What do you think about that one? But look, it's interesting because just to see the speed at which Valentova is hitting, it's pretty remarkable. So Maya, she's going to have to do a fair amount of just trying to weather some of the storm and try to get back on top of the rallies. But this pace of court is very fast from Valentova.
Teresa Valentova to serve. Love 15. All.
Nice rhythm on serve. It's been a good start from Valentova.
All.
I think we can already see that the strength of these two women is the return. I expect to see plenty of service breaks here today, Liz.
Yeah, very often that's going to be the best opportunity that you have in a rally, is that second serve to be aggressive on, because once the point starts, both these ladies have good pace off the ground and good depth.
And she's very good at taking opportunities. Maya Joint way inside the baseline and absolutely dealt with that short second serve. So break back immediately, 1-all.
Really climbed all over that backhand joint and just put pressure immediately on her opponent. That was a second serve from Valentova.
Gee, this is a good start, isn't it?
Valentova just having a quick look down at that line. That was the depth that Joint kept in that particular point. 16 shots, that'll get the blood flowing.
Mentioned that Valentova had a hip injury, and she was suggesting that the team with which she was working was pushing her a little bit too hard, and she subsequently changed coaches, and she's with a coach that we'll see here shortly, who's made her a lot happier and more comfortable with.
It's a good 1-2 from Joint. We talked about the placement on the serve. You know, it doesn't have the power, but terrific placement. Just opened up the court for the forehand.
Well, it's an excellent comeback from Joint, having lost the opening serve. It didn't throw her off her game, and she's been brutal subsequently. 2-1 she leads. Sometimes when you lose serve early, and particularly Joint carrying the expectation of the majority of the crowd here, can throw you off a little bit, but not to be. She came back beautifully, Liz. As we look at the serve.
Serve around about 150, 160, but you know, when you look at the biggest servers on the tour, they're consistently above 170, 180. And they're the service that really get the cheap points, don't they? And really set the point up. Even if it's not an ace, it's pretty tough to return.
Time.
Both players are making some inquiries of the chair. I'm not sure what it's about. Maybe they need more towels. And a cracking start, though. 3 games of the highest quality. We expected something special, and it's showing all the portents of delivering. It's the coach of Valentova, Libor Salaba.
Let's Veseris.
Valentova reached a final in Osaka last year, lost to Fernandez in the final, so already making a name for herself at WTA Tour level.
Came through qualifying that week. And then the semis of Prague, where she lost to Buskova. It really was a breakout year on the Women's Tour 2025 for this young lady.
Well, when she's got time, she delivers, and it's big.
40-15. Game Valentova. 2 games all.
I think, Liz, if we look at joint dispassionately from the back of the court, I think her backhand is the more secure shot. The forehand, while it's good, is not as consistently up to scratch, if you like, or the shot that may have a few cracks if the pressure mounts.
That's not unusual on the tour these days,
No.
for the backhand side to be better than the forehand.
Well, with 90% of the women using two hands, it's I guess it's a no-brainer that that's the case.
All.
Well, the reason why she puts a little bit more on that second serve joint is she knows what's coming from Valentova, and it puts pressure on other parts of your game.
Well, I think the strategy will be likewise when Valentova serves.
Well, she saved a couple of break points in the first service game and is going to need to do it again, Maya Joint.
Game
Another high-quality returning game from Valentova.
Valentova leads 3 games to 2.
Good start. Struggled during the United Cup with her health, did Joint. It was a little ill. She would have been hoping to get some real quality matches and build some confidence there, Liz, at the beginning of the year. Wasn't the case, so seems to have struggled a little bit since then.
Yeah, it wasn't an ideal start.
Just to give you guys a little bit of an update while we are having our two players take a break on Cain Arena, is that we're having Margaret Arena matches and Rod Laver Arena matches kicking off soon. So Margaret Court going to have men's singles with 5th seed Musetti and Rod Laver getting the absolute pleasure of having defending a champion, Australian Open champion, Madison Keys on their court there.
Lost to Keys in 2 straight sets.
Jogging back to the baseline is Joint, trying to keep the energy up, positivity up.
Talked about the serve, didn't we? There's the difference. Valentova just creates a little bit more pace.
Yeah, it's interesting because we take a deep dive into the statistics. The strengths of both of these women has been their ability to back up their second serve over the last 52 weeks. So second serve points won for joint 47.1% over the last 52 weeks. And the top 50 average is below that at 46.8. And it's a better percentage than that of her opponent today, who's in the 46 range. So if anything, joint has the advantage when having to back up her second serve. So we'll see if that plays out here well today. Double faults causing some stress for both women. 3 apiece. It's break and break back. That's the rhythm of the first set so far.
Good work on the forehand side from joint. Really just being aware and getting up to this ball quickly.
I know it wasn't that long ago that I was interrupting you guys with an update, but this one feels a little bit more important. I talked about the match that was to come up on Margaret Arena, and they're in the middle of that coin toss at the moment between Musetti and Collignon. So just a reminder that that game will be happening. We'll be giving you as many updates as we possibly can when they start, who wins the first set, and so on. Rod Laver Arena is in a similar sort of position. Their players are just about to walk out here, and I keep saying it, but it's going to be a lot of fun to get to see defending champion of Australian Open Madison Keys out on the court and seeing what sort of shape she's in for Australian Open 2026.
Second serve points won for both women at the moment, sitting at 25%, so it really is an Achilles heel.
15-14.
Break back percentages. Over the last 52 weeks, impressive. Joint not quite as good in that department. Good second serve, good depth.
30-14.
Another good second serve.
Oh, this game is just so critical. You could just see Maya down here just taking a big, deep breath there and really taking her time before that first serve and the second serve there. This is just so huge, this game.
Advantage, Joint.
And where Joint is serving at the moment, she's getting an eyeful of sun at this time of day. She's dealing with it well. It's just a little bit of cloud that's helping. Fortunate, but did well nevertheless. Joint in trouble on serve, finds a way to escape. 4-3 she leads.
Joint leads 4 games of 3.
Well, it's a bit like we thought it was going to go, I think, Liz. Some really good ball striking. The serve of both players is not their strengths, but their returns and ability in the rally to hurt are on point.
But from 15-40, Valentova, she made 3 unforced errors in that game, didn't she? And it's all very well. Maybe at 15-40 you go for a bit of it's a bit of a free swing, isn't it? But certainly that 30-40 point. I mean, Joint did put in a couple of serves, but you have to make that return, don't you? Just can't be a gift. It's when you're going for a lot on the return, you're going to make some errors, aren't you? But you know, there are some points where you just need to be a little bit more careful.
There's a great vibe in here in Cain Arena. Crowd is really building. Huge crowds the first few days of the tournament. It's an arena that's used for many activities throughout the year. And during the Australian Open, it's turned into this tennis venue. Serving with new balls.
Love. Love. Thirty 15.
14-15.
Just waited for the ball a little too long. I might have a look at the return of serve positions from both of these women. Liz?
They're going to be aggressive, aren't they? You know, if you get a second serve, you're really going to step up and hit it from inside the baseline, if at all possible. Oh, nicely done.
Love 15.
Valentova being very aware there that once my joint was pulled on the full stretch on the backhand, it was going to be a floating return, and did the right thing, moved in.
Love 13.
Just being hurried a little bit, joint. Valentova's ground strokes penetrating nicely.
Love 14.
Wasn't an easy shot, was it? It was a bit low.
15.
She had to make sure that she brushed up the back of the ball. You can't hit a ball like that flat. You've got to clear the net and keep the ball in court. One saved.
No, hesitant. Didn't really commit to the move forward, so it's been a constant theme here in this first set. Break and counter break. 5-4, Valentova.
A close match going on at Cain Arena there, where it feels like at any point the tables could turn in favor of either Valentova or Joint. We also have our match starting on Margaret Court Arena. We can see just how close the first game in the first set is between Musetti and Collignon there. But most importantly, we're going to focus on what's happening at Rod Laver Arena, what's just started, as defending champion Madison Keys looks to potentially be losing the first game in the first set.
Time last year, with a bit more of a fluid swing, I guess a bit more elongated.
And is that to try and get more power? Because she's always had such a heavy serve, hasn't she?
It was to try and find more consistency, but clearly it doesn't look natural just yet to me. You know, she's always had such a lovely kick serve, but just felt like when she was trying to flatten it out and go for the faster serves, that her percentage would drop. And so she's not quite found the balance yet.
Well, that first serve fired just when she needed to. 2 more breakpoint chances, though, for Melionikova.
And here is the motion. So it's a little different than it was this time last year. And just noticing how Keys has played over the last few months, it seems to me that it's affected the ball toss more than anything, that sometimes that ball toss is getting too far behind the head, then she can only really go to the kick serve. There is her team, husband and coach Bjorn.
They must have celebrated their first anniversary not so very long ago.
Mid-November, I think it was. And thinking about the way that Olejnikova plays, which is quite far back behind the baseline at times, and we've already seen a very spinny forehand. She plays a lot on the clay, as we mentioned in the warm-up, but I think it just allows Keys to play her way into the match a little bit more. Doesn't have to go for all-out serves, can get away with kick. I mean, look at that position on the return there.
You don't often see a player in the women's game standing that far back, do you?
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of what we've heard from Taylor Fritz over the last few months, that he feels when his opponent is standing that far back on the return, there's no point spending all that energy trying to hit aces. Just roll the serve in.
Advantage, Olejnikova. Well, she's going to get a fourth look at a chance to break here, Olejnikova. A third double fault to hand the break to Olejnikova. Not the best of starts for the defending champion.
Well, we know what Olejnikova can do really well, and that's put balls in play. She's got a great attitude on the court, competes incredibly well, never lets the intensity drop. So she'll be thinking, okay, if there's some nerves down the other end of the court, I can get a sense of that, and then just try and make Keys play as many balls as possible.
She's spoken about the fact that she feels she's got absolutely nothing to lose. There are bigger concerns in her life than just playing tennis, with her father fighting in the Ukrainian army.
And her dad has always been her coach as well, so he'll be keeping a keen eye on the score, I'm sure. I was chatting to Elena Svitolina about Olejnikova, and she was mentioning what an impact her dad has had. Even now, over the last few weeks, she's traveling with someone else, but most definitely feels like the tactics and everything has been discussed in advance with her dad rather than anyone on site.
He serves at 87 miles an hour. Madison Keys will be used to a little more pace. She got some zing on that one. Or how about this for a start from Olejnikova? Oh, superb hitting from Keys. I wonder how Olejnikova's been preparing to face this kind of ball, this weight and strength. This is her first tour level appearance, and it's against the defending champion.
Well, you can't really prepare for this kind of pace. It's more just adapting as you go and, you know, finding the position around the court that works for you. And already the adaptation there to use the forehand slice in the first game of the match. We saw her going for more of a higher topspin ball.
Well, and look at it, Laura, and it's also just how unorthodox everything is. I mean, the serve, she's got a lot of movement, Olejnikova, and with the slice, it's a lot for Keys to have to get used to first time meeting someone. So she's still trying to feel it out.
Advantage Keys.
And at the moment, it may be unintentional, but I think this is the sort of game style that can really bother Keys at times as well, where she can't find a rhythm, where she feels like she's playing below the net at times and having to drop back and wait for the ball when it's higher over the net. So just disrupting Olejnikova right now.
Saw her struggle, didn't we, against Tatiana Maria at Queen's.
So who didn't struggle against Tatiana Maria at Queen's?
But it was that disruptive tennis, wasn't it? You know, Keys having to play, like you say, below the level of the net, dealing with a lot of slice and variety and trickery.
And I think it was a loss to Siegemund at Wimbledon as well.
Yep. That was in round 3.
Advantage. Olynikova.
It's so easy when you're playing someone with Olynikova's game style, and that's in particular when you're facing the moon balls, to feel like you need to overplay. And that has been something that Keys throughout her career has struggled with. You see her go for these wild shots sometimes, and you think through the middle of the court would be just fine.
Still, this game rolls on. It's a unique look, isn't it? Alexandra Oleynikova. And most of the people watching tennis here would have seen that before.
If you watch Oleynikova serve, it's easy to kind of get lost in her motion. She's got this little pause, little stutter step, and then a little pause before she goes up to hit the ball. So it's going to be important for Keys to really pick the ball up early, to focus on that and not get kind of caught up in the rest of what's going on.
First double fault of the match for the Ukrainian.
Advantage. Oleynikova.
Just like that, it's easy to kind of get off rhythm, and Oleynikova did a good job of getting the first serve in there, and Keys just wasn't quite up to the ball.
And she's got it. It's been a mighty battle.
Oleynikova leads by 2 games.
She consolidates the break. I just wonder whether, you know, it's been a long wait, hasn't it, for Madison Keys? This tournament started, this is day 3.
Yeah, here is the serve motion, and it's this pause here that Chanda is talking about, where you just struggle to find the rhythm as the returner, when to make the split step, when to potentially try and move forward. And we've just seen Keys holding back a little.
love 15.
Well, and then you throw into it, Laura, she's not quite comfortable, Keys, on her serve yet. Obviously, the first game, the double faults, nerves coming into play. You want that serve to be rhythmic, and when you have tension in the muscles, the rhythm isn't quite there, and that's also what she's battling with right now.
Oh.
It's great defending. She's skipping around the court, isn't she?
Yeah, we've seen the slice on the forehand side, but in that rally, 3-4 in a row off the backhand. And then as soon as she had the opening, went really wide with the forehand to finish.
First. Fifteen, 13.
It's an extreme grip too on the forehand when she plays the topspin. That's why she's going to the slice so much, because when it's coming in fast, it feels like she doesn't have time and should be making contact behind the body.
She's playing some fearless tennis at the moment, Alexandra Olejnikova. 2 more break points for a dream start to her Grand Slam debut.
Thirteen, 14. Oh.
This is a phenomenal start from Olejnikova. She can barely believe it herself. A double break up against the defending champion. She leads 3-love.
Oh, what a great start that is for Olejnikova there. But over on Cain Arena, the match that we started off with, we have finally had a conclusion to set number 1, going the way of Valentova there, 6-4. But it seems set number 2 in the game score is leading slightly towards the favor of joint there, 2-0.
Joints at 25% success in this set, and the second serve is required. Opponent at 31%.
Game Valenkova.
Double faults, almost catastrophic
John,
at the
please.
moment.
2
The
games
joint
to 1.
breakback has come, as has been the case throughout this match. 2-1 joint.
That is the voice of Maddie's coach and husband, Bjorn Fratangelo.
It's urging her to kind of stick in these rallies.
That's the sort of shot that he means. There's no reason why you can't just roll that back cross court and wait for a ball to come in a preferred strike zone. At the moment, Keys is either hitting above the shoulder or below where she wants to.
And is that, Laura, because of the way that Onynikova is playing?
Absolutely. It's complete disruption at the moment from the other end of the court, and so Keys just hasn't found the pace coming onto her racket. It's different every time. And it's nothing that she wouldn't already be telling herself as well. We've seen her react after a few points, kind of gesturing that she should play a bit more further in the court on the forehand.
Madison Keys can call on that support. Onynikova, her box is empty. She's out here alone. But she's coping just fine.
Onynikova leads by 4 games to none.
Well, you think about Madison Keys coming back as the defending champion. A lot of nerves. You want to get out of the first round. That's first and foremost. I remember coming back here after getting to the semifinals the year before. It's those first round matches that are the hurdle. It's even more so with all of this pressure on her. You also think, okay, what's the worst that can happen? Well, for Keys, the worst that can happen has happened. She's got broken twice to start this match. She's down 4-love. Maybe this can help her relax a little bit more, get a little traction here.
Giving Onynikova a slice of her own medicine there. A devilish slice.
30 left.
Well, it will feel so nice here to just get on the board for Keys to be able to take a deep breath at the next changeover. It's another brilliant point though from Olenikova, and it starts from the return where she's so far back that actually she lets it drop all the way and then gets the width on the forehand cross, and it's just not what Keys is expecting, and so it's a different pace, different variety every single shot almost in that exchange.
Let's go. 40-15.
And there it is, first game on the board for the defending champion.
Olenikova leads by 4 games to 1.
Alexandra Olenikova, I'm sure Chandler is expecting Keys to raise her level. Just seeing Rod Laver moving along backstage, coming to take his seat on the arena that's named after him.
So great to see namesake of this stadium enjoying the tennis. And Olenikova, I mean, she has enjoyed and embraced the moment. It's been impressive. You know, you come out here and she couldn't have known what to expect. I mean, how well would Keys play, the power coming at her, how that was going to feel, but she's handled it all so beautifully. And most importantly, you see it with a lot of inexperienced players. They come out and they feel like
And that was a more circumspect return, and Liz likes it. The break again has come. 3 straight games for Valentova, 3-2. Well, that's what you've been looking for from Valentova, hasn't it?
Well, yeah, it's interesting. We saw that graphic, you know, 3 of 13.
Abbiamo ancora iniziato, forza.
Allez, les gars. Pas trop devant, come on.
Cain managed to squeeze through there. He was out to 40 love lead. Made life a little more difficult for himself, but consolidates the break. 5-3.
Toujours pour breaker ici, tous les points. Allez, c'est dur parce que à gauche, ça va pas dans le plein non plus. Pas grave. Plus de bas.
Yeah, nice move forward, big forehand, closing the net down well with the backhand volley.
Sort of the trajectory to be able to change line a bit easier on the backhand, but at the same time, she's going to make more errors on that. Oh, how did she reach that?
And it was questionable whether this ball was going to sail just long, but I think it was close enough that Keys had to try to play it. But what a shot, the feel from Olenikova.
Yeah, that ball could have potentially been a drive volley rather than a traditional volley. You feel like that would have come through the court quicker. But it's just relentless defending.
Juice.
She's got a magic touch.
Advantage for Olenikova.
I thought that would do it for Keys. But look at that. Inches to spare.
It feels like that kind of forehand was needed just to shake off some of this energy.
And there she goes again.
Advantage Keys.
Keys easing into a rhythm. Break back point. And she has it. The first of the breaks reclaimed by the defending champion.
Olenikova leads 4 games to 2.
Even that point, Keys having to remind herself to play with patience, because there was 3-4 extra shots than perhaps she was expecting, and again the height that's coming back from the other end of the net. So just to play steady is enough, you feel. It's so hard not to get sucked into the disruption almost. It feels like if your opponent's playing loads of slice, then you want to play loads of slice.
Resist the chaos.
Easier said than done, for sure.
Well, and it's also easy to feel like you're not playing well, like you're playing badly, because you're not into the same rhythm that you're used to getting. Keys, as a big hitter, is used to dictating and controlling more rallies. She's just not able to do that against this style. Doesn't mean she's playing badly. She just has to shift, adjust her thinking a little bit.
It's just reminding yourself to play with patterns. You know, I'll go back cross court until it feels like the right moment, or until I feel like I've got enough space.
It feels like Keys is finally getting her warm-up there, but on Margaret Court Arena, the warm-ups already happened because set 1 has been completed. We can see that Collignon has won set number 1, 6-4 there, and they're about to begin their set number 2 in a little bit.
That kind of shot's not playing with the patterns, and that's what we mean. When you're feeling like, oh, the legs aren't moving as well as they could be, and I'm not getting underneath the ball, and you've got the slice coming onto you, it's so easy to want to go for the slice back, but really 10 times out of 10 that should just be topspin, patience, cross court.
Legends. 14-15.
But the difference that it makes when Keys feels like she's finding the first serve. Still down at 56% first serves in this set.
And there is that big first serve just beginning to crank into action. Keys, though, still a breakdown in this first set. Do you think that the fact that Keys has been slow to settle into that rhythm, that she's not stuck to her patterns, is because Oleinikova is defying expectation? They've never played before. She wouldn't have known necessarily what to expect from the Ukrainians' game.
She wouldn't have known, but we also heard a line from Bjorn there that he wasn't expecting the forehand slice, that he'd watched a couple of videos and didn't anticipate quite so many of them. Saw her use it as a defensive shot when she was pushed wide, but not so much as a steady rally ball. So I think Keys wasn't anticipating so much of a change of pace, you know, shot by shot, but now that it's a few games in, you're 42 minutes and you're feeling like, okay, I can settle in and just take a deep breath and relax.
Time.
Advantage, Valentova.
16th break point opportunity, only taken 5 of them, so it really does show that she's had many opportunities, and still, notwithstanding that, she's got a good lead.
Love 15.
Well, just in front of our commentary booth, we've seen Keys telling her team that she feels like her back is seizing up. And then there was the response from Bjorn to say it's just nerves, and sometimes not what you want to hear from the side of the court, but there, as Chanda's been saying, so much tension in her body.
They were hoping that the nerves wouldn't be such a big factor because, you know, she'd played Roland Garros, Wimbledon and the US Open since winning this title. She's felt the pressure of appearing as a Grand Slam champion.
Yes and no.
Yeah, it's not the same when you come back to the major that you want. You are the defending champion, and now all this pressure is on you. You want to play well again. You've got points. It's all these things that come into play.
Well, she has hunted down Olenikova.
4 games all.
The 2 breaks are back, and we are level in this first set.
Using your kicker wide on the ad as a first serve. If you are going to use the slider, either expect a hack slice or something high. So be ready for either, okay? Come on.
Let's go, Maddie. Having to plan on the fly, Team Keys. But maybe this is where the defending champion can reset, start from 0.
Love.
And the dynamic at this scoreline changes again, doesn't it? You go from being down, trying to get back into the match, and then all of a sudden you're at 4-all, and you're feeling like, oh, I'm back to where I started almost.
Well, and that serve was better, her arm. Every now and then you can see it lagging a little bit, and I think that's part of the changes she's been fiddling with, just trying to get that up a little quicker and make it a little more continuous, but that last serve was better.
40-30.
Big clench of the fist. And for the first time in the match, the defending champion is ahead.
Keys leads by 5 games to 4.
You can see what that hold of serve meant, Laura.
Tense moments. And, you know, I've been going back and forth about what shot that she should potentially try and attack in Olenikova's game. I'm kind of now leaning towards the forehand. I've changed my mind because then at least you know there's a good chance if she's rushed on that shot, it's going to go high. Olenikova's just not comfortable sitting in a topspin rally, and then you've at least got the move forward as an option. But there's still not a huge amount of rhythm. We're getting there, for sure.
Time.
So serving to stay in this first set, having opened up a 4-love lead. But Madison Keys, the defending champion, has won the last 5 games in a row. Can she motor through this last one to take the first set? Yet to look completely comfortable.
Olenikova's has come out here with such a good attitude and 1000% the right mindset to approach this match.
Yeah, she's fully embraced the role of underdog. As Alexandra Olennikova.
Well, she hasn't changed her routines between the points. She hasn't changed anything in her behavior from 4-love and now, you know, serving to stay in the set. There's been no difference.
Fortilla.
'21st unforced error.
Do you think that tactic is just wearing a little thing, these big moon balls? She's missed more recently than she's made.
Yeah, and that's because it doesn't have a huge amount of topspin over the ball. They're high for sure, but there's not a huge amount of rotation, so if she's not careful, then it does go long. Yeah, even a moon ball, if that's what we're calling it, it needs to have some speed behind it to be dangerous and have it bouncing off the court. Otherwise, it's just going to float up.
Game, Olinikova.
She hangs on, still going toe-to-toe with the defending champion on her Grand Slam debut. She says it's not her game that's improved, seen her catapulted up the rankings. It's all mentality, she says. Look how she's coped with those pressure points, matching Keys.
Has really struggled with the overhead today, Keys.
There is that tricky forehand slice again from Olinikova.
That's the one where you just have to say to yourself, use the legs, get underneath the ball, go back cross court. Don't even think about opening up the line.
She had that rally back in her strike zone. And a bit of a grimace on the face of Madison Keys. I think she felt her back towards the end of that exchange.
30-14.
It was such a good change of pace again from Olinikova on the stretch. That was almost the first forehand that she'd accelerated into.
Break point, Olinikova, for a third break of the defending champion's serve. And there it is. She's got it, and she's a game away from taking the first set.
Leads by 6 games to 5.
6-5. She'll serve to put herself on the cusp of a big upset here.
you know, we've been talking about tension and nerves and all those just overwhelming feelings when you take to the court. And
gee, that forehand just a little bit fortunate to clear the net. Off the return. No place for the faint-hearted, is it?
Get him.
Laver again resolute under immense pressure.
And not a difficult backhand, was it, that Joint missed there on her favourite side.
So for the second time, match point. That's long. Teresa Valentova, 18 years of age from Czechia, upsetting the number 30 seed and Australia's number 1 in a very, very fine performance. Gets the job done in straight sets, 6-4, 6-4.
Have to be impressed with this lady, don't you? Just a youngster coming onto the big stage. He's taken all before her in the last 18 months or so. 2 years coming through juniors, one of the best juniors in the world, winning 5 ITF.
Valentova getting this win here. The commentators already talking about the upset it is to be able to knock out 30th seed in Maya Joint there. But Valentova, this is her Australian Open debut as well, making it through to the second round. So massive, massive congratulations to her, because it felt like such a phenomenal game. 6 and 4 for both sets there, and that's the match for her. On the other side, we're going back to Rod Laver to see exactly how it is shaping up, because this first set is a nail-biter between defending champion Keys and Olinikova.
Very timely break of serve for Keys here. 3 break points.
$15-14.
Would have been a sensational way to break the serve, but it misses.
Cain, Keys.
And even when her serve is broken, Olinikova still
Big
smiling.
tie break.
But we're into a tie break.
Something positive. Every single point you win, something positive. Let's go. Come on. Flat serves on both
Keys
sides.
has 7 wins, 6 losses. Tie breaks the Australian Open. Olinikova has yet to contest one. So here we go. Big test for the Ukrainian.
1-0. Olenikova.
Still causing chaos.
And you can see how hard Olenikova is working down here. I mean, she is trying desperately not to give Keys the same ball, the same rhythm, you know, 2 or 3 times in a row. And that point was a perfect microcosm of it.
Olenikova.
Just like the set itself. Perfect start to the tiebreak for the world number 92. Tension of a tiebreak is telling.
And that's the serve for Keys, where the right arm just it lags a little bit, and maybe understandable because the kick is a little bit of a slower serve, but that's part of the problem she has with the rhythm in these moments.
Off the mark.
Well, at this point, 4-2 on the changeover. Olenikova has done so well to be mentally strong throughout this set, but you get close to the finish line and you think, oh.
Was that different advice from Bjorn as well in Maddie's box? That crunch it, get a second serve return, crunch it. Don't try and extend these rallies. Don't try and stick in there. It's time to go for winners.
I don't know if she has that ability right now. I think it's very, very tough if your arm is tight to try and crunch winners. I can see what he means because he wants her to play freely and to go for the shots that she would usually.
She's just not been given the chance, is she?
When we heard Bjorn say up the middle, though, and I think that's the key for Keys. If you're going to, as a big hitter, you got to swing. So when you're nervous, you actually want to swing quicker. You just want to give yourself bigger target areas. And that's the challenge, is keeping mentally focused to be able to do that.
5-3. Olinikova.
That's the one through the middle that Bjorn has been looking for. I'm sure he wants it even a little quicker, but at least that feels like a very safe shot.
Nicely constructed, well thought through from Keys.
5-4.
Well, and you can see Olinikova is a bit tight now. I mean, that last shot was so short. She's struggling to kind of find that same range. Difficult to breathe through these moments when you're so close to getting a set off the reigning Aussie Open champion.
It's frantic stuff.
6-4. Olinikova.
It was like the previous forehand was almost easier for Keys, where she didn't have the time to think about it.
2 set points to send shockwaves around Melbourne Park. That's the way
6-5.
to deal
Olinikova.
with the ultimate pressure.
Oh, this first serve is going to be so important. What she chooses to do with it.
Superb. The mark of a champion.
6-all.
Sees off 2 set points.
Very tense stuff, isn't it?
Really is. How's it feeling out there, Chanda?
I'm cool and calm as a cucumber here. No, the opposite. It is tight, but this is what made Madison Keys a champion. This is what got her the title last year, and this is what she has the advantage, where she has the advantage here down the stretch, if she can use it.
She proudly says, doesn't she, she's a queen of winning ugly. And now it's
7-6.
Madison Keys' opportunity. And that's it. Listen to the reaction. Keys comes through the chaos and confusion to take the first set on a tie-break. The defending champion looked all at sea, but she's done it. Well, there'll be a huge sigh of relief in the Madison Keys camp. That was very close indeed. Saw off those 2 set points for Olinikova. And there's a huge question now, isn't there, for Ukrainian? How much effort has she expended in taking the defending champion to a tiebreak?
I mean, she threw the kitchen sink at that set, tried everything. We saw so many different tactics, I mean, game plans in place. And in terms of the stats, Keys would just be looking well, first to get that first serve percentage higher, because she's not being attacked on the return, so she can afford to almost kick every single first serve in, and then try and bring the unforced error count down would be the key. 30 unforced errors compared to her opponent's 14. Of course, more winners off that side as well, but it just didn't feel comfortable for the majority of that set. There was tension, there was a very tight arm, and naturally you're going to feel all those things when you're coming back as defending champion. And we have to give Olenikova so much credit for making that as awkward as it could possibly have been.
That was an awesome moment, wasn't it? Surprise for Olenikova. Yeah, what a topsy-turvy first set that was. 4 games in a row for the challenger, then 5 in a row for the defending champion. And Madison Keys squeezes through the tiebreak.
So close to the line.
Ça, c'est un vrai retour. C'est bien. Allez. Vamos.
It's a great point from Musetti. Really working Collignon side to side. Firm wrist on the backhand volley, and it was the 7th game in the first set that Musetti lost his serve. Didn't miss by much, but it could have been again 4 feet inside the lines, and it would have been a winner.
Limit. Second serve. Advantage, Musetti.
So Musetti finally has a service game in this set where he hasn't had to defend a break point.
15 all.
Well, energy levels haven't
No,
dropped.
I wasn't expecting them to, but in normal situations, I feel like it's probably easier after such a roller coaster of a first set to be returning first game, especially because Keys has been a bit up and down with the first serve. But I think the theme of today is expect the unexpected.
Nikova needs to remember that too.
30. Virtual.
And that'll give Madison Keys
First
a
game,
little
second
more
set.
breathing space. First set in the bag. Now the first break of the second. What's the atmosphere like out there, Chanda, with the first set in the bag for the defending champion? Has the excitement, the tension died down?
Yeah, it does feel like there's a little less tension. Obviously, people in the crowds could feel it when Keys finally won that first set. A lot of people breathe a really deep breath afterwards. Some people have gotten up and get something cold to drink, just do a bit of a reset. And this was the perfect moment and opportunity for Keys to get the early break and just relax herself even more. But she has a big game. It's what got her the tie break in the end, going after her shots, and she has to keep doing that here.
Let's listen.
And the graphic on your screen before just showed the randomness of Olenikova's play today. There was a variety of hit points, there was a variety of speeds, of spins, and it worked so well for the majority of that first set where Keys just could not find the rhythm.
Third Sheila. Third C15.
We're hearing from the side of the court, look for the forehand. And certainly Keys is trying to do that more so far in this second set, making the effort to get around, play the inside out.
Cain,
Easing up the gears now.
Keys leads 2 games to love.
And still more applause.
I don't care if you lose a game.
Molly
3-love
Nikova.
If she hits all second serves and you miss every one. But every second serve does something here. Every return. Come on. Every single one. Let's go. Get your C to D pattern.
CDD pattern. I think it's C2D.
I'll ask him what it means after.
Let me know.
15 love. all. 15 all. T15.
Even with Olenikova's positioning back behind the baseline, she does just struggle with pace onto her forehand with the extreme grip, and this is where she's desperate to dip into the slice. Doesn't have too many options from that position. Keys thinks it's a change of ends. Too soon.
That's the job done for Keys.
New ball,
She
please.
can head to her chair with a double break in this second set, taking the first on a tie break. Big forehand hitting from Madison Keys. So dangerous, Chanda, isn't she, when it's in the strike zone?
That's her game, and that's what has gotten her to the top of the sport. And even within an unorthodox opponent, she's still got to find a way to play on the front foot. It's what she did.
Whilst we're seeing the second set going the way of Keys right now, there are some updates happening across the other arenas. We do have our second match just beginning now on the John Cain Arena. Mickelson looking to be taking game number one in set number one up against 15th seed in Hakonovic there. And then, of course, in Margaret Court Arena, the match we've been checking in and out of is looking to potentially go 1-1 here, with the second set going the way, almost, not just yet, but almost going the way of Musetti, as it's currently 5-4 in his favor.
great insight, because I saw him play a couple of months before at Baylor University, where my son is at college, in a challenger event there, and I couldn't believe how good this youngster's backhand was, the length that he was able to keep with it. And I just thought, wow, that's an impressive shot. And then it all made sense when I saw him at Wimbledon. He's a natural left-hander. So he's got this incredible feel of that backhand side.
The left hand is almost like a left-handed forehand.
Correct.
Guiding the racket.
So keep an eye out for the backhand in this match, folks.
Yeah, it was all for funding her career. As if I need to explain why she'd be selling a patch of skin on her arm, but she's saying with the Aussie Open prize money, 150,000 Australian dollars. She won't need to have sandwiches for dinner, which is what she often has at tournaments.
Really finding that forehand. You can't underestimate how much the Slam's prize money purse means to someone of the ranking that Olejnikova's at, you know, between 90 and 120. And I mean, the majority of their annual prize money will come from 4 tournaments if they can make it into the main draw. When I was speaking to Svitolina about Olejnikova, she mentioned the same thing, that nothing has come easy. She's had to work so hard to get to this position. She's had no help, no funding. And I feel like that's why she's appreciating this moment so much, why she's had such a great attitude today of enjoying it from the minute she walked out.
Cain.
So one-way traffic in set 2 so far.
Keys leads by 4 games to go.
Keys opening up the same lead that Olejnikova managed in set 1.
Yeah, it's definitely an uphill battle, and Olejnikova at the back of the court just taking a few deep breaths. It's been a physical match for her, trying to dictate, trying to control the tempo and the pacing and the spins, and that part of it is, I think, becoming a little too much.
It's not just the financial gains, it's the political stage as well. She wants to get out there and talk about the war in Ukraine. Sometimes she says she has no heat or water in her apartment for hours after Russian strikes.
With
her dad away fighting, She wants to talk about it and to put the conflict on the map in case the world forgets, she says. Oh, she manages to harness the Keys' power and send it back down the other side.
4 games to 1.
Keys, though, still with this big 4-1 lead in the second set. That was a gutsy hold of serve, wasn't it, Chanda?
She needed it, and it's part of how she has fought this entire match. There was no chance of her going away. The question is, can she continue to try to get ahead of the pace and now the added consistency from Keys? But it has been impressive the way she's competed on Nikova and how she has taken her game and put out everything that she could to make this match as close as it has been.
She's got the ice pack on her head. Is it very hot out there?
It's getting warmer. There's a slight breeze that kind of picked up from the side Olenikova was on to the side Keys was on, but it's very little breeze to speak of. And it's definitely getting a bit warmer.
Still icy cold in the air conditioning of the commentary box. I just feel we get gradually refrigerated in here, Laura.
Yeah, I should have bought a jumper.
Love 15.
Scoreline's looking a lot better for Madison Keys, but the double fault count is still higher than she would like.
Yeah, there's times when I feel like the ball toss is too high. I mean, especially when she's down that far end, when we're watching on our monitors, it disappears from the frame. It's that high. And Chanda, maybe that's something that you're seeing a bit more from your angle on the side. But I think when you're struggling with the rhythm, plus the ball toss is at a different height every time, it's hard to find that perfect contact point.
15, 13.
It's almost impossible when your toss keeps varying. And, you know, when she goes to the kick, she kind of went to it a little bit there. The toss was a little bit higher, and she almost had to wait on it. And that really poses a challenge for keeping that continuous rhythm.
That's been such a key statistic, hasn't it? Those 25 big winners for Keys.
Forty, 13. Game, Keys.
And just a game away now from taking her place in the second round.
Leads by 5 games to 1.
Maddie.
Come on, come on.
You got it. Let's go.
The first set took an hour and 12 minutes. This one, only 26 minutes so far.
Love 15.
Yes.
And the instructions were
Love
clear.
13.
And it's sometimes so much easier when you've just got one or two things to try and put into place, one or two things to focus on out there. Forget all the rest.
Love 14.
Sprinting through the second set. And on the cusp of the second round. The defense of the title is underway for Madison Keys. A shaky start from the defending champion.
6-1.
But a lovely moment at the net between these two. What a competitor Alexandra Olenikova turned out to be. She took her moment. First Grand Slam appearance. And she's soaking it in. People here will remember the girl with the flowers on her face who nearly stripped a set off the defending champion right at the start of this Grand Slam defence.
What a character. Someone so happy to have taken a loss. I mean, it means so much to her to be out here throwing away the towels. Those are hot property. Don't give away those too easily.
They're a great souvenir. I hope she gets another one when she gets back to the locker room. But look at that, it's just brilliant. So many firsts for this young woman, 25 years old. It really was such a tough and well-fought first set. The second set maybe just a little bit too much expended out of Olenikova there, and so wasn't able to put up a similar sort of fight. But he's getting to the second round there. Definitely expected for the defending champion of the Australian Open. A match that's currently going on is into a tight set, is on Margaret Court Arena. We've only really checked in with them before, but now we're going to switch over to that one. Musetti up against Collingwood there, and set number 2 now at 6-all.
Oh, he's made it. Such fine margins.
1-0 Musetti.
Right, smart from Collignon, but how important is that shot going to be in the context of this tiebreak? Only time will tell.
Couple of tasty backhands from Musetti.
2-0 Musetti. Musetti. Vous êtes 3-2.
Sort of indicating that he couldn't see the ball, but he played 3 or 4 more shots in that rally, and then to try a drop shot. Yeah, he's saying that still from the serve, couldn't really see the ball, but that's a bit of a brain cramp.
You said, Tim, he'd take the 3-all at the change of ends, and that's what he's got, but could have been a little better than that.
Yeah, it could have been.
Now it's
and
up
up
to
3-1, yeah, 2 unforced errors.
now for Collignon to deal with the sunshine. One more serve to come.
Forza, forza. Piernas a full.
4-3. Was it?
Again, the difficulty of serving from that end, so Collignon's in for a torrid time here to try and find a way through in this second set.
Yeah, it's great hitting from Musetti, sharp footwork. Having the courage and conviction to keep going for his shots, even though he's missed a few in this match. A string of set points here for Lorenzo Musetti. It's a good fight back from the Italian. Takes the second set. Important one. 70 minutes for a set apiece. Collignon was up a set and a break, breaking first. 5th game of that second set. Missed his serve immediately, then got broken and broke back and got himself back into it, but had opportunities in the tiebreak as well from the safe end. As we look at the tail of the tape of that endurance test, hour and 10 minutes for the second set. Musetti definitely improving that first serve percentage, giving Collignon less looks at second serve, but it was a tight set of tennis. More winners, but more unforced errors from Musetti, both breaking a couple of times.
bit more of a breakdown from the commentators there on what was going in favor of Musetti to be able to take the second set all the way through tiebreakers too, but a match that's on their first set at the moment and looking to not come to conclusion anytime soon, but definitely give us some enjoyable tennis is our men's singles round 1 between 15th seed Kachanov and Mickelson here.
I still like to play from Mickelson. You're not going to win every point coming forward, but it's an implied threat. Good touch. Just tough on the hard court, isn't it? You get such a high bounce. Got to play that so softly to get a result.
I love those super slow-mos. You can see the footwork.
The racket work on the ball.
Yeah, everything in such detail.
Tokyo.
Yeah, 4K high-resolution cameras, industry standard these days. The best for the best.
Oh, his depth is immaculate. Mickelson off the ground. Hanchinov, he'd be looking to come get on the front.
Second set.
It's only the first game of the third set. They're one set all, but you sense the momentum is with Musetti. He's more experienced at this level, sensing an opportunity.
14-15.
thumbs up from Coach Darcis.
Juice.
Done very well there, Collignon.
Advantage, Collignon.
Really well played point by both men.
Juice. Advantage, Collignon.
Musetti's made that backhand from a long way back on a couple of occasions, keeps him in this game.
Advantage, Collignon.
Long opening game to this third set. There it is, 7 minutes.
Aman.
So Collignon holds the opening service game, the third set.
important game just to steady the ship.
Well, it feels like the tiebreakers on second set of Margaret Court Arena didn't really solve too much, as there's a lot of back and forth still happening between them, and what is sure to be an interesting matchup here for Rod Laver Arena is just about to begin. They're doing their coin toss, listening to who gets to pick. All right, and that is Shelton there picking the priority of serving for himself there. Yeah, straight into it. 8th seed, and last year he was a semi-finalist at the Australian Open in 2025, and we saw it earlier with Madison Keys coming back onto the court. How is there that pressure of coming back to the Australian Open, having that sort of pressure in this specific sort of tournament? And as they're warming up, Shelton, we've seen him before. Humbert, a little bit unknown about what he's going to be bringing to the table as a 27-year-old here.
One was climbing quickly, and the other was dealing with a couple setbacks. But now both these guys are looking to start.
Third stone. New balls, please.
That's a nice quick holder serve of Musetti.
Yeah, 7.5 minutes compared to a minute 11 seconds. New ball's coming. A couple of rackets off to the stringer. Both players starting their service games in this set from the northern end. As we've seen, it's been a tricky facility from the southern end here.
C'est ça la différence entre le premier et le deuxième. Fais le jeu. Allez. Allez, come on.
New balls.
Just come forward effectively, pushing Musetti behind the baseline, closing in for the forehand volley.
Significantly more venom on that first serve from that end from Collignon than we've seen for the past 3 or 4 service games. Still be a little tricky from this side. The sun moving across.
seen more drop shots from Musetti, but on this occasion, Collignon executing it very nicely.
So strong service game there for Collignon. One of the most popular areas within Melbourne Park is the AO shop, but if you're not here, you can have a look at all that's on offer online. Great range of merchandise to celebrate the Australian Open of 2026. Yesterday when I was walking up near the plaza on Rod Laver Arena, the queue to get into the shop was nearly as long as to get an autograph from Tim Henman. It's extraordinary the number of people, Tim, that would try to get in and have a look at what you can purchase there. But you can do that online.
Time.
We're going to be leaving this match here on Margaret Court Arena and sticking on Rod Laver Arena, as we do have that 8th seed Shelton coming up against Humbert here. We've already talked about it, things that Shelton has been able to achieve in the past here by making it to the semifinals in Australian Open 2025. He's going to be getting ready, hoping to bring out a lot and get a good start for himself in set 1.
Also to use the angles and the width of the court.
Ryan, you mentioned Shelton's frame, his strength a couple of times. How much knowledge have you got of his preseason? He looks like he's added muscle to me. You know, the real definition in his legs. His arms have always been pretty strong, but he's been in the gym for sure.
Yeah, quite a lot actually. I was able to see some training of his in the preseason in Orlando. But for this 2026 season, I'm a part of the coaching staff with Sebi Korda, and we went over and did a few days of training in Orlando, played a couple practice matches with Ben, just watched his pre-practice routine, the way he cools down, his lifting sessions in the afternoon, and he really gets after it. He's a physical beast out there.
And he's got some high tennis IQ. We saw one that was close to Ryan's top speed. That one there was close to Collins.
Well, Collins was had a lot of movement on it. We played a couple times, Colin.
He didn't have pace or movement, that was the problem. Oh, goodness me. Don't bring back the bad memories. Ryan, is Ben benching as much as you if you were in the gym with him? That's what I want to know.
Well, I don't think I could keep up with Big Ben. I don't think I ever could. You know, the thing you love about Ben is just the fact that he's got that versatility. He's got one of the livest arms, the most lively arms in the game. But he's also one of the most explosive guys when it talks about just top speed, getting in and out of the corners. So when you combine that deadly duo of having the firepower in the shoulder and the life in the arm, but also having the explosiveness, I think that's where you look to see, you know, all this potential. Can he put all the pieces together to find himself as a permanent fixture in the top 5 in the world?
Certainly believes that he can, no question about that. Humbert also somebody that has a deep reservoir of self-belief. He grew up playing the piano, then started tickling the ball on his polyester strings rather than the ivory, and then went up to the French Tennis Federation in Paris. And he has talked many a time about the fact that he loves these big stadium courts. This is how he always saw his career turning out. 7 titles for him. He won his first 6, which is an indicator of a big match mentality.
15 all.
Yeah, I talked about the return numbers for both of these sitting below 20%. Let's have a look at Ben. You see here it's 17%. This is the bridge. This is the gap that he's going to have to. He doesn't need to get into the top 10 average of 24%, but he would like to be at least around kind of 20. That would be, I think, for Ben, given his serve record, the magic number.
Well, if you're looking to play devil's advocate about the things that he needs to do to improve, it's obviously that return of serve. He doesn't put enough returns back in the court, and sometimes for as dominant as he is on serve, he allows the opponent to be just as dominant on their own serve, and that oftentimes puts him in these late set situations, 4-all, 5-all, tiebreakers. And in order to be a permanent fixture at the top, in my opinion, you just can't leave that many sets up to what would be a tiebreaker or a bit of a roll of the dice at the end. You know, you can execute more often than not if you're a top player in those situations, but the fewer times that you're able to put the opponent away in a comfortable fashion, it just leaves a little bit too much up to chance in those big moments for me.
Nothing too much wrong with that particular service motion. Obviously, one thing that's changed dramatically over the decades is the fact that the players don't need to follow through completely round there. Well, for Humbert and for Sheldon, it's their right side, but for most righties, it's their left side because the rackets have got so much lighter. Where in the old days, you actually couldn't stop the racket swinging.
15 low.
And that's why the body serve will be, I think, a pretty high priority for Ben. If he misses his spots, you can see how compact the swings are for Humbert.
And Humbert does a great job of making this forehand return. He's got a very compact swing, and when he does put the string on the ball, he's really good about applying pressure by making you have to endure the point.
Whether that was the liar toss or Ben was trying to get it out of the sun, but that was way to the left before he tried to tug it down the tee.
Yeah, it's a good point you make, Patch. I would say the sun is just about as bad as it could be for a lefty. You know, it's just that time of day where right-handers might be feeling okay from that end, but it's now the left-handers who'll be sort of serving into it. So probably relevant for both of them for, I would say, the opening set. You know, as it starts to move a little further over, might just see them varying the toss, as you said.
Humbert's picked that up unbelievably. We're at this beautiful vantage point this year for the very first time, which is literally on the court surface, right behind where Humbert struck that return. And that was a big detour off the court surface, and he flushed it.
Being afraid, taking it to your opponent, and Mickelson did just that. I was almost thinking, is he a little premature coming in? Has he earned the right? But he played a great volley. Covered the net perfectly, and Hedgehoff disappointed, just didn't get it right in the final moments there. But yes, that was a brilliant point to close out the set, no question about it. I'm really impressed with this young man. I saw him play last year. He's a better player.
He is. Great point. He's going to need one of those patented big serves of his to try and erase this deficit.
Wow, he's given him absolutely nothing on those slices, has he?
Yeah, and I think that Humbert was waiting to see if they were going to travel wide. Those were deep in the corner there, and he misses just a routine rally ball, which against Shelton, a lot of times those break point opportunities will be erased with one swing of the racket. So that will feel like a big miss there.
Oh.
Advantage Shelton.
Just 118 kilometers an hour that second serve. That was a real change up. And actually, I think it caught Humbert out. He was almost ahead of the ball.
Yeah, he really swung out of his shoes there on that one and overhit it badly.
And then he flushes that one, 2-2-3, you know. You're right to mention the compact swings, both sides, incredible return technique, but how well does he pick the ball up? You know, his vision, his reaction time. I mean, we've got to be talking less than half a second from the speed of the serve to where he's standing. This is incredible returning.
Oh.
So this is interesting. You're seeing Shelton, he's really changing up the speeds deliberately. He's recognizing with that second serve speed up around 160 that Humbert is not missing a single one. And now he's gotten 2 mistakes when he's actually deliberately slowed it down all the way down at 121. But the action on the ball catching Humbert way out in front.
Cain, Shelton.
Touches the line, gets himself out of trouble. A little bit of a helping hand from Humbert on the juice side. Points there for Shelton, and he'll be relieved to get in the shade and still with his serve intact.
Well, take a look here at this action. The windup is good, but I love the leg load. For his action above the arm, it's the legs that get that drive, and he's got that beautiful trophy position. You can see the elevation. He's getting up there. I mean, that's as high as you will see anyone on tour with their elevation at contact point. And the finishing touch, I love with his shoulders and his posture being tall at the finish. And you can see that that's what allows that ball to clear. Great margin. Look at the action. That's the second serve there that he slowed down, but you can see how much that ball gets up with rotation. It's a beautiful shot there.
Time.
Colin, you could just see Ben coming out there looking over at his dad, just saying he was struggling to see the ball out of the ball toss there.
Yeah, without a doubt, the end Humbert is now serving. It's tough for these two left-handers. I would say it will be for at least the next half hour as the sun moves across this magnificent arena. Very different left-handed serves, though, aren't they? It's really apparent courtside. You know, Humbert almost never. It's that kick serve, that one that jumps. He's got more of the traditional lefty serve, if you want to call it that. You know, sliding it or flat. Very different trajectories. Obviously, more speed in the Shelton serve, but fascinating tactical battles already.
The one thing that Ben will have obviously taken in, apart from the fact that he had to shovel his ball toss around to get it out of the sun, was the fact that it's quite difficult to pick up the ball straight after your serve. So if you can get that return quickly back to the opponent who's struggling with the sun, they're actually going to struggle with their +1 as well. almost there.
Well, you can see the athleticism that we talked about. Obviously the big serve, but the court coverage as well. Playing some good defense here, resetting the point, and just asking the question. That's the sort of pressure that can accumulate over time throughout the match. Even though he doesn't get this point, it just puts it in your mind. You got to be that much better with your finishing shots for the rest of the match, and it pays dividends later on.
Last year, Indian Wells, he was making a lot of returns, but I know they felt as though that he was perhaps not as productive with the amount of returns that he was making in terms of converting them into points against the serve. You kind of love that blend from Ben, that kind of fear factor that a shot like that puts in the opponent.
Well, you can see early on the intent to try and use variation from the side of Shelton. He knows that Humbert is a player who likes rhythm, likes the ball coming faster at him, so he's trying to use some variety. Humbert was up to the task there and fights off that half chance at 30-all. Both guys are getting some looks early on. There's Jeremy Shardy there in the white, coach of Humbert. Good energy there from Shelton. Good response after a mistake there in the previous point. I love to see that presence, just sending a message early on.
Yeah, and Ben is at the same end as his father and coach, Brian. I don't know if you picked up on the audio, but when Humbert missed that first serve, he very clearly said, "Stay up, Ben." So, you know, he's very involved, isn't he? Proactive from the box tactically with Ben. And it worked for him there.
Yeah, you're exactly right. He'll give about as much instruction from the corner as you'll see on tour, and Ben receives it so well, is able to implement it and has a lot of trust there. Love the depth in this ball. It's not just got firepower, but the depth into that corner gets him his first breakpoint opportunity.
Game, Shelton.
Interesting little psychological battle there. Ben has really made it very clear to Humbert that he's not too fussed about the serve down the tee on the ad side. Of course, because of Humbert's wide position, it does curl into Ben, but he has basically just said, I'm going to take away the one out wide and you're going to come into my stronger shot, my forehand, and let's see if you can make that serve down the tee. Good tactical play.
For sure it is, and also sending a message early on in that game with a couple great second serve returns puts that in the mind of Humbert and draws the double fault on the crucial breakpoint opportunity.
So explosive, this serve, but he doesn't get too far into the court. That's why it's quite hard to rush him off the, even if you do make good contact, he's not that far inside the court, so he levels up and squares up nice and quickly.
That's a great second serve there. That's world class. That's as good as it gets. Yeah, we saw that shot early on of the elevation. Here's Brian talking to Ben again, giving him some positive reinforcement about the second serve. Look at the elevation. He's getting up. So it's not that he's not getting forward because of a lack of explosiveness. He targets the direction of going up toward the ball, which maximizes his height. And of course, you know, the height and the trajectory of the ball, the higher you are, the more you can snap down on it. You don't have to worry about trying to get the ball out on more of a linear plane. That allows for not just great power, but also we saw that angle off the court, that higher position.
It's tied him up in knots there.
The serve, it's ridiculous, honestly. I mean, we've seen some great serves in our sport, haven't we? But, you know, the type of athlete he is and the way he produces serve, the only sort of comparison I can think of would be like a sort of, you know, like a slam dunk in basketball. Not where they just jump up and put it in, but where they literally, you know, break the whole backboard. It's like that on every serve. He is snapping this thing down. Incredible athleticism.
And that was a clean peg. Not often on a return do you see someone get zero part of the racket on the ball.
Should have watched more of my matches, Ryan.
Oftentimes, you know, someone gets hit, you at least have a slight miss hit off the frame where it goes off. That was a full air swing, just showing you the amount of action and movement off the court.
Took about 4 different chicanes through the air. I mean, I'm not surprised when Bear missed it. And you could hear Brian saying, no straight lines.
Yeah.
Ah, my goodness. Those mansions don't pay for themselves. You need something a little bit special, and he certainly has that. Wow, what a serve. 4-1, Ben Shelton. Get you out there with a step ladder, Flembo, to get that one back.
Honestly, I'm just blown away.
Look at this in slow motion.
And you know, I've seen Ben play and serve a lot. The one thing I would add, and we touched on it, you guys touched on it earlier, you know, his success in the majors. But I would say here and New York, probably the best serving conditions for him. You know, it's warm in here, the ball is jumping, and he is making it jump more than anyone. It's unplayable, those kick serves he's just hit to Humbert. So, yeah, perfect conditions for Shelton as well, I would say.
Yeah, and the ball also retains some of that heat in it as well whenever the conditions are hot. And when it's hotter in the ball, there's more life in it off the court, that reaction. It really combines for what Shelton likes to do really, really well and effectively.
It's just we need to get the calculator close.
Oh, I just noticed.
The thing about the kind of modern game as well is we're seeing so many high numbers of first serves made. I mean, you look at Ben's career record, 66% of his first serves made, and he's moving it. He's obviously jacking it when he needs to. He can get it up into the 240s if he has to, but you know, you're not seeing a lot of second serves to like go to work on.
Well, even when he does, you know, the speed, if you just look at the radar gun, sometimes he'll slow it down, but that can be deceiving because if you just look at the revolutions, the RPMs on the ball, even whenever he does slow it down a bit, it has so much action and reaction off the court.
You look at Humbert from 21, he's shuffled himself, hasn't he? A little bit further out to the left, partly because he likes the angle. He did struggle a little bit back then, actually, weirdly, for a lefty serving into the ad side. He actually had more success making first serves into the juice, but that shift has helped him get a better percentage, but also it gets his backhand into play more often as the +1, which often he finds a little bit easier when the ball's flying back towards him.
Well, that's exactly right. And it's a great point to show exactly what he struggles with on the forehand side. When he's pressed with pace, you can see him lift up and off the ball, and that causes the ball to sail, as it done on that occasion. He doesn't have that issue on the backhand side. I don't wake you up if you're in the chair. See that wind up and him going down the line.
I love this play, though, from Ben in this game. I mean, you don't want to give Humbert rhythm. You don't want to let him find his feet in the set, get after the return. Creates even more fear for Humbert with that serve out wide when he thinks, well, that's lurking around the corner, potentially off the racket of Shelton.
And going into this game, you know, the way that a big server thinks here is this is the last game I've got to hold with the old balls before the ball change, and the next game at 4-3 or 5-2 there will be a ball change after the 7th game. And for a guy who serves as big as he is with new balls, especially in these lively conditions, he really likes his chances there. So, you know, just as a server, you think, okay, I've got to really hone in, no let up here, and then I get that extra little help with the new ball in my service game that presumably would be to serve out the set.
Only thing against Ben here, of course, is up in the sky, and you're seeing him just take a quick glance up. Last time he served from this end, he was under pressure on serve, survived.
Yeah, and I mentioned it, you know, previously, but he's also into what is a slight breeze, but, you know, all adds up to the ball. It'll be harder for him with the sun, but the ball won't jump, I don't think, quite as much from the end he's at now with the kicker. Of course, it's still a difficult task to break him, but more chance for Humbert, you would think.
Third fielder.
You can see in the back corner there the location, catching the line and breaking away.
Yeah, well, he's drifted that ball toss to make it look as though he's going to hit the kicker out wide, and he has fired it down the middle there, and Humbert was late to read it. Desperate lunge.
Isn't the scoring system just amazing, though? You know, it feels like Ben is in complete control of this opening set, and in many ways he is, but really just 2 points, the difference.
Yep.
When you think of the backhand that Humbert missed, if he breaks there, we might be saying how in control he is. He coughs up the double fault when he faces the home break point, and that's really the difference. There's no doubt Ben has relaxed since getting the break. You can feel it in his body language.
Well, it's an excellent point there, Colin. If you're looking at the way that this set was developing earlier on, you could feel some tension and stress in the Shelton camp, and it seemed like he was trying to find the range on his serve, particularly on that side he's on now. And you can't, for a guy who can take the racket out of your hand as a returner, when you get those opportunities, you can't let them slip. And the reason being because in these situations, oftentimes he can erase it with a serve or a serve in a first ball, and there's really nothing you can do about it. But if you look at that break point chance, as well as the 2 following points where at deuce he had 121K second serve twice and missed both returns, those are hard to recover from.
Advantage Shelton.
nice to have an off-pace delivery at 197. Got strategy absolutely right there. Served into the backhand, but then developed a rally into the forehand side, which can be a little more fragile for the Frenchman. 5-2 to the American. Colin, just going back to the point you're making about how different it could have been, are you saying that I was much closer in all of those losses that I had than I thought?
Well, I'm not sure if you missed routine backhand rally balls on some break points in those losses.
I certainly did.
You can be my therapist anytime. I would have saved thousands.
You almost reached world #1 pitch. Yeah, that is fair to say.
I love the way. Keep pumping my tires up.
Yeah.
I'm going to take anything you say and I'm going to run with it the way that I heard it. Look at that. Fan activation out there from Tennis Australia. It is a little breezy, as you can see, but it has become Disneyland for tennis fans. You come in here, you've got express lanes, you've got upgrade experiences. It is busy, there's no question. Over 100,000 people filing through the gates on opening day, record crowds. Much love for the sport, but much love for the festival. That is everything about the Australian Open. Humbert not loving his situation. 2-5 after 31 minutes in this opening set.
This is where those new balls come into play here. 8th game. Both guys will get a bit of help behind the serve.
Good example of that. He's won 7 titles. First one came in Auckland, outdoor and hard. Then he's won indoors in Antwerp. He's won in Halle. That sort of preceded a little bit of a lull after that for Humbert. Really sort of went from the highs of being inside the world's top 50 to outside the world's top 150. Was almost a very significant sort of sophomore season for the Frenchman, but regained his form in 23, won in Metz at home.
Well, Petch, the way he plays is not with the most margin, and that's a reason for me for some variance. If he's confident and he's playing low over the net, close to the sidelines as he likes to do, then a lot of those shots will land. But then when it goes off and you have such a small margin of error, that's when you can get those mistakes in bunches.
Ben coming back, not to get in the shade, just to buy himself a little more time.
Well, there's 2 reasons why you'd go back like that. Number one, it gives your opponent a different visual when they step up to the line, and it changes the way you think about where you want to serve. If you've been going in the body, a lot of times that dropping back, it takes away that option to go in the body because it's easy to get out of the way of. You can get space to rip the ball. The other thing it allows you to do, it allows you to hit the return when the ball is on the downward arc, which allows you to brush up on it. You can create more spin, get the ball up on your opponents. And then for players like Humbert who like the ball fast in the zone, it's a really great play. So I like that a lot from Shelton as a variation and change up.
He went full Rafa Shelton there.
He did, and that's what shows you some of the game plan.
Yeah, it's really apparent how much he is mixing the heights and the spins of this match. You know, we heard his dad Brian say, you know, no straight lines with reference to the serve, but he's doing the same thing in the rallies. He's trying not to give him the same ball, using the slice, using the high, heavy top spins, and I think it's been really successful. He's broken the rhythm of Humbert.
Shadi, you split in 2025 with Humbert. He worked a bit with Fabrice Martin, but that didn't go quite as they would have liked.
Fabrice is back in the double straw here, so he went out of the coach's chair and back onto the court. This is about as much animation and back and forth as you'll see between Chardy and Humbert. Just recognizing the urgency. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Patch, we're right here in the corner, and I think that went around the net.
It did, absolutely.
What a strike. All the way around it, bends it back in. You said Rafa a moment ago. That's Rafa-esque.
Both players lining it up.
A little mind game there. Shelton with the audible excitement after that return, and Humbert gives it right back to him. So some mental aspects coming in here. Colin, did you see a little bit of back and forth there with that Humbert jogging to the net with the little stare down?
Yeah, well, certainly not backing down. Don't mind it.
Yeah, that is a massive hold. Shelton, a couple of points there that potentially would have grabbed the opening set.
Shelton leads 5-3.
I'm watching Humbert right now, and the strut, the walk to the corner, it looked a lot more urgency, a lot more excitement. So I think that maybe that Shelton forehand might have spurred him up a bit.
Let's have another look at this.
Well, he can create power from anywhere in the court, and that's threading the needle right there.
Yeah, and it's a hill I'm willing to die on. Why we do not have singles posts on the tour consistently, I will never know. You can still see the advertising on a singles net, and it's good advertising, because when you get shots like that, as we did with Maria Sakkari, it gets played over and over again and goes viral.
Here, Patch. Couldn't agree more.
15.
Could not agree more with that. Doesn't take long to change to a doubles net for a doubles match either, does it? So,
no.
And it just opens up some of the best points we'll ever see. So, yeah, fingers crossed we'll see that more in the sport.
I love in that replay there how Shelton is out of vision for the entire replay. At no point in time does he come back into vision. So you just see the ball traveling from what looks like out of the air. And Shelton's so far out of the court that he isn't to be seen. Still finds the winner.
Let's first.
Toggled his speed so beautifully in this opening set that you've got absolutely no idea what is coming here. And it was the polar opposite to the serve that he had actually hit originally before the reload.
That's amazing. I mean, first of all, the serve, you can see how much Humbert is stretching, just trying to hit a second serve return. and then showing the ability to speed it up through the court. Now he finds himself 3 set points on serve.
Absolute firecracker.
By 6 games to 3.
Ben blindsides Humbert with his brilliance. What a breathtaking set of tennis and many memories to take away. Sheldon, 6-3.
Well, what a set it was from Shelton. We saw a lot of magical shots there. Humbert trying to hang in there late stages, and then Shelton with those new balls, as he often does, a love hold. And that was kind of why I was talking about the importance of that game prior with the old balls. When he gets that new ball and it starts reacting, even off the second serve, it's got so much action on it. Let's take a look at the numbers. You can see here, first serve percentage is a bit down. The points of percentage won is way up. 74%, that's a strong number. But look at the difference between second serve points won. Shelton up at 64% compared to just 42% on the other side. That shows you that the variation, the ability to put spin on that second serve is paying dividends. Then overall, the winners to enforced errors count. 12 winners to 7 unforced errors for Ben Shelton. +5, -5 the other way. A lot of that's due to putting himself in offensive positions behind the serve. And a great opening set here for his 2026 campaign.
58% of the second serve points won by Ben against the Humbert serve. That goes against the career average of 46. That is very promising from him, but more importantly was the quality of the forehand return. That obviously was intergalactic, but the others were from this universe, but they were pretty much the universe that this man inhabits, and it does do at the majors, it seems. A roar of self-approval for Sheldon. The one thing that just getting older does do for you, gives you a little more wisdom, makes you not hit the panic button too quickly. We could see Humbert nodding his head at the end of the opening set at the changeover, almost saying, well, that was just too good from him. Let's just try and stay with him the best I can.
Love 15.
Changed his racket at the end of last year, was using the Wilson Blade 98. It's gone to a head speed, not the same one that you see Jannik play with, but in Adelaide, when he started the campaign there, he only had a couple of sticks. So every time at the changeover, the racket went off, got restrung, and obviously that is going to get frequently restrung, given how well he did down in Adelaide. By the end of the tournament, there was definitely another one in his bag.
Well, this is danger zone here, early stages, second set. Quickly under pressure. We saw what happened with Shelton's serve. Once he gets that break in hand, he's so good at second set. Like, this could get away quickly from the Frenchman.
Well, Ben out here at the moment is selecting the playlist, isn't he? Because he is changing it every single kind of shot, let alone every rally. I mean, that last one there had a bit of everything. He went through the middle of the court. He then went wide. Then we saw the short slice to entice Humbert into the net, but on the Americans' terms.
He went for it again.
15-14.
Well, it's been a perfect game plan. It shows the importance of not just focusing on what's happening on your half the court. Obviously, you want to play offensive tennis, but part of the game is also being disruptive for the other side, and he's had a very, very precise game plan here early on.
First really loose one on a big point there from Shelton, and once again he's not really giving Humbert a lot to work with in terms of the width but also the pace, and obviously at down break point he knows that the Frenchman's going to be a little more conservative. The perfect start to the second set still on offer here for Shelton though.
That's a great effort from Humbert. Those first two break points just felt a little ill-disciplined to me from Shelton, having been so disciplined the first 3 points. I think he's matured, but I still think he has a ways to go in that regard. He's got a tendency to get a little overexcited at times on the court when you compare him to the very best players. You know, and he looks like he's going to end up not breaking here, which is a big opportunity missed.
Yeah, the timing of that. You know, I don't mind him going for it when he's already got the break in hand and he's down on the score on this end when he was already up a break. But if you're looking to try and just dig in a little bit here in the second set, the timing of that attempt to try and back it up, lower percentage.
Deuce. Advantage, Humbert.
Massive hold. Momentum all on Ben's side of the court, and just couldn't quite get across the finishing line.
Well, that will feel like a big opportunity missed there. He's had such a great game
plan. We're seeing a lot of this, aren't we, where Mikkelsen, he's just defending. He can't seem to invest enough energy to get that first good strike in. And of course, we look at the radar there, that was 201 kilometres an hour, that serve. So therein lies the problem. It's just this constant barrage coming in your direction.
And Hashanov's been so much more effective coming forward in this set than he was in the previous one. Got himself 2 set points, Wally. Only needs 1. That is a nice way to put a punctuation mark on the end of the second set. Both players have played particularly well in the sets that they've won. And this is nicely poised at a set apiece.
Record at the majors just once as he managed to come back from dropping the opening set at Grand Slam level. That was against Casper Ruud at Wimbledon. Casper doesn't necessarily love the grass courts of SW19.
Well, I was calling the Casper match last night, and he has nearly 60 Grand Slam level wins and only 3 at Wimbledon. So I don't think he would mind you saying that it's not his favorite. I think that that's a well-known fact.
Yeah, he's lost his other 20 matches as Humbert from being in a deficit, so he's going to have to do something that he has rarely done.
Hey, man.
Third J15.
Yeah, and when I'm watching him, you know, from up close, Humbert, you know, I don't feel like he's really hitting the ball with sort of full confidence and conviction. I think a lot of that is down to the way Shelton is playing, just the game he has, but how much he's varying things. I think the conditions are a factor. I think if we were indoors in Paris, you know, where he made the final in 2024 and the ball was at waist height a lot more often, he would be feeling more comfortable to really accelerate on the ball. I think the fact that he's jumping around and the ball's flying a little bit is tricky for him. I think he's going to have to find a way to really settle and start hitting the ball with conviction from the back of the court. You know, when he does that and he attacks down the line off both wings and really, you know, goes for his shots, that's when he's most dangerous.
J13.
Yeah, once again, a lot of movement and an important game for him. There would have been just a little bit of residue after not breaking through at the start of the second set from love 40, just to have to dispel.
Forehand, he's struggling a little bit more with the change of pace. Yeah.
Did you guys pick up the audio from Brian Shelton there?
Yeah, it came on through. It was what we were getting out of that was the forehand being a little bit more of the side that's going off and using that variation of pace and spin. Again, I would expect to see Shelton backing up, and we'll see if Humbert is willing to go wide with this serve. Yeah, I mean, I just don't get that, Mark. I just don't get that. To back way up and to have his backhand side be exposed over there, which is the target side you want to go after Shelton, and to be continuing to just roll it in the middle of the box, the forehand side. Even though this is short, this ball has so much action on it, it makes for a difficult approach shot. And that's bread and butter pass for them. I mean, he's going to make that passing shot 9 out of 10 times. At some stage, he's going to have to get Ben off the court.
I suppose the question goes back to, you know, if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem is a nail.
Yeah.
Does he have a kick serve?
If he doesn't, then this would be a learning moment for him, or something to add to your game. Obviously, all these players are continuing to try and find a way to push the envelope, but not having this in the bag is costing him dearly right now.
I don't think he has a kick serve. Certainly not as things stand today. It's a slider or a flat serve, the way he produces it. And to go back to your point, only one that slams once from a set down. I'm not sure how much he can change here. You know, he's not going to suddenly start coming to the net loads, because I don't think he's overly comfortable there. I don't think he's comfortable hitting a kick serve to mix things in that regard. He feels like a player to me that when he's on and when he's playing better than his opponent, he'll win. But it's maybe tough to find solutions out there if he's not winning.
So good.
Game, Shelton.
This is really a dominant performance for Shelton. Humbert knows what the problems are. He is going to have to try and find some solutions. And he's winning in all areas of the court at the moment, isn't he, Ryan?
Yeah, he's using his defensive play as well as he needs to. He's playing offensive tennis. He's using variation. I love the focus there, as we saw the love 40 let it slip there in the first game of the second set, but doesn't make the same mistake twice. And he's just continuing to apply so much pressure on the Humbert serve. We saw a second ago the 32% of second serve points won, and that's down from 42% in the opening set, which already wasn't good. But just 1 from 7 when he misses the first serve now in set number 2. Is Humbert. This is where the American can be so lethal.
Time.
Bringing down those serves once he gets the break up.
This has been a beautiful performance from Ben Shelton. He's got a light resume in 2026, just the one win and the loss to Baez, but he has come into Melbourne with a good practice week, no question about that, and he has looked sharp.
We talk about looking sharp, and I mean, he shows that up in a few different ways there.
Yeah, I was going to say, looks like he could get in the ring for a UFC fight, doesn't he? He is looking toned. He's put together by nuts and bolts.
Yeah, if you put the work in like he does in the gym, he's more than happy to walk the walk, talk the talk.
And the center breakup looking extremely good for Humbert. This is a long way back already, and we're yet to get to the hour mark.
Humbert trying to back way up here on the second serve, following suit from Shelton. He doesn't do that often.
I was kind of rolling through his wins from Auckland back in 2020. Incidentally, John Millman told me the other day that he was there in Auckland in 2020. He said it was an unbelievably hot week in New Zealand. Not a lot of wind, which you can get in that part of the world. It was quick. He won in Antwerp. He won on the grass in Halle in 21. Metz 23. Marseille, Dubai. Dubai's historically always fast in 24. Oh dear. He did everything well apart from strike the final shot effectively.
That's just the first time, and maybe the only time I'll ever say this, he did a great job of getting that lob down at the feet of Humbert. That lob, he was going for a topspin lob. It got down as a half volley and actually drew the air. He's trying to lob this ball and gets it bouncing to disrupt him. So
the first volley was so good, but
yeah.
Surely he had to move in and just play another volley there.
You would have thought so.
I mean, my goodness.
And just to stick a pin in that point I was making, then Marseille, obviously last year he won before he kind of went into the doldrums. Those tournaments are virtually all quite high on the ace count. They're a little bit higher than the average tournament in terms of free points behind the serve.
Faster conditions.
Yeah, and so I was actually interested to see what he was going to do here, and maybe he'll turn this around, because we've seen some great serving numbers from some players. We saw Novak last night, who was awesome. To be honest, in all facets of the game, not just the serving. We saw Tommy Paul knock down 20 aces, which we don't normally see from your fellow American.
Yeah, guys serving big here in these conditions, and I think that's why that everybody was circling this matchup, knowing how well that Shelton plays in Australia and in these faster conditions, thinking that this could be a blockbuster. But you know, if you look back, it was early on in the first set and then early on in both sets that Shelton's been able to kind of establish the lead.
40-30.
When he's already got the break in hand, Shelton's one of the best at holding on to that break and staying on serve, staying with serve throughout. That's one of the things that makes you feel so much pressure, even if you face a break point early on in sets against Shelton, that fear that you might not have an opportunity.
Cain, it's not just blistering pace that beats him. Into the body, tucks him up nicely. It was a well-measured forehand approach.
Shelton leads 3-1.
Well, there is that little bit of a break in that set right there of what's happening at Rod Laver Arena. I want to update you guys that over on Margaret Court Arena, what was such a close fight between Musetti and Collignon has ended in a retirement for Collignon there. And so despite winning that first set 6-4 for himself, the overall match is going to go the way of the 5th seed with 7-6, and the second set tiebreakers were forced 7-5 there, and midway through set number 4 it was 3-2, just leading towards Musetti.
All right, take it. Thanks.
And Colin, how good of a sign do you think this is for Shelton to be winning so many of these baseline rally points beyond just the serve and first ball to return, winning second serve points on both his second serve and the opposing second serve?
A great sign. You know, pre-match I actually was wondering, you know, if you took serve and return out of this matchup and you played, you know, what we would call in practice just points out the hand. You know, you feed the ball in, cross court, down the middle, whatever, and you just play. I think pre-match I might have backed Humbert to win in that scenario. You know, Shelton's dangerous, but maybe not so consistent. But he's looking really good here. He's got control of the ball. You know, to play with as much variety as he has, you know, changing speeds, changing heights, changing spins. You got to be feeling the ball pretty well, don't you, in these hot, lively conditions? So I have to say we're a 1.5, but he's really impressed me to this point. He's looking very, very good.
You have to bear in mind the opposition at the ATP Finals, because that's where this stat comes from. But in his 3 matches at the ATP Finals, Ben Shelton was only winning in the 20% range of his second serve points when he had to play a second serve. And same thing on the second serve return. Guys were guys were around 78–80% on their own second serve. So big stuff there from Shelton in the turnaround.
Amazing lob. I don't know how that stayed in. That went up out of the stadium and then came back in. Humbert with a nice bit of tidying up.
Yeah, that lob, I didn't think the roof was in play, but it very nearly was there. And Ryan, just to pick up on your point, I had the pleasure and the privilege of being courtside in Turin for the full tournament, and the conditions here are so much better for Ben Shelton, with the heat in the air, the ball jumping. You know, you talk about that second serve. It was actually at times in Turin, it felt to me like he was overspinning it there with the kick, and it was kind of in those indoor, you know, less lively conditions, it was kind of sitting there to be hit. Whereas here, the serve is playing Humbert, the returner, is jumping around just as it would in New York. And that's why I think, you know, coming back to the point of how good he's been in the slams, those 2 slams, I think, are perfect conditions for him. Hard courts, hot, lively, and we're seeing that today again.
Rod Laver Arena, it's not just a tennis court, it's also where the players hang out in an amazing kind of 3-level restaurant. Spanish restaurant on the top. You've got the players buffet in the middle there. It is whatever you want. You've got a little outside section, as you can see there, that is still very cool. Everything about this tournament is 5-star, maybe even 6-star. This man has certainly been 5-star tennis in the opening hour and 5 minutes so far from the American. Has not put a foot wrong. I was going to say, Ryan, you kind of forget just how quickly, you know, Ben arrived on the tour. I mean, from 22 from college. I mean, it was a hockey stick trajectory straight up. Came here, made the quarters in Australia. Didn't win back-to-back matches that year in 23 until he got to the US Open. Only picked up another 7 wins. But still managed to finish the season inside the world's top 20. Picked up the title in Tokyo. The whole season he picked up 25 wins. The next season he picks up 42 wins. It was another incredibly solid season, but plenty of weeks where there were multiple wins. Another title in Houston, and then another 40 wins last season, as you said. But, you know, the Canadian Masters, obviously a big week for him in terms of the points that he put on board, the biggest title. But it's only really been 2.5 seasons.
He's consistently found a way to improve. If you look year over year, pretty much every year on tour, and even before that, he's adding new things to the game. He's starting to find a way to be more and more disruptive to those top players. And I think that that's why, you know, I'm looking at this season and starting 2026, the things he's been working on, and to go back to it, the success on second serve points. And now against a guy, I mean, Humbert's not a player that you look at. He's not a guy like a Mapeshi Pericard where you think, oh, okay, well, you're going to just automatically have better service numbers against him in nature of the returns not being as lethal. You know, Colin and I were in the same line of thinking there, that if this was a baseline point, you would theoretically go, okay, Humbert may be a little bit stronger. You take away the serves. But that hasn't been the case.
15 low.
You know, you're looking at this as Shelton's a bit frustrated with that ball landing right there next to the sideline. But yeah, just to finish off the point there, you're looking at the progression year over year. That ball catching the outside of the line. I think Shelton thought it may have gone wide. The Americans thought it was wide. So look, if this continues in the way that started the year, and obviously the sample size is very small, but if he's this much better on second serve and second serve return, I think that big things will come this year.
Big things have pretty much come already, haven't they? He was, what was he, the only the third player in the Open era under 21 to make his kind of, at his maiden tournament, at semi-final at a Grand Slam. Keaton managed it, of course, at Roland Garros. Wayne Ferreira managed it, but it is rare to go deep for the very first time at one of these tournaments.
Is he top of the list? Pretty short list, I admit, of players that could potentially break the Alcaraz-Sinner dominance. I mean, he's got to be right up there for me, and what I'm seeing here, the physical work.
Yeah, I think
his game is mentally, you know, he's closing the gap. I'm not going to say he's bridged it, time will tell, but he's got to be right up there, isn't he?
Yep. Yeah, I agree. I think it's absolutely accurate. He's continued to find a way. Obviously, he had the setback with the injury at the US Open, but prior to that in the season, it looked like everything was trending that way. Now, obviously, it's been a tough matchup for him against Sinner to date. He hasn't been able to find a way through that matchup, but he's got the self-belief, which is so important.
Just a little short with a jump shot, but it is something that Humbert will suddenly be aware that potentially American will bring to the party. Humbert trying to come back from a breakdown in this second. Right, just a reminder, of course, that once you come to the AO, you can get to the AO shop. There is a lot of merchandise for you. You can scan that QR code on your phone, go and make some purchases and go and scroll through. I don't think those shirts are available. I'm not sure, but unless somebody's been rummaging around in Colin Fleming's wardrobe and stolen a couple of them, but there is some fabulous, fabulous merchandise.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I mean, I had my body armor on. I was ready. Yeah, check out. I've got my eye on that. There's definitely a cap in there. I've seen around the grounds. I'm in for that. Maybe a new golf polo. I think I'm going to treat myself.
Yeah, that one's probably not getting put in the suitcase back to the UK, but there's no doubt that there's a few shirts that will be making its way back. Things pretty sessional at the moment for Ben Shelton in terms of the way this match has gone. We all had marked our card for when this one was going to get underway, to see, particularly because of the way that Humbert played in Adelaide, what he could bring to this particular contest. It is a first meeting between the two, but it is the American who has excelled.
Let's first.
Not easy to play perfect tennis, though, for 3 straight sets. There's always an opportunity, you feel, at some point. Are you good enough to be able to take it when that moment arrives? At the moment, Shelton has not suffered any undertow at all.
He does have new balls here again in this game. After the 9th game, following the original 7, you'll get the new ball help, and like he has in the previous time with new balls, he hasn't dropped a point yet when he's serving with new balls. Let's see action on this kick serve with the new ball, how much it gets up. That was a great return there, but Humbert made the adjustment.
30-15.
This ball is going to jump, even though Humbert is able to get this point. This ball off the court. Look how much that ball is bending. And even though he pulled this off, that's a difficult return to make on a consistent basis.
Hasn't really served too many patterns, but when he's been in a little bit of a pressure moment on a serve, he has directed his first serve more to the backhand side of Humbert. Let's see whether that trend continues. And it did.
30-14.
I think this was on me, right? After talking about the consecutive points won with the new balls.
The commentator's curse.
That's how it always goes.
We had one last night where Novak was winning consecutive points, and just at that particular moment, and it wasn't a big moment, it was like after the first point of a service game when he hit the magic 21. Of course, he lost the next one.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. You got to point it out, but then when you do, they find a way to prove you the other way.
No, he's lost it long, and he's lost the game from 30 love up. And from out of nowhere, Humbert pulls up alongside Shelton in this second set. And that puts a whole different perspective on this contest.
Yeah, that's a massive game right there. Big turning point. What a difference a minute can make.
And all of a sudden, Humbert, you know, winning a couple of pretty crucial baseline exchanges. He's capable of that, isn't he? Just sort of suddenly latching on to a few balls. I like the return he played. I think it was at 30 love, the second serve return from deep. And you just feel for Shelton. That's a key moment where his discipline has just deserted him again.
And one of those moments as well where obviously Ben was leading by the break, 30 love up, feeling as though he had a bit of freedom, wanted to introduce something else with the serve and volley out wide, and got picked off.
Yeah, a second serve and volley is a brave play, especially with the way that these guys return these days.
Letting everyone know that we have some player arrivals happening on Margaret Court Arena. Rabakina, 5th seed in the women's singles, coming to the court, coming up against Juvan there. So it's a quick one, starting soon, and we'll probably give you guys some updates as the game begins and what happens in each set.
He's prepared a little late there, Shelton. First time in the match that he's looked a little ragged at times, and that will be something that Shardy will be delighted to see.
Just think his focus is dipped, and he's obviously at the opposite end from his dad, so he can't sort of say anything to really refocus him. Momentum swing here.
You just get the sense that Humbert and Colin, what's it look like courtside? Can you see a difference in body language with Humbert?
You know, that's a great point, Ryan. You really can. I think I mentioned it during the first set that Humbert didn't really look like he was hitting the ball with conviction. He looks like he's hitting the ball with a lot more belief now, having got back on serve here. Different feel to the match.
Game Humbert.
Yeah, and suddenly Shelton can't get into an Humbert service game. Things improving dramatically for the Frenchman.
Did you hear that comment from Humbert there when he won that last point? Colin, am I right in saying he said that's how we roll in English?
I didn't actually hear exactly what he said, but I could see the positivity. It might well be, you know, something of that ilk, but you know, he's pumped here. Amazing, isn't it? Shelton had the match complete control, and 5 minutes later he's serving to stay in the second set. So this will be interesting because his focus dipped. Can he get it back in a hurry here?
Maybe he could have come from the crowd or somewhere. I thought I heard something audible there. I was wondering if he was trying to give a little bit of a nudge to Ben. Maybe not.
No, I don't think so. I think it was more of a sort of come on, let's go towards his team. It looked like to me.
Maybe I just get excited and thinking there's going to be a little bit of back and forth.
You just want some needle. Don't worry, me and Petch will give you some soon.
And now, please welcome our 5th seed from Kazakhstan, Elena Rubikina.
It's day 3 of the 2026 Australian Open main draw. Hello and a very warm welcome to Melbourne Park for the hard courts Grand Slam tournament, which has already seen over 200,000.
With the serve and volley on the second serve, but he was aware. He found the perfect return, and this second set has now turned in the kind of match that we were expecting.
15 love. Thirty love.
I think what makes that kick serve so difficult for opponents as well, because he holds the key to it. I don't think anyone else in the game, certainly at this moment in time, can hit a serve that extreme. So, you know, he's going way out of the comfort zone of all his opponents. It's an incredible weapon.
Game, Shelton.
Start of the game was a little Occam razor, wasn't it?
5 games full.
Simplest solutions in life, generally when you're in a complex situation, is the best one. And he went big with a couple of first serves before, as you say, Colin. He just dialed through that kind of repertoire that he has behind that lefty delivery. And there was no hint of a serve and volley there from Shelton. He almost goads you, Ryan, into hitting that shot so he can get over there quickly and pull that forehand.
Yeah, he does. He makes you have to commit. He's got versatility with it. He can hit it off the court. He can also get this lefty hook behind you. So he starts with that inside out. This one on the run, he trusts his ability to cover his own forehand side, using that cross court to open up this. And then he just recognizes Humbert so far out of position. He's in complete position where he has to sprint the other direction.
Yeah, you said it, Colin. Humbert doesn't look that comfortable up at net.
But why would you go to the forehand as well? You know, where Ben can just generate so much pace and spin and give you such a difficult ball to volley. That was a mistake for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if he's hitting a stationary backhand, it's going to be a more advantageous position than him hitting a forehand on the run.
He's definitely gone against the grain with that serve. A little more into the backhand side on both sides, to be honest. Ben's got a little bit more of the baseline to cover here on the returns now.
Well, Ben's giving him that tee serve. He's way back and way out to the left.
Yeah, that was interesting, as you picked up. He's been closer and he's been darting to cover the wide serve, but because Humbert has made more serves down the tee, he came further back and then didn't dart, try to wait to see which serve came in and got caught.
It's been a good response here from Humbert under pressure at love 30. He still faces another crucial point.
Well, he didn't learn from his first mistake. coming into the forehand. Maybe he'll learn second time around.
Well, this is exactly what I was saying. Shelton's on the dead run here, but with that forehand side, he can create so much spin on the ball that it's very difficult to volley. And then this is a great backhand passing shot, but it was that forehand on the run.
He just doesn't close the net either. Did you see the split step backwards? Yeah, where a natural volley would have moved forwards there and had a much easier volley, second volley.
Gotta say, that was super impressive because he stayed where he was on the ad side from the previous point, did exactly the same thing, and it worked out because the serve came to him. And he made the backhand return, and he has an opportunity to serve for a 2-sets-to-love lead. That was the absolute benefit of going back. That's what he was looking for. If Humbert misses his spot here on that serve, that location was perfect.
Well, he got back to his game plan there. You saw in the first point of that game, the clarity in his game plan was back. He had a very high return off a second serve. He started working his way back, and he got back to that game plan that was able to build out the lead. I thought it was a great professional response there in his service game at 4-5 after the slip up and momentum was seemingly on the side of the Frenchman. He got back to business and got back to his game plan.
Time.
Change of shirt, and I'm sure a change of emotion. He didn't drop his head. He would have been disappointed, but he did not despair when he dropped his serve in this second set, and he has very quickly got the reward that he was seeking. Two sets to love lead on offer here for the American if he can hold on to his service game.
Love 15.
Well, it's been the side that he's on now that he's faced the most trouble on serve. That service into the sun.
Love 13.
Great reaction here from Humbert.
Yeah, that serve was 222. Came back with authority.
Yeah. 15-13.
Well, it was a ridiculous return from where he was at. He's right there in front of us where our commentary box is. To hit that return with so much depth, got the ball he was looking for and couldn't execute. Watch this return here from so far outside the court. He puts this thing on a dime on the baseline, and that's the one that he'll want back.
Less surprises now for Humbert in terms of what serves coming. He's aware of everything that is at this man's disposal, and he didn't overcommit. Can Humbert take us into a tiebreak? Yes, he can. Shelton misses his spot with a serve, and the Frenchman has been razor sharp on the return.
That's a great game from Humbert, and similar to the first time he broke in this set, once the ball was in play, whether it's that end of the core or whatever's happening, suddenly in the rally it felt like Shelton was under pressure, you know, starved of time, rushed in the point. So maybe Humbert just starting to find his best level at just the right time here.
Well, he's got away with it.
1-0.
Probably shouldn't have done.
To me, you can see a visible discomfort in the ground game of Shelton in the last couple moments, just trying to close it out on serve.
Yeah, and what's apparent from courtside is the forehand, that he's not getting the height and the depth that he was earlier in the match. So he needs to get back to that, Shelton.
Tell you what, that is a point that the American needed, and Humbert will be so disappointed that he didn't get off to a 2-love lead here. Shelton once again retreating from a position looked as though he should have come in on earlier in the rally.
Yeah, Humbert's been coming in a lot, hasn't missed too many of those volleys. On the other side, exactly correct, Mark. Shelton's only got to the net 4 times in the entire match. There's been a reluctance to come forward.
Shelton. 3-1, Shelton.
A couple of gifts in this tiebreaker allow Shelton to jump out to a 3-1 lead. And that is a good indicator of what we've been talking about, the fact that he doesn't have a kick serve.
Yeah, he tried to kick there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Why would you bring it out now? Of all the times to suddenly introduce it.
Let's pursue.
Maybe that's why Humbert kept coming into the forehand.
Well, that's the best backhand passing shot he's hit in the match, and certainly one of the best ones I've seen him hit. I mean, he didn't get much on this approach. He's got to look at that approach shot and think, I mean, that's right in the middle of the court. At this level, you know, I said stationary backhand, but that had no depth, no penetration. It's sitting there in the wheelhouse, and a guy like Ben Shelton, he's not going to make that mistake. Gets both points on return. And Colin, such a good point earlier about not closing the net off there on that approach shot.
No, he's not natural at the net, and it feels like he's coming in loads. You know, a couple of questionable things for me. Why is he suddenly hitting his first kick serve of the match in the second set tiebreak, and why with in such a crucial sort of last 20 minutes is he coming to the net so much when it's not his strength. I just feel like he's lost a bit of tactical clarity, whether his emotions have run away from him slightly or whatever it is. There's no doubt Shelton is the calmer, you know, player and winning this match tactically.
Well, ever since that backhand volley where he let him off the hook, really swung this tiebreaker.
Wow.
6-1, Shelton.
Fire in the hold. He's just torpedoed that serve. Almost felt like a completely different serve. It almost felt like he hit it on the way up. It was such a quick action.
Yeah, he stepped up there with confidence. This set's been so unpredictable, but he's taken that opportunity that Humbert gave him with that easy volley mistake and run away now 6 consecutive points.
Shelton.
Just as he has done throughout the course of this second set, he's shown some really good resistance.
Way to get out of that corner and move. Come on.
Oh.
But that resistance in the end ends as Shelton wraps things up in double quick time in the tiebreaker by 7 points to 2.
Well, it was a good mental performance there from Shelton. He had a break in hand twice in the late stages of the set. Couldn't hold on to the break, but then played a great tiebreaker. Let's look at it by the numbers. Great first serve percentage there, up from the first serve percentage in the first set, but then in the second set, both guys making some headway in some service games. 2 breaks apiece there in set number 2. It really came down to some of those critical points late stages. As soon as it felt like the Frenchman got the momentum back, he couldn't hold on to it. Ultimately there in the tiebreaker, when he did come to the net, he came to the net a lot there in set number 2, and he had a really nice, high, easy volley to try and go up a mini break. And then quickly Shelton took all of that momentum and wins the next 6 consecutive points. Gave one back at 6-1, but then finishes off in style. The American now 2 sets up, somewhere he's very comfortable.
Apart from the position that it puts him in, as we see Shelton look over to his dad, 2 sets to love up, it would have been hugely frustrating for the American given how well he had played up until 4-3 in that second set. As we take a look back down the Yarra to the magnificent CBD of Melbourne, and of course one of, if not the greatest sporting precinct in the world, as we look over Melbourne Park, which has been enhanced, extended. There is still some plans in the work to make this even greater. Year-on-year improvements from Tennis Australia. And the fans keep loving it and keep streaming in as the photographs get taken. How long have you been coming here, Ryan?
My first year here was 2007 for the juniors. Always loved it. I look forward to coming back every single year. I always circle it on the calendar, and it gives me that feeling when the tournament starts. I'm excited, but I'm also like, oh man, is it here already? Because I look forward to it so much. then when it finally arrives, I have to make sure I remember to enjoy it. It's such a great event, and just being here on the grounds, all the things that they have to offer, it's a total fan experience. Obviously, great tennis.
Over on John Cain Arena, we are seeing Kachanov and Mickelson here jumping into that fourth set right at the beginning there. Kachanov in the lead 2 sets, having won them 6-4, 6-3 up against the 1 set that Mickelson won at the beginning, 6-4 there. So a fourth set potentially forced to a 5th set. Either way, it's definitely a close gauntlet these two are having to play.
15-0.
I'll tell you what would be a great antidote to Mickelson's fatigue, if there is any, is an early break right here. I think that's wise of Khachanov just to take a little bit of time here at 15:30. Take the towel. Understands the importance of keeping the momentum, keeping his nose out in front. Can't defend against shot making like that though.
15-14.
That's the chances that he was trying to take at the back end of the 3rd set, which didn't pan out for him. But this is kind of what I'm talking about, Robbie. Keep your feet under your body. See where he finishes? He actually finishes past the point of contact. Don't take the big lunge and the defensive slice. Commit.
Colin, this has been the slam for you in the last, I mean, Ryan's been coming here almost 20 years. This has been the one that has changed the most for you in terms of innovations and everything else?
Good question.
Yeah.
I think my gut feeling is probably yes. I think I'm right in saying we played the first indoor Grand Slam tennis here in terms of they led the way with the roofs. Obviously, the 3 retractable roofs. You know, they're taking the facilities year on year to just another level. It feels to me, you know, if you'd asked me that question a couple of years ago, I'd say, well, it's incredible, you know, the developments of this tournament. But it feels to me in the last 2 years that those improvements, that the growth has almost, you know, increased exponentially. It is booming, this Australian Open. It's such a buzz to come down here. You know, the whole city embraces this event. You go around the cities, anyone you speak to, if you tell them you're here working the tennis, they'll reply saying, oh, I'm going on, you know, Thursday. I can't wait to go there. The weather's so good. It's the best time of year in Melbourne, and everyone is just buzzing off this this event. So yeah, and look, the fan experience around the grounds is incredible, but you know, the innovation, the developments for the players, which is almost the most important thing, isn't it? It's a Grand Slam at the end of the day. You know, they continue to improve and develop, and it's just such a treat to come down here as we see Humbert just striding back onto court. This is going to be an interesting set for me. I'm intrigued to see if Shelton can finish this in 3 straight sets. I think he's got the game to do it, but I think it might give us a little insight into his maturation process, whether he can really knuckle down here and get this done in 3, or will he lose a bit of focus and we end up in a 4th set.
All will play out in the next sort of 30 minutes. So Ryan, what was the temperatures like in Orlando when you were there practicing? Was it hot?
Yeah, it was pretty hot in the middle of the day, especially. It was, you know, one of those conditions that in the United States, Florida, and even in the winter there, it's going to be in relatively similar conditions to summer. 23, 24 degrees Celsius on most days. And there was a conscious effort to play in the hottest part of the day when we went over there for those training sessions with Ben. The circle time was noon, 1 o'clock, where the sun was going to be at peak heat to prepare for this down here.
This
is where having a big serve, I think, really helps at the start of sets when potentially there's a little bit of a flat spot. You know, fans have gone out. They've been totally engrossed in what's happened through to the tiebreaker in the second set. That they've lost a little bit of that buzz. You yourself may have just lost a little bit of either on either side. Obviously, Humbert doesn't necessarily have that luxury. Ben does, but he can just drop one of those in, and that's a couple of quick points.
Well, he was able to break back twice there in set number 2, but that doesn't happen very often. From 4-3, 30 love up, Shelton was serving, and with new balls, he got broken, and that doesn't happen frequently. And it's been the early stages of both sets where Humbert's faltered and been broken and put himself in trouble. He's got to try and keep the scoreboard pressure on, especially down 2 sets. You know, you get down 2 sets in a break and you start thinking about what time flights go home.
Oh, come on.
Game, Shelton. First game, third set.
Looks like a little 56 degree there, Colin. That's kind of like your touch around the greens, right?
That was the full 60, Ryan. I think open the face as well. I think a hint of fortune, hence the apology.
Are you saying Colin thins it?
I'm saying, yeah, that's exactly right. That's thinned it, but to perfection.
I think it's fair, Ryan. I'll take it. That was, I'm giving Ben that one. That was a brilliant volley. Slight hint of fortune, hence the apology, but that was the shot he was going for. That was excellent.
Well, that's the sand wedge there. That's where you got to hit it just behind the ball. You know, you kind of scoop through it.
It's the lob wedge.
Oh, there you go.
The extra loft on that.
And you can tell we don't like golf very much up here.
You got to saute it.
Love. Third pillar.
If you were to run through an audit, Ryan, of Ben's strokes, and I'm not just saying forehand and backhand, making it kind of binary, it's like forehand line, forehand cross, backhand cross. Would it be fair to say that the backhand down the line is maybe not where he needs it to beat Carlos and Jannik?
Well, that's maybe the best one he's hit, but to your point, absolutely correct. He's got to get that shot more consistent. It puts a little too much pressure on him against those top players. The number is something like he's lost 19 consecutive sets to Sinner over the course of 6 or 7 matches, and that's exactly why. Once the rally commences, he gets exposed over there. The forehand, you can tell it's technically sound. He can do a lot of different things with it. He can lift it. He can inject pace with it. But in that backhand corner, not as solid. And just to give you an idea, if he's playing against those top guys and he's playing that slice there a few times in a row from the middle of the court, you would expect to see them heavily on offense and aggressive. Not to say that Humbert's not capable of doing that, but obviously at the top tier, and you're trying to win majors, which is Shelton's goal, you can't fall in love with that slice and just expect them to massage the ball back to you. They'll take control.
Yeah, it's the area as well where when I watch him play, there's so much to admire, but the sort of the little sort of granular things that are going to make the difference. Also on the, when you actually watch him when he's on the defense on the slice, a lot of the time he has his back down the court, so it takes him a little bit longer than you would love for him to actually recover court position. He's such an amazing athlete, don't get me wrong. I mean, for the most part he can do it, but you do feel as though he overturns as well when he steps across his body.
Yeah, and he does the same thing on the volley as well, which is why when he comes forward, you don't see him converting at the net as much as you'd like to for his presence and athleticism at the net. You know, Colin, if you imagine the way I got to play Colin and see him play a lot, he covered the net really well. And I'm going to hate to tell you, Colin, but you weren't quite as athletic as Ben.
That'll come as a shock. I'm not sure Colin's going to be able to talk for the rest of this set.
Are you saying I can't slam dunk?
I haven't seen you try.
I definitely can't, but I'll take the fact that you covered the net well.
Yeah, no, you did, absolutely. The positioning at the net and the balance was really good. And if you could give someone like Shelton with this supreme athleticism, the control and the composure and the reading, I just think that there's a lot of room to be improved at the net as well.
No, joking aside, Ryan, I couldn't agree more. I think he has high potential at the net, but he's, yeah, his athleticism is wasted slightly because he's inefficient, maybe in the way he moves, his positioning. You know, it doesn't quite flow when he comes forward. But I do think he's doing the work. You know, he's not just getting stronger in the offseason. I think he's working on his game.
He is for sure. And the thing for me when I see him at the net is that his balance looks a little bit off. He always looks like he's kind of falling in one direction. And the best volleyers when they come forward. Let's take a look at the backhand slice percentage here for Shelton. Over 50% slice. That's a big number right there for a guy with a double hander, especially to be hitting 42% topspin, 58% slice. I mean, that is no longer variation. That's majority.
And you got to admire that because it would be easy for him just to try and grip and rip, and he's the one that has actually gone out of his comfort zone and kind of extracted errors from him. But Humbert is the one that's playing predictably when you look at those numbers.
Game, Shelton.
Devastating serve once again from Shelton. Not the last time I'll say that today.
Shelton leads
2-1.
2 games to 1.
Yeah, Patch, obviously in this matchup, it's been highly effective. I just think that if you're looking at the bar and the way that he's looking to try and progress, it's obviously more extenuated here. Extenuated? Is that right? Extenuated?
Yep, correct.
Got to make sure I get my my proper English correct here. But yeah, it's got that sort of feeling that here in this match, it's working effectively. But when you do it predominantly against the top players, that spin, they get used to it, and then they start whipping it off the court. And I think that's one of the reasons why he hasn't been able to make headway in recent matches against Sinner and some of these guys. And to your point, that backhand.
It's just one winner after another, isn't it? Both players looking to take advantage of that first ball. And yet another 40-love start.
Full 16.
And it is kind of a matchup that really forces you to play your best tennis. It's one of those that you know you're going to get a good rhythm, and that's why the quality in the first 28 minutes has been quite something.
So another straightforward hold for the 5th seed, Elena Rybakina.
Low. Third pillar.
Wow, that's very sweet. Has had a nice little break since making that final at Adelaide. It's always a difficult one from a scheduling perspective, isn't it, Ryan? When you haven't had the season that you would have liked, and Humbert obviously picked up the pace towards the back end of 2025 in terms of putting some wins on the board in Stockholm and in Basel. Had to retire with a back problem in that particular semi-final, whether to play the week before a major.
Well, for you, assuming good health and he doesn't have to miss any significant time, where do you see him finishing the year? Where's his ranking?
I mean, I think he'll be around at 20. And you?
Yeah, I think he's a top 20 player. I do. I think he's been top 15 before. I believe I'm correct there.
He's been 13, yeah.
And
just jumping in, guys. Petch, you mentioned that injury in Basel. That was actually really significant when you trace it back for Humbert, because he'd made final of Paris-Bercy the year before. So that's essentially the reason, that injury. Reasonable to assume he'd win a match or two in Bercy and probably would have been seeded here and not had to play Shelton first round. So.
Yeah, I mean, and that can be tough. You know, I remember back to something. My career best ranking was around 40 in the world, and you know, close to getting seeded. And some of the times I felt like I was playing really well going in the majors, and you draw top players, and you're not playing badly at all, but you don't get that opening and opportunity. There's one time I played Novak here, another time I played Andy here, and felt like I was playing really well, and just, you know, sometimes you're at the mercy of the draw gods.
Third pillar.
.222 on the gun.
For Yvonne, and it's the fact that she knows she has very little space now to lose serve, and that changes the entire mindset.
Scoreboard pressure, and after 32 minutes we've got 2 set points for Elena Rybakina. First break points of the encounter. And that is too good. What a fabulous ending to a very enjoyable first set of tennis. Elena Rybakina stepping up, and perhaps Kai Yuvan just slightly questioning herself in that final game. One break of serve, and it comes in that final game. 6-4 to Elena Rybakina.
So I had a long conversation with Brian, Ben's dad, at the Paris Masters at the end of the year, and he was talking about the personality and the balance, and how, you know, they're different personalities, he and his son, but he really promotes Ben being authentic out there.
Game, Shelton.
And we'll get back to that as that goes out from Humbert, and Shelton goes into a 3-2 lead in this third set. I was just looking at Humbert's record and the notes they give us, and you've always got to be a little bit careful, because I was saying that he's only come back once, and that was against Casper from a set down. Then I looked at the notes and it said he's come back from 2 sets to love down, and I thought, well, that's strange. I've got to say that, like in tennis, like always across the board, it does tend to get a little dysfunctional with how we kind of use stats and notes and everything else. But I think the notes may have put the next gen finals in as a come from 2 sets to love down, because obviously he was a part of it in 2019 was Humbert. He beat Jannik Sinner from, in inverted commas, 2 sets to love down. But of course the next gen is 1st to 4.
Yeah,
I'm not counting it.
I don't count it either. 4 game sets, it's not as physical.
You were saying, Ryan, about what Brian was talking to you about.
Yeah, we had a long conversation, and you know, my brother plays on tour. He's a top ranked American men's doubles player. He's playing with one of you guys, his fellow Brits, Neil Skupski, this year, and we were having a conversation. I was getting his thoughts on, you know, as a family member relationship, how you convey information. Fun fact in the locker room, nobody switches rackets or strings more than my brother. He'll play with a different racket about 5 times throughout every year, and he knows that that's
different model.
Oh, everything. He'll go anything. Head racket, Babolat. He'll play with a Wilson now. He's had 3 different racket models in the last 4 months. I'm not kidding at all.
No, I believe you. Why?
That's a great point there from Ben. I think it's nerves. It's one of his things. Obviously, different conditions play differently. You know, we talked about how Colin was saying at the ATP finals, it was playing a lot slower here. And sometimes my brother kind of looks at like, oh, maybe the racket's not getting as much out of it and I got to switch. But, you know, I was talking with Brian about, as, you know, his father, and for me as his brother, how do you try and get a message through when someone's, and Ben is, he said Ben's stubborn. Ben has his own personality. It was fascinating for me because he said it in such a complimentary way. You know, he loves how he is such a confident character. He would never want to take that away. And so he talked about walking the line when you do want to give information, knowing how to deliver it, timing being so important, how you deliver it, learning how to de-escalate situations that needed to be de-escalated, but also then getting his point across when the information was ready to be said.
Yeah, well, they
15-14.
Don't just have family ties, of course, they have college ties from when Ben and Brian were at Florida, and he was excelling in that particular department, and he's excelling here with a couple of break points. Humbert at breaking point. And it takes time to get that kind of meeting of the minds, if you like, and it's one of the things when you look at the tour, how quickly people kind of jettison coaches, and you think, well, maybe if you'd have gone through the next hard 6 months, you would have come out the other side, and it would have been a far more sort of valuable partnership that you have.
That's a great serve there, a great wide serve. And yeah, absolutely. You know, you have great coaches and great players, and sometimes the blend doesn't work. Some of that's timing. throughout different phases of your career, you know, you can be more open to certain styles. Sometimes you're not as open to a harder approach. Other times you want someone who's going to be a little bit more reserved, and all of that's changing throughout. I'm not sure about you guys, but generally as a whole, I think that changing is too frequent and not as good.
Yeah, I agree. I think players, I think the model lends itself to the changing though, doesn't it? Where the player is the boss, but they're also the player that needs to be, you know, hearing sometimes the difficult truths. But yeah, I think when you look at the longer standing player-coach relationships, you know, they've generally been the ones where there's been the best sort of improvement and development of the player's game over time. Not always the case, but for the most part. I thought that was a really impressive hold there from Humbert. Felt like he was slipping away, but first serve coming to the fore and kept himself in it.
Yeah, he certainly did. It was clutch serving there. I actually like the approach that some of the top players do, where they don't necessarily get rid of their permanent fixture. And sometimes if they, hey, you know, I've got an idea that this guy could really help me with my backhand or really help me with my volley, to come and supplement practice.
It's a fine line, isn't it? You know, coaches are there to stop you from marking your own homework. Doesn't mean that they don't get disappointed with some of the grades you give them. But if you continually switch, that's pretty much the art of staying a beginner.
Well, it's what happened to me throughout my career as I progressed. I had so much going on, and sometimes the mind hits overdrive. You're thinking about different stuff, and everyone has a different vision. You know, a lot of people look at Ben Shelton's game and they see a lot of options, and it would be easy to see how some people go, maybe he should come in all the time. Behind that massive serve, other people go, oh, well, he moves so well. He can build the point from the back of the court, and if you don't have clarity, you get confusion.
Yeah, he was with Dean Goldfein before, but when Brian left Florida, he was very keen to get him to travel. He knew that he was going to be the kind of voice that he needed to hear in these kind of moments.
Game, Shelton.
That was like a hot knife through butter, that particular hold of serve. Absolutely nothing that Humbert could get going there.
Shelton leads 4-3.
Any solutions from the French side have got to come soon. And just staying with that theme, I think that the whole structure of it lends itself to you as a player being able to get rid of the coach so quickly. I don't think you have to put much brain power into it, because you basically don't even get 30 days. You might get 1 month's notice. So it's a very low risk hire for tennis players in general. Whereas if you, I don't know what I believe in the NBA, but certainly back at home in the Premiership, you hire a manager, that is a cast iron contract that you have to pay out. You don't like them within a month or 6 months, or don't think they're doing a good job, you got to pay them out. There's due diligence done on a far greater scale.
Yeah, and even the superstars, they have to respect that managerial position.
Time.
Four o'clock local time, and it has been a good time as ever on day 3 of the main draw here at the Australian Open. We're currently watching Ben Shelton, one of what was it, 5 players that have won the NCAA men's singles tournament that started back in 1977, that have made a slam semi or better. John McEnroe, of course, went to Stanford. Kevin Curran went to Texas. Tim Mayotte also went to Stanford, and Mikael Pernfors, charismatic Swede. He went to Georgia.
Well, you're seeing so many players in the draw and coming out of college here, and I think it's a good move unless players are at that superstar level, just because the physicality of the game, the way that it's played now, the courts have slowed down a bit, the balls are heavier, and the physical development from 17, 18 years old to 22, 23 years old, there's a lot of developing in your body. You add that with the travel and the workload with the matches throughout 10, 11 months throughout the year. You talk some guys like Alex Mickelson. He was nearly 100 in the world at that point, so he already, the decision makes itself there. But a lot of times players, if they're not in that position and they turn pro, and all of a sudden you're playing 15K tournaments throughout everywhere in the world, as opposed to getting that time to develop as Ben did. I mean, have you ever, since he's been on tour, looked at Ben and thought he wasn't a physical beast out there?
No. No, he was already a good athlete. He's become a great athlete.
Case in point, gets this ball down low. Look at the court coverage. Look at the strides whenever he's running up there. I mean, it's incredible. The length, the power.
You could hear the squeak there as well, couldn't you? He's pretty comfortable sliding on hard courts, as just about all the sort of modern day players are. And that was seriously dynamic there.
It's almost as though he heard you, Ryan, and then he wanted to showcase just how good an athlete he is.
Well, he's so good at making you hit the extra ball. There's 2-3 times throughout that point that Humbert thinks he won the point. Obviously, from this position here, he's thinking, oh, I've got to hold this forehand. I'm in good shape. I'm still in good shape. And next thing you know, it's like, is he really there again? And about to lose his point?
He looks pretty loose and relaxed here, Ben Shelton. I mean, he looks that way at the best of times, but he looks dangerous to me. This feels like a big point for Humbert. Needs to just close the game here. If it goes to deuce, I think Shelton becomes very dangerous.
He does shut the door on any ambitions that Shelton harbored to get the break there.
4 games over.
He's done well to stay with it here. Obviously reset there after the second set, took the bathroom break, and I've been impressed with his energy. We've talked a lot about Shelton, but Humbert's been in the top 15 in the world, so he's a professional. He understands that, coming down here at a Grand Slam event, anything can happen.
Just staying with college tennis for a minute. Good news for Michael Zhang, isn't it, that he can actually keep his prize money. We have this debate about sort of obviously the players that can make money now at the US colleges with the NIL and endorsement to make not just a little bit of money, but millions of dollars, but prize money isn't accepted. But as a senior, he can keep what he's made here at the Australian Open, and it will not affect his eligibility.
I wonder how far he would have to go in order to just go ahead and keep playing professional events. Obviously, he's got a few more months left of the college season. It's great to hear that is allowing him, hard-earned, coming through qualifying. And I work with Sebi Korda as part of his coaching team. Saw him firsthand. He's a really great player. Michael Zhang, he's going to be in the top 50 in no time. Reminds me a bit of the other American learner, Tien. There's nothing that just wows you and jumps off the page, but everything is so solid and consistent, and especially between the years, the mental, he was up 2 sets on Sebi. Sebi turns around, wins the next 2 sets, has break point early fifth set and turns it around. So yeah, the college tennis game is, as Ben Shelton did, it helps that mental development too. Ben taking it up with technology.
Yeah, and he's got a right to make sure that it is correct, because for him, a big part of it is the technology, being able to read a 220k plus serve, because he will be facing big pressure points and he does not want to get a wrong call in those moments.
Yeah, 220k that's still moving in the air as well. It's not exactly a straight line, is it? So yeah, you're right.
Let second set.
He's gone through sort of periods in this match where he's suddenly just run hot on return. Humbert, Ben will be very keen to make sure that isn't one of the moments that's occurring here after that return.
I'm liking the energy level though, you know, bouncing around. He's down 2 sets and still showing signs of resilience.
Game, Shelton.
Yeah, that serve has been so productive. Harvested a lot of free points for Shelton out wide. He's a game away from a place in the second round once again here in Australia.
Yeah. That's right. Sorry.
Bit of tennis art for you.
No, just, I don't have very good muscle.
Dad played, won a tournament, but Ben has grown his own shadow over the last couple of years.
Time.
Comfortable on-air time for all the fans, and those ones in the shade very comfortable right now as Shelton tries to time his run to the finishing line to perfection.
Love.
It's okay, man.
That's a point there where Brian just, not going with any advice, just telling him it's okay, stay with it. I love the balance there between when to inject information and when just to try and play the calming, confident presence.
I like that point from Hugo Humbert as well. Sort of controlled aggression. I thought he came in too much at the end of the second set. It's not his game. I'm not saying he should never come in, but only when it's really obvious. I like him controlling from the baseline like that. I'd be interested to see from here on in this set, can he keep that discipline? Can he keep that, the emotions in check and play smart tennis?
Le service, c'est un moins devant. Allez, bon. Allez, go.
Great stab from Humbert.
Yeah, no choice there to follow that one in. He had to. There was the position on the court. There was no chance to turn this around. He's so far up near the service line.
Yeah, exactly right. Had to come in. The ball was so short and did well. Does have a tendency to back off the net. You know, sort of second, third volley ends up playing them further from the net, but he did well on that occasion. He's still right in this, you know. If he could just find a way to nick this third set.
Crowd have suddenly massively re-engaged in this contest.
Looking good. Keep squeezing that lemon.
Court level, Colin, is there any favoritism from the crowd?
No, I don't think so. You know, there's probably more attention, more eyes, more wow factor from Shelton just with the game he has, but I wouldn't say the crowd is sort of actively supporting him. I think there's nice support for both.
Little wardrobe malfunction over there from Humbert.
Serve isn't malfunctioning, that's for sure.
No, I think that the serve is pretty much dialed in. He's only lost just 3 points on serve throughout this entire third set. Only 1 behind the first serve.
This is a masterclass in how to hold serve.
This is the position you want to be in hitting the volley. It's nice and high. Allows you to just line up the racket face and gets it to the open court before Humbert can get all the way back.
What a collection of shots in that particular game from Ben Shelton. That gives him a fair bit of momentum as he looks to try and get a break here in this third set.
Well, it's a really tough game to hold if you're in the position for Humbert, because for Shelton, in the back of your mind, you know, at the absolute worst case scenario, you're already afforded a tiebreaker. And that makes it more of a loose and free game. You know, if you get an opportunity on a mid-court ball, and in the back of your mind, you know, you have that security blanket, it's a lot easier to go for it. That's why you see so many sets oftentimes at the very end. Someone gets broken in that last crucial game, because it's not just what happens on your side, it's also the freedom that happens on the other side of the net. Really, since that second set tiebreaker, Shelton's been growing in confidence on serve throughout.
Time.
Well, the sun's radiating in, but as you can hear, the energy is also from the fans radiating up and out of the Rod Laver Arena. And a sense that the crowd would like to see a little bit more tennis between these two. Can Humbert grant them their wish?
That's not a great miss there. You know, just a second serve, routine second serve there. Didn't have a lot of pace or direction. That's a bit of a gift. Did catch the back of the line, but Shelton will still feel he's got to make that one.
If there was one big difference between them today, it's been kind of like the finishing shot from Humbert. Ben, for the most part, has been very clinical. There's just been a few careless ones from the Frenchman.
And Ben's done a really good job of making Humbert have to hit that one extra ball throughout. He passes well on the run. He's gotten a lot of these running passing shots down at the toes, so there's just that much more pressure on the mid-court ball.
30-15.
This right here is the area of the game where Shelton can make a massive improvement. It's a big game, and both of those returns on the deuced court are returns that just at his level, those have to be made. You have to make the guy endure a couple of those rally shots as he did in the previous point. Obviously a very high bar, but for his lofty goals and expectations, you don't see guys like Carlos or Jannik Sinner, those top guys, missing returns like that are on the racket in those crucial stages. Humbert coming in behind this backhand approach shot. Nice put away volley, high above the net.
Game, Humbert. 6 games on tiebreak.
A little shake of the racket to the fans, trying to endear himself even more, get their love.
Yeah, I like his body language. You know, majority of people in here probably think Shelton's winning this match, and of course he's very, very likely from this stage, but it's Humbert that matters most, what he thinks. And he's still engaged, he's still believing. Big tiebreak here.
And then French in the corner. What I'm being told by some helpful translators is that's the exact message that they've been telling Humbert throughout this set.
Fast start.
1-0.
Seized his opportunity.
I think that's the best forehand he's hit in the match. All things considered, you know, the magnitude of the point. And you could just hear the grunt. He really let the racket head go. No holding back.
You get the sense that he believes he can do this still, that he's still fully locked into the mission. Well, throughout this whole set, he only won 3 points on return for all 6 games of Shelton's serve, and he plays a great point there to start this off, and confidence growing. Shelton actually guessed right here. couldn't direct it back in the court.
Attitude decides your attitude, and Humbert is soaring right now. Shelton needs these next 2 points.
It's a good response. As you said, just the one mini break, you feel like it's still within striking distance. You get down double mini break, and you start feeling like it's a really big hill to climb.
First serve that he's hit like that out wide. 15 of them have not come back. Good, smart percentage tennis from Shelton.
A lot of pressure here on the first serve from Humbert. He's done really well behind the first serve, not as strong behind the second.
That was a magnificent rally from Shelton. He didn't hit his target on the serve, but Ben did a great job of being so disciplined. And it's the one thing when you watch these players play, especially the best players, just how much self-control they have when they know they can rip the ball 50% harder than they do. They pick the right shot at the right time.
Yeah, shot selection was so key here, and Ben again using some variety on the backhand side. I thought that was a beautiful chip. Putting Humbert in some uncomfortable positions, trying to pull a trigger on maybe a shot that there wasn't quite an opening. And now, whereas it looked like he was in a strong position at 3-0, this is right back to level. Shelton looking relaxed and comfortable.
Too much spin on a couple of the forehands in this game. The first point, it was still an awesome forehand, don't get me wrong, from Humbert to break open the opening point, but he'll probably feel as though that return got him too quickly on the defense, too far behind the baseline.
He caught the line, but he deserved it. As you said, he was so brave. He was really powerful going for those forehands.
So much to admire in that rally, from the return, the anticipation from Humbert, but the relentlessness from Shelton.
Well, I love the way he closed forward, even after that approach shot wasn't the direction that he was looking for. He got himself in good position, and then what an angle here. he a little stress relief there.
Shelton.
He's found a gold mine there.
Give a little smile and a nod at the corner with his dad over here. I think that there might have been a little direction.
Come on.
Brian just said, get your butt over there. We can say behind over there. Referring to covering the wide serve because of how often he's hit that slider.
Shelton.
He knew what he wanted to achieve, did Humbert. He just couldn't execute it.
Well, after all this has happened, so many ups and downs throughout set number 2, and then such great serving in set number 3, finds himself 2 match points.
In keeping with his character all the way through today. He fights to the end.
It's all open to you. Just be ready when he slaps that return. Come on. Let's go, champ.
Shelton sizzle. Seals the win.
7-6, 7-6.
And sends himself through to the second round.
You can see the energy and the passion, how fired up he is to be back here at Melbourne Park. Love the way he played that match point with confidence, not waiting around.
Shelton enjoying that victory, and rightly so, after both set 2 and 3 going to tiebreakers. Winning it in that fashion has got to feel good, and of course making it into the second round of the Australian Open, yeah, that's got a nice feeling to it too. We do have some people that are also fighting for this second round, as we're in the last day of round number 1 for both men's and women's singles. But I know over on Margaret Arena, we're looking at our women's singles, where the first set went the way of Rybakina there, and she's looking to be taking the victory, at least in the lead right now, on their second set.
She got it to fall, but it did not sound as solid, that forehand.
And I was just going to say, Chanda, I do have a feeling, I could be completely wrong, but that frame, I don't think it's good. And one of the forehands she missed long. Normally when you break a racket, you lose the control and the ball starts to fly. So I'm just wondering.
And it could be the penultimate of the match so far. Yvan cannot believe that she's just poked that wide. And so after an hour and 12 minutes, it's a match point for Elena Rybakina, who may or may not be playing with a slightly broken racket frame.
She's not telling. She's not admitting it.
She is so locked in. 6-4, 5-3, match point. And finishes the match with a 5th ace. A fantastic opening performance for Elena Rybakina, a former finalist here, a major champion. She gets the better of Cain of Slovenia. 6-4, 6-3, an entertaining battle, one dominated by the former Wimbledon champion serve.
Yeah, taking it just over an hour there to get the victory in this match. Moving on to the second round as well. Glad that we're able to catch the ending of that matchup. 6-4, 6-3. We saw it right there. And there is one last match that we get to have a look at the end of, because whilst everyone else has been able to get wins in straight sets on Rod Laver and here on Margaret Arena, Cain Arena is a whole different story. They're on their 5th and final set between Mikkelsen and Kachanov there. First set going the way of Mikkelsen, and he was able to ensure that his life in the Australian Open stays alive right now with that fourth set win, 7-5. And right now, first game going the way of 15th seed Kachanov.
13 losses for Hashanov. Alex, well, he's contested just 2. And he's lost both of them. Mickelson's 5-setters won both at Wimbledon, 2024 and 2025. Lloyd Harrison got him in the longest match that he's ever played, 3 hours and 28 minutes. And Miomir Kecmanovic also beat him at Wimbledon, 3 hours and 13 minutes.
Different prospect on grass, isn't it? Even though you say 3 hours and 28 minutes, the points are much more staccato. This has been punishing, and I would suggest a little warmer here than it was at Wimbledon when he played. He did well there, didn't he? Just to gather his thoughts at the back end of that fourth set, Alex Michelsen, and execute as well as he did. And it was pretty key, wasn't it, that he managed to... He got to that love 40 situation, so all of a sudden it just wasn't one isolated break point on an ad. It was pressure. Something he hadn't really been able to achieve was those consecutive break points. Kept
30-15.
being ad Michelsen, and Angelov was just serving so well to that backhand corner, but found a way. Well, I'd love to see the win predictor now. It swung wildly on a few occasions, so I would suggest now we're getting closer to a 50-50 prospect.
Give me your numbers right now. I had a crack at the last one. What do you think it is?
Well, I'll say 55-45 in favour of the Russian.
One game.
Same as what it was at the start of the match, given all things equal. There you go.
What do we got? 54,
current
46.
No.
Current?
88-12.
Wow.
Must be the 5-set record that's influencing that.
Well, that's, yeah. I mean, we've both got Hanchanov as the winner, but
Yeah, maybe because
not by that wild margin.
Michelsen has never won a 5-setter.
15.
Michelsen soon will be going into uncharted territory. He's never played a match longer than 3 hours and 28 minutes. Of course, just a reminder, if it does go to a deciding set tie break, it will be a 10-point match tie break, not a regular tie break, to decide the outcome of the match. First to 10 by a margin of 2. And of course, I'll tell you why I accentuate that. That'll work. Sebastian Offner in qualifying against Basavaredi was up 7-1. He just won that final point to go up. So he celebrated like he'd won, Wally. I don't know if you saw that.
I heard about it.
Yeah. Only to then eventually lose to Basavaredi, who came back, saved 2 match points and won something like 13-11. Good start in this 5th set for Hashano.
Leads to game
2-1.
Time.
Anytime you can find a bit of shade, it's something they've really worked hard on doing here, is providing more of it for the fans. Of course, there's water fountains spread all around the grounds. You can top up your water bottle. Plenty of sunscreen to be had. Got to try some of that Mecca sunscreen. One of the new sponsors this year at the AO. Product my wife is a big fan of, Wally. It's already cost me a lot of money. I've only been here 3 days.
Serve dominating at the moment, and it might just be who can sustain that first serve percentage or who can make some quality returns. There's a quality return. I mean, even if he makes a play at that, there's not much he can do but misjudged it, and it's easy to misjudge because you're basically unraveling from your service motion. You look up, the ball's coming back at you, and you've got to make a quick decision. Catches the back of the line.
Often wonder, Wally, at this stage in the match, is it harder to keep making meaningful serves, or was it tougher to make more meaningful returns?
Well, I think if the legs are heavy, that can certainly impact the serve.
Yep.
In terms of getting up and over the ball, no question about that. And then I think sometimes on return, when you play these longer matches, it's almost like if you can get that love 15 situation, or if you engage.
Yes.
If you can just find a way to get yourself in a service game. Well, it's a slight mishit, but it's paid dividends. We haven't seen quite as much of that attitude from Mickelson. We saw a lot of it in the first set, where he was so keen after a big shot to come forward, take the ball out of the air, and it was very successful for him. Less and less of that throughout the course of sets 2, 3, and 4. But there it is again. Wrapped that one around the frame, but the spin brought it in.
Just looking at the return points won by set, and that's why I asked the question, because when you win those points on serve, well, it's end up being the winner of the set, Wally.
Yep. So that's every now and then I just see that heavy, that one big step. 3 hours and 29. That's his longest match to date.
There's a reason why he's getting more aggressive. There's a reason for it. Okay, okay. There's a reason why he's being aggressive. Not because he likes it. Here you go, man. Come on. Let's go. Every point. Let's go, bud. 30 seconds at a time. Come on.
I like that message from Byron Manning. 30 seconds at a time. It's only the next point that matters.
And there's a tired forehand at end range from Hanchanov. Pretty good pickup. Midpoint there from Mickelson. Good hands. So now every time you can just take a little piece out of your opponent in these rallies, it could pay a dividend down the track. So Christoph Ligon was suggesting, look, there's a reason Hanchanov is being more aggressive. So he's trying to tell his opponent that, trying to tell his player that he's in his opponent's head. You're in his head.
Yeah, and perhaps he's feeling tired too.
He feels he has to be aggressive because you've got the ability to turn that point around quickly.
He's played a lot of long matches in his career, Hanchanov. Listen to this, 5 hours 35, 4:34, 4:31, 4:30, 4:26, 3:59, 3:51. It's a list of his 7 longest matches. I can tell you, he's never won any of those.
Wow.
Excuse me. He has won 1.
Do we know the opponents?
He has won 1.
Because we might be talking...
Michael Ema. He beat Michael Ema here. Sorry, just the 1 out of 6.
Deep in the majors, some of those matches against some real quality players.
Not too deep.
Well, there it is again. He's crowding the baseline, Mickelson. He wants to be aggressive, and Hanchanov just fires it into the body, into the left hip. Ties him up. Probably doesn't need to be quite so aggressive with his position there on second serve. Just stay slightly behind the baseline, meet the ball around the baseline.
Come on, let's make him work. Make him work for you. It's okay. Come on, here we go.
Did you hear that, Robbie?
No, I didn't quite catch it.
Christoph suggested, come on, European style. Make him play, work for it. Play hard court tennis with a European clay court mentality. Fight. Oh, that's it's a bit of an all or nothing second serve, isn't it? 173 out wide.
Katsana leads 3 games to 2.
Time.
Has done so well to extend this match into a fifth. Because Shanov had him under all kinds of pressure in that fourth set. Putting the Mikkelsen serve under forensic scrutiny. Mikkelsen has bounced back beautifully, taken us deep into a fifth. Uncharted territory for Mikkelsen as far as duration of a match is concerned. This is now his longest match ever in his career.
No 15.
I tell you, this is the sweet spot in Hashanov's five-set career.
13.
He has never lost a five-setter that's gone the duration between 3 hours 39 and 3 hours 49. And he's played a fair few of them, Wally. 6 to be exact.
So you're seeing the wins and losses as very time relevant. Windows.
Just looking at all options.
Difference there, isn't it?
No.
Mikkelsen tried to make something happen on a second serve, and Hachanov served it at 176 into the corner. That was 155 in the middle of the square. Took advantage. So quickly out to love 40.
That's a sloppy game.
But Robbie, we've seen it so many times, haven't we? You know, Mikkelsen, he works so hard at the back end of the fourth there to effect a break. He's locked in. He gets the job done. He breathes a sigh of relief. And just for that one moment, loses concentration. You're tired, it's hot, your opponent's been at you all day long. You've concentrated well for long periods of time and you just have that momentary lapse. And you lose your serve to love. Now he's got to regroup. Cannot dwell on what has just occurred. So that's a string of 6 points right here. That's pretty crucial, isn't it?
Sheer brilliance. Decision making in his shot selection is in full HD right now. Beautiful clarity of thought. Not trying to overplay here. It's all about spin control.
Game 13.
It's better than most. Working the momentum perfectly. It's just a game away now is the Russian. 5-2 in the fifth, he leads. Still thinking about that service game. But you're not out of it. That's what Flieger's message is. You're not out of it. Serving to stay in the match.
Love 15. Love 30.
Come on.
Well, this is just pedal to the metal for Hashanov.
Love 40.
He could end it right here, right now.
Thank you.
3 match points.
Dig deep. Come on, mate.
Got to try and make him serve it out. But it's match point number 2 for the Russian. Given Hashanov a taste of his own medicine.
Come on, mate. Keep digging, mate. Keep digging. Come on. Come on, mate. Keep digging. Come on.
Also spice things up just a little bit more.
Go, champ. Go, champ. Come on.
What a service hold. Mickelson digging deep into his manual of masterpieces to survive that game. And in an instant, the pressure reverts to Hashanov. serving for a place in the second round.
15-11.
Never lost a 5-setter between 3 hours 39 and 3 hours 49 in duration. He's in that sweet spot now as the Russian. Mickelson just claws another point back. Or should I say rips it back. There's the skill merchant. That's Alex Mickelson. Not for the first time. Some wonderful feel in the forecourt. He's come in 43 times in this match. But on the 5 occasions he's come in this set, he's been successful on all 5. Shimonov's pulse has got to be racing. What a response. You talk about a big-time play on a big-time point.
40-30.
Fourth match point beckons.
Come on, can do. Come on. Here we go. Here we go. Come on.
What an impressive return of serve. Perhaps a little bit of cramp.
Advantage, Jannik.
Setting in for Mickelson, the way he hopped out of that. Match point number 5. All-out attack. Just brilliant shot making. There's no wriggle room. It has to be bang on. And it was just that. Five match points have been saved now by the American. can tell you what. We have just gone past 3 hours and 49 minutes. And as I mentioned, that was the safety net for Khachanov in his 5-set matches. He's played a bunch of them between 3 hours and 39, 3 hours and 49. He's never lost. He's facing a break point here.
Next one.
A wry smile on the Russian's face. Here he comes. The Mikkelsen freight train.
Advantage, Mikkelsen.
And if you haven't been with us throughout the course of this one, Khachanav's ability to save break points, but especially so on that ad side, has been uncanny. So many meaningful first serves have been struck. A lot of aces, fair few unreturns.
Advantage, Khachanov.
And it's more of the same in this 9th game of the 5th set. How you play under pressure is all that really matters in sport. Match point number 6. Even the commentator's curse there.
You're strong. Come on, you're strong.
Robbie, I have dived into the whisper position. I was nearly going to come back up and join you for the remainder of this match, but isn't it unbelievable the job that Mikkelsen is doing just to hang in there?
Isn't it just well? Chose the wrong side.
Advantage, Khachanov.
He would like that one over again, wouldn't he?
Wouldn't he just?
Mikkelsen just... There was no venom on that backhand whatsoever.
Match point number 7. And it is indeed 7th heaven for Karen Khachanov, who maintains his perfect record of always reaching at least the 2nd round here in Melbourne. It was a high-quality affair from first ball to last. He prevails in 5 highly entertaining sets, does the Russian.
Yeah, looking at these two players on paper coming into this match, both previously having made the 3rd round and 4th round at the Australian Open, respectively, you knew it was going to be close. You knew it was going to be entertaining. But oh my goodness, it feels insane that we got to witness that 5th and final set play out the way it did. Mickelson just unfortunately not able to bring it back and even it up in that 5th set. And that's a massive congratulations to Kachanov there, who worked hard for it. That is one way we can describe what happened here throughout not only the match, but that final set as well. Worked hard, putting in almost 4 hours of effort there. It's been a long day, and that's 2 matches done on all 3 of our courts here. Over at Rod Laver Arena, we concluded those matches a little bit earlier, where we were closely following Madison Keys, defending Australian Open champion, get her victory in straight sets, soon followed by Shelton getting his straight sets against Humber there. Margaret Court Arena having also, sorry, I should mention the fact that we are going to be having more games later today as well. But Margaret Court Arena just having an interesting day with a retirement starting them off in the middle of the 4th set there. And then the women's singles being won by 5th seed Rybakina there as well. And later on in the day, getting to see 10th seed in the women's singles and then our 31st seed as well for the men's there. And here on Cain Arena, what we did just get to see is 15th seed Kachanov clinch out the win for himself there. Earlier, it was Valentova getting the win over what would have been favorite 30th seed Joint there in the morning session. And later on today, we will get to see some more Australians playing in Inglis and Burrell there for the women's singles. And yeah, it's crazy to think that we're already coming to near the conclusion of our round 1 in men's and women's singles, but we're going to have a look at just some of the best moments from the morning, as there is still plenty more tennis to come.
And she's very good at taking opportunities by Jordan way inside.
That little bit of extra physical effort it takes gives you a little bit more time.
Oh, picked the wrong spot.
She is really hitting the ball very, very well and deep. And of course, Maya's having to neutralize a lot of balls, but if she can get inside these rallies and well, it's a great shot from Maya, and obviously really engaging the crowd. If we can get this crowd a little bit more vocal for Maya, that's going to lift her spirits out here today.
That's a tremendous half volley. Gee, that forehand just a little bit fortunate to clear the net.
That's long. Teresa Valentova, 18 years of age from Czechia, upsetting the number 30 seed and Australia's number 1 in a very, very fine performance.
Adi. Very nice. It's AO. Receive? Okay, perfect.
That's nice work.
To take advantage of playing from the easier end.
Oh, he's made it. Oh, a smile from Collignon, but how important is that shot?
We thought it was going to come, and it has. Musetti, the break, 3-2. And
Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Ukraine, Alexandra Olyanikova. Defending champion, Madison Keys.
It's the special moment that Madison Keys has waited 12 months for, the chance to defend the title.
Yes, your call. Receive. You stay there.
She's got a magic touch. Easing. That's the job done for Keys.
New ball,
She
please.
can head to her chair. The defence of the title is underway for Madison Keys. A shaky...
AO? Perfect. And we still take a photo in this direction, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Cain Arena as we get towards the completion.
is clear. Let's go, buddy.
Thank you. This is in God's hands.
Three big screens, different matches, and there's a lot of good times as hopefully we'll receive here. These two. It's always good to see someone making their debut at a Grand Slam, and this is Royer's first main draw at the Australian Open. Got to the second round of qualifying here last year, so he knows the environment, but this is a big step up. Has been to the second round of Wimbledon and the US Open. They had a win over Tsitsipas in the first round of Wimbledon, had to retire Tsitsipas, so he knows what it's all about.
Yeah, I haven't seen him play for a few years. I actually watched him play a qualifying match at the US Open a couple of years ago against Ethan Quinn, and I haven't really seen him too much since then. He's obviously made a lot of progress. Ranking is up inside the top 60. And I've talked to a couple of the coaches that have seen him a little bit as he's been progressing, and have heard that he's made some adjustments in his game, that he's playing a much more aggressive style than when I saw him a couple of years ago at qualifying. So I'm interested as well to watch him and see where he's at with his game.
So Royer will serve here to get us underway. Players taking their positions. Play of Germany in the chair.
First set. Valentin.
So here we go. Underway.
We're not going to have trouble finding Royer on the court in that hot pink.
Well, with how long the men's singles match went earlier between Kachanov and Mikkelsen, there was like a little bit of delay, but now our players are on the court warming up and pretty much ready to get straight into their first set now. It's Royer up against Fritz, and Royer making his debut, his debut here as main seed for the Australian Open. So I'm sure he's eager to get in and prove himself, getting the first point there in game 1 of the first set.
See him here in the very first game, returning from a relatively deep position, especially for Taylor. Taylor tends to be a little bit more of an aggressive returner, stands in a little bit more, taking the returns early. Showing some respect for the Frenchman's serve right off the bat.
For Taylor. J15.
So comfortable service game for the Frenchman. That's what you like when you're brand new to this environment. Stress-free. Look at Fritz's season last year. It was kind of a typical Taylor Fritz season. Had its ups and downs, roller coaster. He got a couple of titles, both of them on grass in the lead up to Wimbledon. Grand Slam season built, third round at the Australian Open, first round at the French, then semi-final at Wimbledon off the back of that good grass court lead-in and quarter-final. The US Open, so he's always there and thereabouts, isn't he? 67%. Kind of feel that's a bit skinny for Fritz here. Maybe Win Predictor understands the knee grumbles.
Yeah, if I was the Win Predictor, I think I'd be a little higher than that for sure.
Doesn't like going strongly into the 70s though, Win Predictor. Kind of has some feelings for the underdog.
A bit of a late decision there by Taylor to take that ball out of the air with a full swinging volley. More of a recognition error there. That's a little bit more
15 all.
classic and typical for Taylor Fritz. Nice serve in one. Forehand off the court. This is what you want to be setting up as much as you can as a player. Got what he wanted there again. Just missed it by the smallest of margin. Big opportunity early here for Royer. Another first ball there from Fritz. And to look at a second serve now.
And it's wide. So that is a fast start for Royer. And for Taylor Fritz, something to contemplate.
Yeah, perfect start for the Frenchman. Taylor, 3 first ball errors there. 2 off the backhand, 1 off the forehand. Just giving too much help to Royer there. Good deep return through the middle. Right now, first ball errors from the server seem to be the norm. Got to do a little better job defending on that ball, executing. Taylor's were more offensive opportunities. That was a very defensive position for Royer to have to try to play from. Little training session, backhand to backhand there. Fritz getting the better of it, forced Royer into a ball that was middle that he could find the forehand on. Taylor generally very comfortable in that kind of an exchange from the backhand corner. Very confident always in his backhand. Fritz creating a couple of break point opportunities here to get the break right back.
30-14.
One erased, 2:04 down the middle.
So Fritz breaks straight back on serve early in this opening set. Doors open, crowds charge in. Let some of them in on the sides if they're particularly up the back, not in the way of the eye line of the players, but at either end here, there's still plenty of spare seats as the crowd work their way in after that change. Actually scheduled as a night session, even though it's not before 5 o'clock here on Cain Arena.
Yeah, come join us over here.
Yeah.
Fill it up.
The top section is ground pass on either side, and the rest of the seats are ticketed, so it's generally a pretty popular venue.
I'm a fan of the idea of letting the fans in during play.
Even straight behind the servers?
Possibly. Possibly. We have to make the experience better for the fans.
Yeah.
We have to worry a little bit more about the spectators and the fans and their experience. I think one of the worst things we do in tennis is locking people out for 2 games, 3 games sometimes, you know, and people have paid good money to come in and watch tennis, and they're stuck outside.
It's interesting, isn't it? Obviously, as you rise through the ranks, you move to the big courts, but on the outside courts, it's a total zoo.
Absolutely.
When you walk around, and as you do, I like to get out there and have a look to see what's going on, and you know, there's some quality players playing on, you know, what you would, you know, court 12 or 13, and of course we've got the party court here, and it's about to be a match there featuring the Australian James Duckworth. It will be going off. If you're playing there on a Saturday night, it's like being in a nightclub.
Love 13.
Trouble again immediately for Fritz on his serve. This is where maybe, as we mentioned before, is the knee a factor in relationship to what types of serves he's selecting, how big he's going after the serve. Well played there.
15-13. Let first serve.
Goodness. That's just poorly executed. Not sure that one had anything to do with the knee. Mid-court forehand up. Here we see Taylor's, the depth of his knee bend on the serve. Definitely got down there, but that would be the position where he'd be feeling some pain potentially. That's one of the first times we've seen him go really big to the tee.
the break once again, trading them at the moment.
3 breaks in a row. Fritz was really focused on the Royer backhand there. Royer finally got himself into a position where he could take a full swing at an aggressive forehand. He pulled inside in and got himself ahead in the point there. Nice drop shot. See if you can consolidate the break now. Wasn't able to after the last time.
15.
Couple of quick, easy points to get himself a lead in this game. Tennis is a whole lot easier when you make first serves. Three first serves, no ground strokes hit. He'll love that.
That helps the cause, doesn't it, for Royer, who got off to the fast start, had his serve broken, but now 4-1.
Okay, welcome into the ninth session here on Cain Arena. We love to get you up on the big screen as much as we can. Hello there, welcome to
time.
You are on the big screen, and we're going to have a bit of fun on the court. And not before here tonight. We've got some trivia coming up later on. I'll try and pop up in the crowd and ask some questions. And we'll work around with our camera as much as we can. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
Fritz's coach, Michael Russell, there. It's a very fast player, only 18 minutes so far for the 4-1 scoreline, but not quite as swift. He's a bit like a shark, Taylor. Needs to keep moving. Likes for the action to be constant. Doesn't like hanging around. He needs to hold serve here, and Royer keeps serving them up.
Yeah, this start has been very un-Fritz-like for what I've become accustomed to seeing from him over the last year and a half, 2 years, as he's risen into the elite ranking areas of the game.
Wait, please, wait, please.
Good serving in this game.
40-15.
Important for him to stay only one break behind at one break, you feel like he's got a legitimate chance to get back into the set.
Game Fritz. Royer leads by 4 games to 2.
Particularly against an opponent who's on debut at the Australian Open. Closing out the set can cause a little bit of tension sometimes.
Can be a bit of an adventure. Those are the moments where we see the nerves come out a little bit. Shot selection, execution can sometimes drop off. The return games so far from Fritz have been well below his standard. Missed returns. Just needs to tighten everything up. Get into the points right now with Royer.
Oh.
Third Taylor.
Well constructed point there from Fritz. Good aggression with the forehands.
15.
That's well done from Taylor Fritz. That was an interesting point. Royer had a moment there where he was able to find a little bit of offense. That backhand down the line, not quite down the line enough. A little bit pulled into the middle of the court. Didn't make Fritz move too wide. Able to really lay into that forehand cross court.
Oh.
And another.
13-14.
Taylor's starting to find his range here a little bit. Royer's lost his first serve a little bit. He needs to find one right here. What a return.
So another break.
New ball space.
Back on serve. Said that a couple of times.
Royer leads by 4 games to 3.
4-3 to the Frenchman. It's been a strange 24 minutes, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a little bit spotty from both the guys. More so from Taylor than what you would expect for sure.
opportunities, but the conversion rate's been strong. Get one, take one.
Yeah, it's Taylor losing serve and then being able to break back.
Time.
Almost full on Cain Arena after the change from the day to the night session. Previous fans shuffled out, new fans ushered in. Already had 4 breaks of serve here. Opening set.
See if Taylor can get his second service hold. He's got 3 games on the board and 2 of them are breaks. There's a bit of pinball tennis right there. Both guys maintaining pretty tight position to the baseline. Snapping balls up off the court when they get through deep. Makes for a very bang bang quick kind of exchange.
30-15.
Big second serve there from Fritz. 189 on the second serve there.
He's finding his range, isn't he? There was some scrappiness to his play early. All round serve, ground strokes long, but he knows where the court is at the moment.
Game, Fritz.
And that wasn't commentator's curse there, so that pleases me as well. 4-4. I've just pumped him up and he emphasised what he's been doing with the big ace. So thank you, Taylor.
Yeah, credit to Taylor especially. Not getting too frustrated in the early portion of that set. It dropped serve twice. Starting to look more and more confident though right now. We've seen that pattern, that exchange occur a few times here. I think that's a little advantage to Fritz when they start going backhand to backhand. Royer needs to try and look for, be more aggressive, moving to a forehand there like that. I don't think you can just be satisfied to sit in that backhand corner and just exchange backhands the whole time.
For Taylor.
Good service game. Thank you very much, Taylor. 5-4. Just 29 minutes. That's the thing for Royer here. He's got off to a good start, had some opportunities, soaked up a little bit of the pressure recently. Still well and truly in it, even though you kind of feel like Fritz's game level has gone up from what we saw right at the very beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. He's raised his level a little bit as the sets moved on. But I think also if you're Royer, there's a psychology, I think, to the fact that you break first and then get broken back, break again, get broken back. You feel like, I should have been there. And I think if you're Fritz, on the other hand, when you're breaking back to get back on serve, there's a little bit more of a boost there psychologically where you feel a little bit more positive. I think that Royer's scenario here tends to be a little bit more of a negative thought process. That being said, he's now got a position here where you put some balls in play and you create some scoreboard pressure now with Fritz serving at 4-5.
So the roller coaster first set getting towards the business end. Fritz serving to keep this one going.
It's a way to start out the game. Taylor definitely finding the range on the serve as well. One of the biggest weapons in his game.
Good service game. If you don't like playing swiftly, do you feel uncomfortable when you're playing against Fritz? Because he's so quick. Clock rarely gets anywhere into the last 10 seconds when he's serving.
Yeah, I think that as an opponent on the other side, you can definitely try and slow him down a little bit, hold him up. You can go to the towel box. You can put a hand up and just hold him up for a second or so. That's the first really aggressive play coming forward that we've seen from Royer. Well done there. I like this. It's a way for him to try and get out of that backhand to backhand exchange that's happening a lot. Fritz doing a phenomenal job there of spreading the ball around the court. Well, you're outside the singles line on that side and then can't get to that one to close it out.
40-15.
High pressure point here for both guys now. Royer there looking to close that game out. Fritz fighting to keep himself alive.
Just long.
Fritz creating more scoreboard pressure for Royer now. Found the first serve that time. Great depth from Fritz there. Causes the error. You feel right now that Royer's digging deep, throwing everything he has at him, try and get through this game. This is where the experience, Fritz's comfort level at this point in the set can make a massive difference.
And the psychology of having broken serve first and thinking I shouldn't be in this position. That can obviously play a role as well. The mentality. Tennis, you have to forget the past quickly. I'd be no good at that.
Yeah, we say
you've just got to constantly think about the future.
Short-term memory loss is important.
Break point here. It's a big one too at the stage of the opening set.
Royer getting the best of that backhand-to-backhand exchange. You see Taylor's reaction. Taylor tends to be a little emotive, verbal at times on the court.
point lead, 6-5.
It was a great effort on his part to fight through that game. 40-15 up. Couldn't close either of those 2 points out to close out the game, and then it turned into a battle. He held his nerve.
Time.
So Taylor Fritz moves towards the service position at the southern end here, looking to send this to a tie break in the opening set.
Nice touche.
Interesting, the positioning of the Fritz coaching entourage.
Yeah, we noticed that was Mike Russell, Paul Annacone, and Taylor's physio Wolfgang. They're sitting in the stands above the court rather than in the coaching box. And I'm pretty sure that you're not allowed to actually coach from that position.
So here, you've got, that's the player entourage.
Yes, area.
Family and friends, etc. And then we've got a coaching box down on the court that's got, I think, 4 seats. Maybe more if you want to squeeze a few more in. But that's
30,
right
50.
down on the court, which is strange for Fritz. There we go, empty.
Yep. That's the actual coaching box. And I believe the rules are that in order to actually coach, you have to be in that designated area.
Which is a bit strange for Fritz, because he likes to talk.
He does,
and he's got a good relationship.
Maybe he doesn't want to. Maybe he doesn't want a response.
Well, it hasn't been his style.
It is an interesting scenario that his entire team, including the brain trust for tactics and everything else that goes on during the match for him, is sitting up in that area where you're not allowed to coach from.
40-30.
Same scenario we had in the last game. Fritz up 40-15, trying to close out the game. Double fault there at 40-15, and this point now becomes very big for both guys. Well done.
So we're off to tie break, opening set.
6 games all.
Had any possibility, really, given that we had 4 breaks of serve.
Royer looking more and more comfortable in that exchange. I think Taylor Fritz tends to be supremely confident out of that backhand corner. In his head, most of the time he would be, this is an advantage for me. It's interesting mid-point there. Royer hit a ball much more central in the court, and Fritz actually moved to his right to take a backhand rather than looking for a forehand from that position.
1-all.
Always feel that the tie-break previous performances don't necessarily indicate what can happen unless you've got a massive serve, of course. But Fritz, 311 tie-breaks in his career. Royer at this level, ATP Tour level, 17, would have played a lot, obviously, at the Challengers, where he's been spending most of his time as he rises up through the ranks. But there's a lot of experience Fritz's side. He's got a winning record in tiebreakers.
I think so much of being successful in tiebreakers is just holding your nerve, being able to execute that last ball from Fritz. Pretty basic rally ball that he made an unforced error on there. Royer, the one to step up, take the risk. And he executes. Held this ball. Fritz did not expect that ball based on the previous exchanges. Backhand to backhand. Nice angle found there from Fritz on that serve. (4-2) on the changeover. David, play is continuous. What's going on here?
Yeah, well, it's you're talking. You're not. Do you want to get me going? Do you want to get me going? They should be forced to walk on the other side, unless the conditions are absolutely extreme. You should have to change ends at the opposite side.
All right. Let's make a proposal.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be against that.
I think that's part of it in a tie break. If you say, as you say, players continuous.
Good serving from Taylor.
4-3, Royer.
Holding that position with just one mini break down.
Now we talked about the mental side of the game as you get close to the finish line. There's double fault.
First double fault, he goes to the towel right at his coaching box. Have to be some words of encouragement from Julien Gillette there as he goes to the box. See if he can find a serve here. Well done. Nicely played by Royer there. Fritz gave him a little bit of angle to work with, and he took advantage of it. Spread the court out there. Broke the sideline there early. That's a great delivery from Fritz. Good movement on the ball, great accuracy. Oh, goodness.
Such a big point, isn't it, in tie-break 5-all, and then gets a set point.
That was a massive point. Royer stepped back, gave himself a little bit of extra space. Number one objective when you're going a little deeper to return from is to put the ball in play.
Yeah, particularly off a second serve. It was a short one too. So now set point to Fritz. And he feels been behind almost the entire set, both on the scoreboard and just the emotions of what we've seen.
Well done, ball boy.
Well, Fritz somehow manages to find a way out and says, I'm not quite sure how I've done it, but I have. Takes the opening set in the tie-break. "53 minutes. And that'll have a little bit of scar tissue for the Frenchman.
It definitely didn't feel like Taylor was the better player throughout that set necessarily. Picked his pocket at the end.
So we look at the statistics. What do we see here? First serve percentage, okay. Fritz 81% when it goes into strong number. They're both even on winners unforced error ratio.
That second serve points won percentage, 25% only for Taylor, but he won the big one. That 5-all point in the breaker on a second serve.
So as we take a look at the highlights, was Royer again quickly breaking Fritz's serve. First opportunity up, stroke broke straight back, and Royer broke again. It wasn't until the 7th game that Fritz was able to get back on terms, get it to the tie break. It was all going along pretty smoothly for the Frenchman. Just had his nose in front, not by a huge margin, but he was, and then just got a little edgy, the back end.
Yeah, you think about he was up a mini break, threw in a double fault, and then at 5-all, second serve look, and went deep in the court, give himself extra time and missed the return. Those 2 points absolutely killed him in the breaker.
So he's got to regroup now.
Second
and
serve.
for Fritz,
Fritz to serve.
I kind of feel that there's still more to come. Hasn't been at his best. Had a 5-minute patch in the middle where he really started to hit his straps after being a little loose early.
Nice serving one. It'll be interesting to see here at the start of this set if Royer can maintain his focus, his concentration, or if dropping that tiebreaker affects him negatively in any way.
Fritz can really drop the hammer as well, and he's capable of doing exactly that.
Absolutely. Taylor looking pretty energized on that point right there, covering a lot of ground. was an interesting selection. Went for a massive second serve there, 206. Missed it by a good 3.5 meters. Interesting there on the deuce side, second serve again. Fritz went flat T, 199 on the second serve.
So Fritz holds opening service game. Just looking at that first serve for Fritz, the average first serve speed 194, down a little bit from what he has. If you look at his last season, last couple of years, he's in and around the high 190s, 200s for average first serve. So it's not a huge discrepancy. Thought it might, for contemplating, as we saw at the beginning of that set, the pop that talked about his knee, having some grumbles there. It's a pretty healthy first serve average.
Still pretty good numbers.
Not too many spare seats at Cain Arena. Approaching 7 p.m. local time.
First really negative reaction we've seen from Royer. Misses this volley and gave the court a little bit of a swipe there. Frustration building maybe a little bit after losing that first set. Both guys maneuvering the ball extremely well. Royer getting the best of the point in the end. Who says you need topspin, David? That last ball off of Royer's racket had a bit of side spin on it. What an angle off the return.
30.
Watch how short this ball hits in the court. Stretches Royer about as far as you can possibly go.
He's like a boa constrictor, just tightly, slowly squeezing and squeezing.
He's not giving much away now. Starting to settle in. What a great forehand from that position.
Serve.
Good response. Break point down. Nice touch here. Not an easy ball necessarily.
He did a good job there. Royer saved the break point. Opening service game for him. Just a little mental boost after going close, pushing Fritz in the opening set.
Yeah, saving a break point in that game. Came up with the ace. Nicely done. David enjoying the pace of play. 3 quick points from Fritz.
That's how he likes to do it. He just keeps the opponent on edge. And when you do a quick service game like that, you sit down and have a rest, look at the scoreboard and see you're in front.
Do you need a rest?
You just like to build the anxiety of your opponent, I think.
Couple of aces. Nice backhand off the court, cross court.
And some players, as you know, Brad, they take all of the time. Royer's going to be busy here because I think he's re-gripping his racket.
Yeah, he's gonna do his best Richard Gasquet imitation.
You know, I like fast plays, good plays. Wish it applied more on the golf course.
Fast play makes fast friends.
You know, the time clock was there because, as you know, Brad, a rule is brought in because it's there to solve a problem or something happens, and I'm not sure if he's actually re-gripping or he's just removing the plastic from his racket there. Anyway, rule is brought in 25 seconds because it was stretching out and out and out, and there are a lot of players who will take the entire 25 seconds. And there others don't worry about it too much. Have a look at that scene. Grand Slam Oval on the left-hand side at night lights up like Disneyland. Huge crowds, over 100,000 the first couple of days, another record crowd today. Got a seat, that's the spot to watch. But if you're not in a stadium watching the tennis, you can sit outside there and enjoy everything.
Well done here by Taylor again. Taylor continuing as he was towards the end of the first set to just seems like he's raising his level just a little bit. A little more aggression combined with a little better execution. It's going to put Royer in some real pressure. He's got to step up here with what he's doing with his game. He's going to have to raise the level to meet what Fritz is bringing to him now.
So when you look at the winners' unforced error ratio, first set for Fritz it was square 21 apiece. Now it's 8-2 on the winning side, and not much change for Royer really. He was even on the first set, and he's even on the second set. So Fritz more winners.
Yeah.
There we go. That's a winner.
Got away with it a little bit there. He was forced into that. Gave Fritz a couple of looks at both a middle forehand and a middle backhand. Forced into defense, but he came up with the goods. That's one that you expect Fritz to make. Still a big point here, 30 all for both players.
Fritz launched himself at the return of serve.
It was interesting. He hit such a big return there, and then he kind of settled in on the next couple balls, and I wouldn't say he pushed him, but definitely wasn't as aggressive, and just gets a simple, basic unforced error that time from Royer. Keeping the pressure on. Well done.
He played 2 good points on both his service games so far when he had the break point, the ace, his first service game to save, and some nice work there as well. Continuing to rise to the occasion.
See if Fritz attacks this second serve as much as he did on the last deuce point.
a good rally. Enjoyable to watch and listen to the sounds. And
Advantage, Fritz.
Roy's doing a good job of hanging in there. The pressure that Fritz is applying is immense. Another break point.
That was Fritz countering on that point. Royer, that exchange backhand to backhand, and then Royer was the first to take a risk, took a backhand down the line, took a forehand down the line, hit 3 balls in a row, down the line, down the line, down the line, and Fritz able to retrieve on all 3. Kept the depth. Good serving. Last 2 break points, he's gone out to the backhand, and Fritz has been leaning, looking for a forehand there. Got caught both times.
Two from 2 on the catch.
The Aussies love a good catch.
The pressure from Fritz is enormous.
Advantage, Fritz.
Royer opting to defend down the line there, left a wide open court for Fritz to play into with a cross-court forehand.
Well, he's been superb on defending these break points, and it's come from the serve. What's he got here? 3rd break point for Fritz. Fritz gives him the nod.
He went all in on that one. Oh, that's a well-executed drop shot.
Advantage.
As they say in French, the mortier. Nice little touch here.
That's some excellent work from Valentin Royer. Saves 3 break points. Did it in style with a second serve ace.
A pleasure. That is the back and forth that we're witnessing right now on Cain Arena. But giving you guys a brief update of where our other matches are heading, as it is time that we're going to be seeing the kickoff of our Margaret Arena match in the women's singles as Katie Walter up against Belinda Bencic there. And then, of course, what a lot of people have been waiting for, as you can see the roof of the Rod Laver Arena opening there, is the men's singles. It's going to be Hugo Gaston up against defending champion in Jannik Sinner.
I'm not serving, but I'm fine with it. I think the ushers got the score wrong there. They opened the gates and started letting people in.
Taylor.
continuing that dominance on serve. Building the pressure on Royer. 3-2, Fritz leads.
Okay, red light crowd in tonight. We're going to get your big screen. We have 5 seconds to do so. Hello there, welcome to you. How's this weather, Melbourne?
Time.
Absolutely perfect. Of course, another match coming up. This one to Aussie girls will be out here.
Actually not too far away on Rod Laver Arena and Margaret Court Arena, so plenty of fans spilling around. And if you're watching wherever you might be and you want one of those t-shirts or the hats, the bucket hats have been particularly popular, then the AO shop is the place to go. Great range of merchandise, hugely popular in store around the venue. All manner of merchandise available. Towels always popular. Huge number of hats on offer this year. AO shop, place to go online.
I like that play from Royer. Little attacking coming forward. He made that play a couple of times in the first set and then kind of got away from it. I'd love to see him try and be a little bit more consistent with finding opportunities to attack and come forward. Play the score a little bit more. Perfect scenario right here at a 30 love. You got a little bit of a lead in this game. Maybe throw in a little serve and volley, or look to play serve and 2. Serve, approach shot, come forward if you can.
Okay, so having had some struggles on serve, tight service games, that's a confidence booster for a Frenchman holding to love.
Ouais, il faut. Allez.
Taylor struggling a little bit with his dribbling skills. Wow.
Backhand's okay though.
That was well done. And Royer stood in, tried to take the return a little bit early there. Got it on Taylor, and Taylor just said, "That's not a problem for me. Just redirect that down the line for a winner."
30-15. (40-15).
That's a bomb. That was a bomb on that one. 2:15.
Fastest serve of the match so far for Fritz, who leads 4-3. And he dropped 1 point. Last couple of service games has been strong in that department. To his credit, Roy hanging tough here against world number 9.
He hasn't made it easy for Fritz, that's for sure. Some of that was Fritz not making it easy on himself in the first set. But Royer's done an admirable job. Really felt like he outplayed Fritz for most of that first set, including really in the tiebreaker. Just threw in two bad points in the breaker, and Fritz basically picked his pocket. This scenario is, we talk about it all the time, where Royer's serving from behind now.
We're going to take a bit of a pause in the action happening at Jannik Cain Arena. Very quickly see that Margaret Court Arena has begun their women's singles match. The first game in the first set going towards 10th seed Bencic there. But the one that we really want to be focusing right now is on Rod Laver Arena, where it is going to be two-time defending champion here at the Australian Open, Jannik Sinner, up against Hugo Gaston.
More solid on his two-handed backhand. You could see Sinner really hammering away at the forehand, but it stood up to the test on that occasion.
Promising start for Gaston. Never beaten a top 5 player before, lost his previous 4 meetings. And has already achieved something that's been very difficult to do. His last 3 tournaments of last year, Vienna, Paris and Turin, 15 matches in total for Jannik. He was broken just 7 times. And in fact, and when you consider the quality of the opposition he was playing, there were 10 top 10ers across those 15 matches. He only had to face 25 break points. So 3 break points early here for Gaston is a meaningful stat.
Big opportunity there. Love the way he took the backhand early. Good approach and well, not just a makeable volley, probably a volley he should have been winning the point with. Just looked like he took too big a swing, and racket face very open. I was expecting a little drop volley there from from the Frenchman. And there you go. 3 break points, but he watches 2 aces go past him, and that one chance that he had, you have to take it if you're to have any shot whatsoever.
Advantage, Sinner.
Brilliant serving from Sinner to dig himself out of a hole at the start of this contest. And that serve has been through many iterations over the last couple of years, and it is fascinating to see how it's all suddenly kind of come together in the last year. Greg Evans was so close, so close.
It's American, isn't he? They need a big mitt to catch those.
It's serve which kind of changed a little bit after Roland Garros in 2023. Prior to Rome 2023, he'd gone into a slightly shorter motion. The ball toss had been straightened up a little bit. It was a little bit too far to left at US Open last year. It was a little too far to the right, they felt, and they had to bring it back. He's gone through a step up. He's gone through the platform serve in terms of not moving his feet whatsoever. I always said a little bit about changing a stroke. There is a little bit of haphazard alchemy when it comes to stroke production, when you are changing it from its natural mechanics. You're never entirely sure at the start what it's going to look like at the end and what the best outcome is going to be. You can't have a vision of it. But when it does come together, as it has for Jannik, it has made him almost unstoppable.
It's a shame. So well to hang in the point. Yeah, I think the US Open final, his loss to Alcaraz, you know, I didn't think he played particularly well that tournament, if I'm honest, and I wasn't surprised by the final. But I think it was a little bit of a line in the sand for Sinner to go, okay, I need to look at my game again. The serve was obviously high on the agenda, and I think bringing variety back into his performance in terms of mixing in the odd slice, mixing in the occasional drop shot. We saw that work very well from him in Turin to finish the season as well. And yeah, some net play, which he's worked on, I know, a lot this pre-season. But yeah, the serve has worked beautifully, hasn't it? He just looks in a better position. He's a little more side on. The ball toss is under control. And as we saw in that opening game, 3 aces already to serve himself out of trouble. What a weapon that is to have for the guy that's probably the best baseliner in the game on a hard court anyway. There's a real tempo to the early exchanges here. Gaston, it looks to me like he's making a conscious effort to try not be pushed back off the baseline and just spend the entirety of this match chasing the ball. He's trying to go toe-to-toe early.
Well, he's not wrong to think that, is he? The further he gets back and the closer he gets back to the Melbourne sign on this court, the more that Jannik is going to be able to exploit the angles and pull the Frenchman off the court. Great vision. Couldn't convert the break points, but he does a game point on his own serve, and so important to insert yourself in the conversation nice and quickly. He's caught that pretty late as well. You can understand why Sinner kind of had already had to gamble going cross court with the hit coming that late. Peaked out at 58 in the world back in July of 2022. Take a look at this. We touched on the improvements in around the serve, and you can see the numbers just climbing into a stratosphere that virtually no one else can live with. They certainly didn't live with him last year. He was the best in terms of service games won and the best in terms of return game won, and it's never happened before.
Yeah, first player to do it, wasn't he? And finished the year 2 in the world. Of course, he missed a 3-month period. Shows you how good Alcaraz was as well, though, doesn't it?
30 long. Oh.
He's going to be a lot more flexible by the end of this match if he keeps getting stretched out like that, though.
That's an incredible point to win, isn't it? He had to absorb 3 or 4 world-class shots and somehow stole the point. Sinner, I think, showing us there he's still not the finished article at the net. An accomplished volley, I wouldn't have missed that one.
Nice angle to see the kind of skill set that Gaston has at his disposal there. You could see the kind of slower ball. You could see he was just trying to flight that one high. He's not giving Sinner any rhythm out here, understandably so. The onslaught just a little too big from Sinner, and the Italian claims his second service game. 2-1.
Time.
Welcome back to Melbourne on a glorious evening. As you can see, the sun's still pretty high in the sky, the arrow looking absolutely perfect, as is Melbourne Park.
Thank you.
Michelle Cain, the winning jockey from 2015 of the Melbourne Cup, in the house. That's her brother next to her.
That is how you do it, isn't it? Sensational volley there. Yeah, this guy, you know, he's a serious mover, and he's seriously skillful as well. Look at the way he works the racket around the outside of the ball there. Beautiful.
Oh.
Attempting one run out of the Djokovic playbook there, deep through the middle, and then trying to spread the play straight off the back of it. Couple of challenger titles last year for Gaston. And that's what makes this opening kind of segment of the match so good from Gaston, that he just hasn't allowed Sinner the opportunity to just sit on a forehand like that.
Yeah, he has to try and limit Sinner's opportunities to wind up and load up the way he did there. And I like that play from Gaston a lot. I think he has to be prepared to take Sinner out of his comfort zone. You know, bring him forwards on his own terms. Test Sinner's skill set.
Game. Gaston.
2 apiece, as we see there are some legendary offspring. Cruz Hewitt and Rogers twins.
Pretty good seats there.
I wonder how.
Well connected.
Just got lucky in the lottery.
Yeah.
It's like a Wimbledon ballot. A couple of challenges for Gaston last year was in Rennes, actually beat Wawrinka in the final there, and Elliot Spazzeri in Brest at the back end of the year. So that was nice for him. Got off to, well, I should say, finished the season in a little bit of good nick, which always makes the off-season just that much more palatable.
Mentioned it during the warm-up, but Sinner's, he looks strong to me. He hasn't been skipping leg day in the off-season, has he?
I don't think he skips one day.
you know, where a couple of years ago there was a sort of wiry youngster. He's sort of really becoming a man physically, isn't it? You know, quite the sort of Roger Federer, you know, real strong base with the legs, but he's getting there, isn't he? And adding a bit of muscle to the upper body as well, looks like. Top tier from Gaston.
40-15.
For the first time showing the ability to step in and take the backhand on the rise, and that's like a laser down the line.
Well, he saw that Gaston had crept in and decided that he'd take on a little bit more risk. Not that much more risk in terms of pace, but just in terms of location. And he drops the second serve ace to pick up his third hold. This was the volley that you picked out, and then this is the little drop shot that we're seeing from the 360 view. The open face is something that always surprises people, I think, when they see the actual kind of volley, how open these pro strings are. And there you can see him just setting up, getting behind the ball. The question is how often can he get his footwork behind the ball to be able to hit that shot?
Yeah.
Time.
Look, I think in this match with a continental grip, Gaston is better. He's got to mix things up and use that skill. Drop shots, net play.
So far, so good in the opening 20 minutes then for the Frenchman. No damage done behind his serve. Created a bit of uncertainty for Sinner. Couldn't have asked for more. Sustainability is going to be the key.
Yeah, I think we're already at a stage of the match where it's going to be very difficult for Gaston. Sinner's got that sort of, what, 3-point rust, was it? Maybe the first 3 points. He's shaking that off and will only get stronger as this first set develops.
Grew up in Toulouse. Sorbia Tennis Club, where his dad was the president, was where he started to learn his craft. That's world class. Little look over to his corner there, little smile, maybe trying to relieve some of the tension. Yeah, that was definitely something that was being worked on in the lab.
Yeah, and I think maybe just smiling because it wasn't perfect, that drop shot, was it? I don't think he got the grip change quite right, but he made it work, and that's what counts.
(15-14).
Trouble now for Gaston. Doesn't have the ability to step up here and hit aces as Sinner did from love 40. Gonna have to fight for everything.
He did his best to prove you wrong there. got away with that. Didn't like that exchange in terms of the height of the ball, because Jannik had taken up good position on the baseline. He wasn't pushing him back, but he's managed to save the first of the 2 break points. World class, absolutely world class.
You have to admire that play from Gaston. It's a risk serving volleying, but it's the sort of risk he has to be prepared to take. And he's got the skills to make it work. Read the play, covered the line, and already shown how well he can volley.
Just so rangy on the return, isn't it? It's such aggression on the end of range on the return.
He's up there with the best ever on return of serve, isn't he? You know, you could probably argue he might be the best. You know, he's operating at such a high level. Similar to the backhand at 1540, maybe just snatching at it slightly. Just trying to force the break.
And an XO in South Korea on the way down here with Alcaraz.
Advantage, Gaston.
Yeah, it's unlucky for Gaston. That miss hit ended up landing in a very different and difficult part of the court for the Frenchman to defend against.
The forehand, racket face closed, very close to the ball on the take back, and then just whips it through with the wrist. So it generates power, but huge amounts of spin, as we saw in that rally.
Oh, let's hope he's okay.
Great to see the thumbs up from Gaston. Oh, nice touch from Sinner to check he's all okay. Nice change up, wasn't it?
Sinner.
Just got his foot stuck, didn't it? Didn't slide at all. That's what he was looking for.
Do you know what? That's great technique on the commander roll, though, isn't it? You know, he has got the elbow tucked, the racket out the way. He's done that before.
And Jannik's done that before. Perfect point again from Gaston, but probably should have just gone with the traditional volley here rather than the short one.
Yeah, I think punched that one through the court. Yeah, potentially. Either way, just too much depth if he was going to go for an angle, wasn't it? And Sinner's too quick to not chase that down.
And Jannik got it low enough that he could kind of hustle forward to try and cover the drop shot. And maybe Gaston felt as though he wasn't going to get enough pace on it. It was going to be a sitting duck anyway. slide, thankfully. Sinner with some nice touch of his own.
Yeah.
15 love.
You're sort of wondering, as that ball was dipping, what was he going to come up with there? And I have to say, he came up with a pretty tasty little half volley. Nice soft hand on the racket, a light grip. That's the key there.
Big differential in terms of how these two are hitting their ground strokes at the moment.
Yeah, you can see the average net clearance on their top spin ground shots, forehand and backhand, significantly higher on both sides, Gaston. And the challenge is that means his ball's bouncing up to shoulder height for Sinner to just hammer down on. All things considered, I actually think Gaston's made a pretty good start to this match. But now that Sinner's in the groove,
that's actually not the best news for him either.
Exactly. You know, now that Sinner's in the groove, it's just complete control. I mean, a tough night for Hugo.
Game, set. New balls, lead.
Yeah, couldn't quite capitalise on what was a slower start from Sinner, but as Colin says, the Italian is moving through the gears nicely now, 5-2.
Look at that fall, the dive and tumble from Gaston. It could have been sore. Good to see the early thumbs up. Last thing you want to see is a player forced to retire with injury.
Time.
Defending champ, 5-2 up in the opener. Gaston, start of the year, had a tough one, didn't he, in Brisbane? He played an oldie in qualies, had a couple of match points serving for it in that third, lost it in a deciding set breaker. Then went to Auckland, managed to qualify, lost to Cam Norrie in the opening round 3 and 4.
Love 15.
I think the third member of our evening session has joined us. Wally Masu, you there? You made your way here?
Petch, I'm here. I've watched the first set, and we have a saying down here in Australia, vive la différence. I have really enjoyed watching Gaston go about his work. He's skillful. Draws the error, but he's barely played 2 consecutive points the same. You know, the flight, the pace, the spin. It's been really good to watch. And look, obviously, he can't stand up to the barrage that is the ground shots of Jannik Sinner, but he's a skillful player, there's no question about it. And that tumble happened right before my eyes, and luckily it was knee over toe. Hate to see an ankle ligament snapped in this situation.
Oh.
And Wally, you know, I mentioned it. To my eye, Sinner's looking strong. Physically, he looks muscular. Are you seeing the same?
Yeah, no, he does. He, you know, players, they just get a little thicker as they get older, don't they? They add bulk. Oh, that's just... It's metronomic, just thundering ground shots from Sinner. But no, Colin, I'd have to agree with you. And he's a good build for tennis, isn't he? Because he's rangy. He's low, you know, when he moves very low to the ground. He's got a low center of gravity. He's getting stronger with every year. Just think of all those matches at the end of each season. He gets the opportunity to do some hard work, some real hard physical work in the gym. It's another pre-season under his belt. He's looking awfully good here tonight.
Yeah, he chose not to play the Davis Cup finals, didn't he? Having won it twice with Italy.
Well, who could blame him?
Yeah.
The schedule is so packed, he'd give himself very little time to just even have a break.
And in the end, it didn't affect Italy at all, because they're so deep in terms of men's tennis right now that they ended up winning it anyway.
Incredible.
Actually allowed a couple of the players to come out of his shadow. Berrettini, of course, has been out of it in terms of the quality, but Caboli was magnificent.
Oh.
I mean, you've got to enjoy that play from Gaston, though, don't you? I mean, he can't stand toe-to-toe with this man, so he's trying everything, every trick in the book to try to unsettle him, and he's got a big skill set. He just lacks that knockout punch in any rally.
Oh.
Unreal court coverage from Sinner. And that is a brilliant end to the set for the defending champion, 6-2.
It was a bit of a lob drop shot, wasn't it? But he read the play so well. He's so quick, still able to chase it down and secure the set. I think he'd be most happy actually in that opening set with the little intricate hand skills and the sort of chopper grip plays, if you like, drop shots and some of the positions that Gaston's put him in. I think, you know, that's the work he's been trying to put in and add to his game. And he looked, I agree with Wally, Gaston incredibly skillful, but Sinner with some nice touches himself. And when you look at the stats, the serve working beautifully, 3 aces in the opening game to get out of that love 40 situation. That was the 3 break points for Gaston. But we talk about the extra firepower, 12 winners to 5. Sinner looking good opening set.
Dropped a little bit deeper, didn't he? And halfway through that opening set, just to allow himself to kind of build forward. Sometimes when you're up on the baseline and your opponent's maybe just kind of jamming you or hitting a great +1 and you're ending up going further behind the baseline, you actually end up going backwards. But he went a little bit further back and then kind of built forward momentum, which was very problematic for Gaston. Wally, vive la différence. Why did the Australians steal that as a French cultural saying?
Oh, I wasn't aware it was French, Pitch. I thought it was Australian saying. No, I was just...
You think
it's funny because last night we called the match with Novak, obviously playing Martinez, and we were saying, what can he do different? What can he do different? But he didn't necessarily have a skill set to do things differently. But yeah, I guess I'm just appreciating what Gaston has brought to the table. He's thought about it, and
I
yes,
mean, it's
this
true
is
what
probably
you're saying.
the way he
That's
operates.
why I'm asking you. I had never heard of it, but obviously once you said it, I went to check. They're not just a pop band.
Yeah, look, I've got to be careful what I say, Petch. I got myself a bit in a spot of bother yesterday, so I'm going to behave today.
This is not great news for Gaston, but hopefully it's just because of the fall that he had that he wants a little bit of a patch-up. Talking about Jannik at home in Italy, and obviously he got a little bit of flack from various quarters for not playing in the Davis Cup, but I think most people understood that given everything he'd been through last year, the emotional toll that had, all the matches that he had played, as said right at the start, youngest player ever to make the final of all 4 majors and the ATP Tour finals. He also, of course, won that for a second time. He rates a lot of the Serie A soccer matches in Italy when he is on, particularly during the week of Turin. And those Turin finals, before even Christmas last year, had already sold over 100,000 tickets, which was an over a 30% increase on the previous year because of Jannik's success there. Here's box office.
I had the privilege to be courtside of those ATP Tour finals in Turin, and that final against Alcaraz, that atmosphere for me will live long in the memory. It was incredible. Every move this guy makes in Italy, it's in the papers, he's everywhere. You walk down the street and you see his faces on the billboards, you see his name in the papers, he's box office, as you say.
It's not like the Italians aren't passionate anyway, is it? And then you put one of their own out there and it's like a football soccer match kind of atmosphere.
You know, you talk about the fact that Jannik's worked on his serve over the years, and what I like most about it is when he sets up, he just looks completely relaxed. It looks like you'd almost push him over with a little finger, and then the takeaway is slow. It's a real easy action. It just gathers momentum. There's no hitches, there's no breaks, and from here, it's smooth.
Cain, Sinner. First game, second set.
A lot to admire Colin about his career, but his willingness to improve all the time, and also just to take a bad situation and make it good. His loss against Daniel Altmaier, Roland Garros, was an early loss, round of 64 for him. It was a tough loss as well, going down in 5 sets. But that was the moment when they kind of had a bit more time than they normally do in the middle of a season, him and Simone, to go and work on that serve and kind of change it towards what it ultimately became. And I think even after Wimbledon this year, when he won it, and in the press conference he was talking about things that he'd seen in the match that he needed to go away and start working on it. It's their obsession is something that is as impressive as their actual games.
Yeah, it's a constant pursuit of greatness and of improvement. I heard a nice interview with Darren Cahill, you know, with regards to that match at Roland Garros. You mentioned 2023, the lost Altmaier, and they were planning work on the serve, but maybe in the off-season. And Jannik said, no, tomorrow we start working on the serve. You know, I want it better now, you know, so, and they just get straight into it. And it was the same after the US Open final, wasn't it? If you go and read the comments from his press conference, he spoke about not having enough variety in that match.
15-all.
Hardly serve volleying in the tournament, you know, and all the work that he was going to go away and do. And it started almost immediately. And there we see him again, coming forwards, winning a point at the net. He is continuing to improve as a player.
Oh, that is an unbelievable little flick from the Italian. I really thought Gaston had diffused that situation.
I think it will give him a lot of confidence winning points like this against a player like Gaston, who's so quick and skillful. To the bread and butter there, though.
Colin, I was just thinking about what you were saying, you know, the pursuit of excellence. We had Novak on court last night. He's very much in the same mindset, isn't he? And is that the commonality amongst the very best players in the world, that they are just so curious to see what's out there, to see how they can improve? Consider they come from different backgrounds, different personalities, different body shapes.
I think if you look at Sinner, you look at Alcaraz is the same. You know, the work he's done with his own serve and his game, the way he continues to get better. You mentioned Djokovic, who maybe has, you know, one of the great serves now. Didn't have a great serve earlier in his career. You know, you look at Nadal, you think of how good his backhand was towards the end, how his game had to evolve when he wasn't able to maybe cover the court in the same ways. It's like, okay, my backhand needs to become a weapon now. And yeah, I think their ability to always work hard but work smart, to always get better, to add layers to their games, maybe does differentiate them from even, you know, very, very good players into being the great ones.
That'll feel good, taking that on the rise nice and early. I feel a bit sorry for Gaston when he gets to the net, because he's actually a very good volleyer and he knows how to transition, but if he doesn't hit that first volley for a winner, we just see that clocked. He has no reach. You know, foot speed doesn't necessarily help you at the net. You need anticipation and reach, and he's been passed a few times off reasonable volleys.
And just like last night, we saw with Novak, as soon as Pedro Martinez moved back just even one big step, he served a volley to take away any advantage that Martinez was trying to gain by going back and giving himself a bit more time. Jannik quickly swiveling his serve right into the body of Gaston, not giving him any width to lean on another second serve return. They are savants on the court. How good was that from Gaston? It was a very quick second serve, trying to keep Gaston at bay.
15.
It's tennis that's very easy on the eye, isn't it? You know, obviously, we know what Sinner's about, but as Wally says, you know, the way Gaston plays, the skills he has, is making for some brilliant points, and nicely done there from Gaston.
That was an incredible volley, wasn't it? I mean, he shaved right across the ball, inside out, found the corner. Almost has to be that good.
Interesting look down the court after he wins that point. That was almost like one of those where that's what we've been working on. That's what I need to have the confidence to do in a big moment.
Yeah, the whole team were on their feet. And you know, Sinner's at 6-2, 2-love up, and the whole team are on their feet when he gets to 30-all, because exactly what you've just said. It's the recognition of the work they've been doing, and to win points like that can be the difference maker potentially when we fast forward to the end of the tournament. I mentioned his quotes after the loss to Alcaraz in the US Open final. You know, he spoke of the variety, etc. But one thing he said is you can't just get to the final and, you know, face Alcaraz and suddenly start to hit drop shots and come to the net. And it's been very clear tonight, hasn't it, that, you know, yes, he wants to win this match, but he wants to, you know, apply the skills that he's been working on. And in that regard, it's gone very well for him so far.
Sinner.
Gaston keeps coming at Sinner, keeps throwing some good stuff down his end, but it is Sinner who continues to excel. 3-love, second set. Well, we're just chatting a little bit about how well he's moved, also how well he's returned. Let's just take a quick look at this on 4D. Both feet off the ground, loaded, and that just generates enough pace.
Hardly ever see him upright on a tennis court, do you? He's always in that sort of low, poised, athletic position, isn't he? Even in these are awkward shots, these are improvisational shots, but he's low, he's down with the ball, and you know, it's incredibly impressive.
And then you throw in the tactical element and you have a look at where he has kind of returned from. I said earlier, you saw him shuffle back as the set went on. That was the data, obviously, he was feeling instinctively. The moment he went back, he had a huge uptick in success. That on your screen is how Jannik worked out that he needed to go back. Halfway through the opening set, he decided that staying up and staying on the baseline, even though that gave him a good court position, wasn't winning the point. He was humble enough to know that Gaston was hurting him, went back, and he changed the tide.
Oh. Wait. Fifteen. Oh.
was a great example of what we just showed you on the animation happen in real life. It's certainly not the biggest second serve by any stretch of the imagination out here. That one kind of tickled in at 136 Ks, but Jannik, one of the best returners that's ever played the game, goes backwards against a slower serve, but it wasn't because of the pace. It's the +1 shot from the Frenchman that has been bothering him, and had he not gone back, he would have been in trouble off the shot that Gaston hit.
Yeah. And obviously with Gaston being a lefty, it is always just that slightly more awkward, isn't it, to get that clean strike on the ball, even a slower second serve. Split second more time for Sinner, get the big hit in and dominate the point from there.
Game, Sinner. Sinner leads 4 games to love.
It's interesting, isn't it? I've seen quite a few players very enthusiastic this week and during the United Cup, really trying to take the second serve on, and actually called a match with Alex Mikkelsen today, and his coach Christian Vliegen said, look, don't lunge at the return, come back, let it come to you. Because if you get up inside the baseline and you don't get a good piece of it, well, then you've got to retreat, and it's very hard to change direction when you're retreating. So you've got to kind of earn the right to move forward and take that serve early.
15 love.
That's been his most successful play, really, in recent times.
15 all.
Short and sweet.
Thing of beauty, wasn't it? That's how to take a second serve early. Tough mentally for Gaston now, isn't it? You know, he started well, got to 2 all. He's lost the last 8 games since. Very hard for him to have any belief at this stage, but you just got to... Couldn't resist it. You've got to keep fighting, don't you? And almost just for as long as you're out there, try and enjoy the experience of testing your skill set against one of the best to ever do it. But I have to say, Wally, his body language still looks pretty good to me.
Oh yeah, no, he's throwing everything he's got at this contest. Gaston just overran it there, and little clip off the backside before it hit the racket, I think. But no, I'm very impressed with him. He's very talented. And as I say, I just feel a little bit sorry. He just lacks a bit of the reach and the power to threaten at this level.
Seen anything that's been visible for Royer. We have an assessment period and work out what happens from there. We've got the translator in fact. The stats here will be once.
You know, at its peak from start to finish, he's not going to coast at any stage and give Gaston anything to cling on to. Ruthless.
Game, Sinner.
Yeah, they don't want to give any roadmaps away about how to stay competitive, and that is a very determined look over to the corner from Sinner himself. 5 love.
Time.
Sun setting here in Melbourne. Certainly isn't setting on Jannik's challenge as he tries to win this particular title for a third consecutive year. There's another beautiful day. It is going to start getting a little warmer as we head towards a Saturday that is going to be absolutely red hot with the mercury.
Thank you. Players are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, as a courtesy to the players, don't yell during the motion. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe just a slightly ill-timed Forza Jannik, I think, there, but
when he has had time, when he's had an opportunity to go to work, he's accomplished some really nice things tonight.
$30-15. $30
Novak jokingly saying that Carlos needs to give him a bit of commission every time he hits an ace or holds on to his serve as he goes through this tournament, seeing that he has imitated his service motion from what he's seen. Maybe he can nick a bit of cash as well, because I'm sure he's a bit hard up these days off Jannik, off that type of return, because that's exactly the kind of prototype that he brought to the modern game in terms of returning.
yeah, and moving on a hard court. You look at the way these guys move on a hard court. For me, that was Djokovic. I feel changed the game in that regard. I don't know if you agree, but open stance sliding into the backhand corner, particularly with two hands. I hadn't seen that before Djokovic, and now they all do it.
Guys, can you patent a motion, a shot? Can Novak patent that serve?
I didn't have any shots worth patenting, Wally, so I never really inquired.
Isn't your son a legal eagle?
I'll ask him.
Yeah, you should ask him. Get in the Australian patent office and see whether you can make a bit of cash. Nice little rear guard action from Gaston. This may be a bit of a cameo performance here at the back end of this second set. But nice to see he's still here fighting hard.
Oh.
That is some vicious dip on the ball that Gaston imparted.
Yeah, really intelligent. shot. He wasn't trying to hit a winner there, but he knew he was going to make life very difficult for Sinner.
It's one of those matches as well that if you're watching and talk about Jannik wanting to serve and volley, introduce a little bit more of that into his game, but it's not really the night and the opponent to do it, I would say. And I say that because Gaston is up on the baseline and the ball's coming back quickly. Jannik's putting in a quick serve. He's going to get caught probably behind the service line for the first volley. And then it actually ends up becoming a bit of a negative because then you don't think you're being as successful. You don't necessarily want to put it into play in the right moments in a match when somebody's gone deeper or they don't return quite as well as Gaston. And actually, you kind of get away from the things that you feel as though you should be doing. And that was a great example of that.
But Petch, I would almost go the other way because every time Jannik's come in, if he's done a good shot or a bad shot, he's almost had a sneaky look at his camp. And, you know, the idea that you're going to win every point when you come in, because that's what you've been working on, well, that's not going to happen. You don't win every point at the back either. So, you know, he's been dragged in a few times by short balls. He's come in of his own volition a few times. But I think the more he does it, the better. And, yes, Gaston is tricky.
Now, don't get me wrong, in rally, yes, I think he needs to come in. I think he needs to learn where to position himself and the angles and everything else. I'm just saying purely on a serve and volley play against a certain player, if you do it against the wrong person, it actually ends up kind of scaring you because you aren't successful.
Yeah, when you're introducing something new, nice for it to go well in the early stages of this sort of test phase, isn't it?
I mean, it's good, Gaston. It's not bad. Against most people living on this planet Earth, it would have been good enough, but it's unfortunately not good enough against the two-time defending champion. Oh, no. I mean, out of nowhere. I don't even think the crowd have realised that it's happened. For some of them here, they are going to be massively disappointed with that.
Oh, where does that come from?
And he's in tears.
Yeah, you feel for him when you see this.
Were you guys seeing anything from your vantage point?
I see he had the fall volley, but he looked okay after.
The movement looked okay. I mean, it looked great, to be honest. I couldn't see anything necessarily.
Devastated. I really feel for him.
I mean, obviously, because the movement was good, we didn't think there was any problems with his Achilles tendon, but that was obviously the reason that he pulled out of Metz in his final match of last year in France against Altmaier. But just judging on the way that he moved, it didn't look as though it was causing him as a significant issue, but maybe that's what it is. I'm not entirely sure right now.
No concern there from his team, his coach Tristan Amisin, former French player himself. That's horrible whenever a player is forced to retire, body letting him down.
And the fact that he is back out here suggested a really good recovery for him.
Let first service.
Boulder could take her pick there. I do believe she's beginning to enjoy herself.
15 all.
She's certainly making Belinda Bencic work for it here, isn't she? The big forehand from Bolter. It created the opportunity going in behind Bencic. Just drew the short reply.
Thirty, 15.
Shot rally. These battles are getting more competitive. Pick up again from Bencic, isn't it? She to whip that over the net.
It wasn't such a bad idea from Bolters, was it? It was just sort of short, had nothing on it, and not easy to hit those type of shots when the wind's behind you. Bencic did it well.
Game Bencic. New balls, please.
5 games apiece.
5 games all.
Bolter must hold serve here.
Bencic is certainly getting a little bit tighter on that forehand side. You know, we saw a mishit there. That's the side that Bolter really needs to just attack.
Thank you.
New balls hitting into the wind. This could suit Bolter. Also interested in Renee's.
Love 15.
There's an uphill end at the Margaret Court Arena.
It's always a little sloped from Belinda Bencic's end down to Katie Bolter. It's very slight, but it's one of the courts, and I feel like one of the stadiums that you really feel it here in Rod Laver. And it's always with the same wind, the same way.
Love 30.
Real weight on the shoulders of Bolter now.
14.
Gee, what a difference a first serve makes. Bolter did a great job in her last service game, but this one has really struggled. Consequently, Bencic has 3 break points.
She's stretching for the finish line now, the 10th seed. 3 chances.
All or nothing.
What a brave second service
14.
from Katie Bolter. The first serve hasn't stood up so well in these latest pressure points. Can she find a big one here?
Game 20.
Bencic knows now she's just a game away.
Bencic leads 6 games to 5.
The fight it's been from Bolter, but Bencic will serve for the match.
Had a lot of pressure tonight, hasn't she, Katie Bolter? She came into this Australian Open just struggling to find some form. It was just one of the last acceptances in the main draw up against someone who has had tremendous form. And the first set was really a bit of a non-event. It was all just Belinda Bencic, and Katie Bolter found a way
to stay alive, though.
It's been pressure from start to finish, and in that last game, Bolter just unable to land the first serve and really.
Refusing to go away, though.
15 love. Gino. (30-15).
Really learned a lesson from the last time, serving down that end, guys, and the wind has stopped a little bit, so very good serving here from Bencic. She knows how important that first serve is down that end.
And there's another.
40-15.
And with it, 2 match points.
Let first service. Let first service.
Some tension from Bencic. 2 chances to clinch the match. Must have felt like about 10 minutes waiting for that ball to bounce for Katie Boulter.
She had to hustle, didn't she, Bencic, to get to the miss-hit return. And then just too much court to cover. Boulter could have gone another way with that chop.
Sealed with an exclamation mark
by 2 sets to love.
From Bencic.
6-7-5.
And the winning streak rolls on for her, the star for Switzerland at the United Cup. Now shining at Melbourne Park. Straight sets win. 2025 was the year of the comeback. Could 2026 be the year of the Grand Slam? Much tighter second set. But still impressive from Bencic to overcome those frustrations, those nerves, as Katie Boulter picked up the standard in her game. And just a quality player showing some quality fight.
Yeah, you've got to give a lot of credit to Belinda Bencic here. And you're exactly right, Kat. The nerves just were heightened in the latter stages of that second set. Katie Boulter made Belinda Bencic play her very best. And I just feel like if Boulter had got maybe just a couple more first serves in that second to last game, then things may have been a little bit different, because the tension was certainly building during the latter stages of this match. Having said that, Katie Boulter did a good job to recover from losing that first set. She was completely just made to look insignificant.
She had such a long way to come back. I know, you know, a set's a set, but 6-love, such a dent, isn't it? Your confidence, but positive.
So if you're just joining us, we've been entertained by this encounter the last 2 hours and 47 minutes. Frenchman Valentine Royer on debut at the Australian Open. Took the opening set. Fritz in the tie-break. Royer looked like he had the ascendancy there, and in the second set he did square it up. Fritz raced through the third and has looked in command here. Broke in the opening service game. Has had plenty of breakpoint opportunities. Royer had some treatment on the back. Hasn't looked like it's affected him too much, but he's hanging in there, Brad Stein, and it's been impressive to watch.
Yeah, that last game he was absolutely battling to stay within one break here. It's tough for him though. Then Fritz comes back and he's at 40 love now in this game, and quick hold for him, and he's going to put the pressure right back on Royer again.
But that's the sort of thing we've seen from the Frenchman. Just irrepressible, despite the third set scoreline.
Great serve from Fritz. Yeah, it's been a bit topsy-turvy. The first set went Fritz's way after feeling like for most of the set like Royer was actually the better player. We had 4 breaks in the first set. Royer was up a mini break in the tiebreaker. Then in the second set, it almost felt exactly the opposite. Fritz seemed to be finding his game, the better player throughout most of that set, and then Royer found a way to break him and close it out. The third was a demolition derby for Fritz. Well played there from Royer. That was a great get from Taylor Fritz, and then nice up and down to the offside from Royer. Not an easy ball from the one that he received from Fritz.
He'd love a reprieve on serve here, wouldn't he, Royer? He's had such difficulty in holding serve for the past set and a half. Straight at Miriam Blay in the chair. Evasive action. Got a bit of protection there. Number of screens.
She's got a lot of stuff around her.
Correct. She was on the right
actually.
side too. The other end, she was in danger.
Yeah, Taylor just, you don't see that very often from Fritz.
So he does get a good service game to love. Royer, Fritz still with the break, leads 3-2. There's a replay of that. Evasive action. It didn't have too much pace on it, even if it did make it through.
It wasn't gonna do a lot of damage.
No, there's a lot of paraphernalia there on the chair. Remember the days when the chair just used to be a chair on a ladder? That was it. Now it's a contraption.
Wooden chair. Yeah, this is you need to make sure you have a mechanic on site.
Yeah, it looks
in
like
case this thing breaks down.
If you've pressed a certain button, it'll eject into space. So 2 hours and 52 minutes now. Good crowd, capacity crowd here from Cain Arena. Next matchup's to Australia, so that'll keep the fans in their seat. And as has this, because it's entertained us. For Royer, as we mentioned, on debut, main draw here. Just his 6th Grand Slam match up against a man of immense experience. US Open finalist Taylor Fritz in command here, edging towards the finish, but he's not there yet.
Great shot making from Fritz. And Royer's got to find some way to make inroads into a service game. Give himself a chance to get a break back. He hasn't really had a chance since the second set. Fritz been holding so comfortably. Taylor doing a nice job of spreading the serve around, being unpredictable.
And these service games have been rattling off with ease for Fritz, and that's keeping immense pressure on the Frenchman. 4-2.
And these games, every service game for Royer right now is a do or die. Can't afford to go down 2 breaks.
Yeah, touch of survivor in it, isn't there, for Royer? He's doing everything he can to hang in there. And Fritz is sort of just toying with him a little bit on his own serve.
That ball just gives Fritz way too many options. Playing the backhand basically into the middle of the forehand side court for Fritz. Well struck approach shot there from Royer. Had some gas on that one. Finding the line with that serve. This has been a bit of the pattern in a way. Even when he gets a lead in the games, Fritz finds a way to hang around. Little donation there from Royer.
To the end of the second set for Royer's back-to-back service holds, but he gets them here. So 4-3 to Fritz. Here with Tommy Paul again, Brad, and he's playing Argentine Tiago Tarante. Saw that he's got a faster serve. He did have the faster serve. I'm going to go and check it now. It was 228. 228.
I saw it. I was there doing a little scouting yesterday. I saw him hit that one at 228.
It's still the fastest, 228.
The thing that was more scary than the 228 was that he hit about 25 serves before that at about 220 to 225.
Okay.
Time.
So, yeah.
Serena Williams wins her 7th Australian Open.
Sabalenka, championships back-to-back. Madison Keys, you are a Grand Slam champion.
So Naomi Osaka here, dressed aptly, always
loves her fashion. The two-time Australian Open will be striding onto this magnificent Rod Laver Arena where she takes on the Croatian Antonija Rušić, who's 65 in the world. Naomi Osaka comes in as world number 17 and a player on the up.
Women's singles first round action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Croatia, Antonija Rušić, and her opponent from Japan, Naomi Osaka.
Well, the answer would be obvious. You've got to try and find something that's a little bit different. But if your opponent doesn't allow you to even get a racket on a ball in a strong position, it's impossible, isn't it?
Taylor's finding all the angles with the serve and then first ball.
Almost unreturnable.
He's been rolling through these service games in about 30 seconds.
There's another one. And that's the thing. The last two service games Roy has held with some level of comfort. Before that, it was 4 break points, 3 break points, and it's exhausting. And then blink of an eye, he's back at the service line again. And now he's there, serving to stay in it. As you would expect from a player of Fritz's quality, he's got a great record in the first round here at the Australian Open. Looking for his 8th straight second round appearance. Have to go back to his first two, 2016 and 17. He lost in the opening round. He was a qualifier in 2016 to Jack Sock, and then when he made it through as a direct acceptance against Jules Muller.
Some trouble now.
He might have been in trouble for a little while.
He's
hung on, hasn't he? To his credit, you've got to admire what he's done.
He's competed extremely well. Agreed.
You described it in the middle of the previous set that they were like boxers just standing in the middle of the ring throwing haymakers at each other. He's taken more than a few blows. And now, match points.
He's about to take one on the chin here. He's got to really dig deep now if he's going to come back from this hole.
Well, that's a good performance from Taylor Fritz. Tight first 2 sets. The next 2 were impressive. And continues that streak, 8 in a row on the second round at least. He'll like to go further than that, but for now it's Fritz in 4. So the scoreline, after dropping that first set, taking the first set, dropping the second, then proceeding through. I think he'd be pretty happy, Brad, with what took place there back in the last 2 sets were most impressive.
Yeah, in the end, I think he's going to be more than satisfied with that. His level wasn't great when he first came out. Dropping serve twice in the first set for Taylor is not exactly how he wants to play his game, but he got better and better as the match went on. And in the end, he was absolutely dominant those last 2 sets. So I think he'll walk off the court feeling pretty good about how he performed and where his game is at. And
for Royer, well, I think he'll take a little bit out of that. He pressed top 10 player for the first 2 sets, had plenty of opportunities himself and soaked up a lot of that pressure for as long as he could. So he bids adieu to Cain Arena. Fritz's opponent yet to be determined. Zapriva and Struff still battling away.
One of the best ball strikers on the forehand that I've ever seen. I think it's one of the best in the business. He has been a Grand Slam finalist on 2 occasions, lost to Novak at the French with the 2 sets to Lovely. Also lost to him here in 2023 and has been at the sharp end of the sport for a long time. But 2025 was a year where he suffered with injury. Back was a big problem for him and the ranking dropped. So I guess if you want to look on the bright side of things, if you're Mochizuki, if ever there was a time that he could take down Tsitsipas at a major, this would be it.
2 minutes.
Well, there's no question. He hasn't been in the form that he was at his best. Still trying to fight his way back, find his way again. This is what happens to players. You cannot maintain a super high standard all the time unless you're a bit of a genius, and there's not many of them around. So he's going through that, you know, that period of time where he needs to rebuild a bit, find his full game again.
Well, on that note, probably a good time to
been working on in the last week here on these practice courts. Well, we're lucky to have Antonia's coach with us, Girard. It's Josh Eagle and Andrea Petkovic. Good luck tonight, maiden. If you can just tell us, what was your final message to Antonia just going out in what is probably the biggest match she's played in her career?
Oh, really nice atmosphere here on the Rod Laver. I said just, okay, relax and just play.
That's easier said than done. How was Hobart? She played her first semi-final in Hobart. What did she do so well there, Juraj?
Yeah, she started very well this year in Hobart, semis in Hobart. I really, how to say, I'm really proud of her, and I expected a good match here, and that's it.
Well, we wish you all the best tonight. Enjoy the experience, and hopefully Antonia goes very well tonight.
Thank you.
It's not just a thrill for the players. It's, you know, there's so much goes into the support group and the effort to get their players to this stage, and it's important that they've prepared well. The spotlight's on them, the cameras are on them, they've got the microphones on them, so even the coaches need to bring their A game. So we're just about set here. Women's singles first round action here from Rod Laver Arena, where we have world number 65, Antonia Rucic, up against Naomi Osaka.
Play.
Love the team.
That's the serve, the slider wide that has done so much damage on these courts. Really gets it sliding away nicely.
There it is again, and it's Having been on the other side of Naomi's serve, it is so difficult to read it because she has, from the trophy position into the ball toss, there is this very quick motion, very explosive, so there's little to no time to read where she is going to go.
And that is a statement start from the 16th seed, Naomi Osaka. That's large, 182 kilometers an hour.
First game.
I always feel with Osaka, you get a good read of how she's feeling when she gets that ball toss up nice and high and a full extension, and that's a confident start.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, when you see her serving like this, particularly the one down the tee, she doesn't use it as often as she does the wide serve, but she uses it often enough so you can't really take that wide serve completely away. You have to be careful on the tee. And what do you think about this win predictor? Very close.
I think win predictors being way too disrespectful to Naomi Osaka's success that she's had. A 4-time Grand Slam champion is only at 56%.
I guess they take the last few weeks into account, and Ružić did make the semi-finals of Hobart.
Yep. So form is a good indicator for win predictor.
Second service.
Well, and Justin, this is, when I watched some tape today, this is the one area of Ružić's game that I was worried about. The second serve, she's not the tallest. She tries to make it against a big hitter like Osaka. It could get her into trouble. So for her, it's important to make a lot of first serve.
Just talk us through how she would be feeling nerves and emotion. It's not easy coming out on a nighttime session. She wouldn't have played on a court like this before.
Yeah, the most important part, I always tell players who walk out on such a big court for the first time, keep your baseline position. Keep your baseline position. Yeah, good rally there from both players, but oftentimes players who don't play in the stadium courts, oftentimes they retreat back behind the baseline involuntarily. It's a subconscious thing. You just feel the space behind you, so you want to fill it up with your body. And you lose your position on the baseline.
Still very much in the developmental stages of her career, just around her career high of 65 in the world. It's only a second Grand Slam appearance, so this is going to feel very new and different as she faces a couple of break points on her opening service game. Wow. This is a red-hot start from Naomi Osaka here.
Yeah, not only a beautiful start in terms of fashion statement, but also a beautiful start in terms of tennis statement. I was worried about that second serve for Ružić, and Osaka and her team, we just saw Tomas Viktorovski in her box, have scouted the same thing.
It's been a good pairing, hasn't it? Changed coaches last year when Naomi Osaka was with Patrick Mouratoglou, and then was pretty quick to change to Thomas, and I think it's been a successful pairing so far. Had a good result on the hard courts in Montreal, made the finals, and in fact lost to Victoria Mboko in 3 sets in that final. .91km/h serve, wow. Bringing the heat to already tonight.
Bringing the bombs. I agree, a very successful partnership. Right away you could see the switch. I called every single match of hers in Montreal. A lot more discipline in decision making, down the lines when needed. And this was very obvious. One thing that you could see in this rally, she remained in the cross courts a tad bit longer until she had the right shot to pull the trigger down the line, and that made all the difference. We know that she can play tennis, that she's fit.
Game.
Well, Naomi Osaka here at Rod Laver Arena in a hurry. Races to a 3-love lead.
3 games to love.
Well, Naomi Osaka loves fashion, we know that, and no hesitation in the Walk of Champions has come down and made a grand entrance here on Rod Laver Arena. It's been an incredible tournament with stars and celebrities, and that's got to be right up there with it.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing that bothers me is that I know, knowing now Naomi now for a few years, I know there are certain references in this outfit, and I don't get the references because I'm old and out of touch with pop culture. That's the only thing that bothers me.
We'll find that out. We'll get the answer for you. So the AO shop, scan the QR code and do some shopping.
Time.
The AO shop, you don't have to be here on site to do your shopping. Just scan the QR code anywhere in the world and you can pick up some incredible goodies.
Oh. Oh.
And you can see already that Ružić has quite a beautiful game, really nice technique, just lacks that last bit of firepower to really push Naomi back.
Yeah, lacking a bit of a knockout punch, and her career history might suggest that. Yet to beat a player inside the top 40.
Oh. Oh.
And she is straining a bit on those second serves.
Yeah, I think the important thing is when you come out on the center stage here, you don't want to see an inexperienced player try and overplay. You've got to stick to your game plan and play to your own capabilities.
And that is such an important point you're making, Josh, because you oftentimes see that young players who haven't played the top stars come out guns blazing, play much higher than their baseline level, make unforced errors, then start to panic. And this is a much better and disciplined point from Ružić.
40-30.
Yeah, you just want to get on the board early. You want to feel like you're in the match. Otherwise, it can go quickly. Your mind starts to race. But this would be an important hold here.
Use.
This is a great court surface, isn't it, for Naomi Osaka? All of her 4 slams have come on a hard court. Just has the trust in the ball and the movement. So aggressive when she's at her peak.
Just missed, and this is where Antonia is best. Ružić likes to go around to use her forehand from the center of the court and redistribute balls. Needs to have good depth against Naomi, particularly into Naomi's forehand side.
Light for service. Advantage Osaka.
Now that is a way you can sometimes catch Osaka if you get it above the shoulder, particularly on the backhand side. On the forehand side, you have to be careful because when she sets up and has time, it can be an absolute ripper. But higher onto the backhand can be an escape.
That's fantastic movement.
Advantage.
Yeah, really, really good footwork here from Osaka. And you could see when she has that low one on the backhand, she just takes your pace and redirects it. This is the one there. It was a good shot by Ružić, but that's exactly what Naomi loves.
Use.
Advantage Rouge.
Yeah, it's great to see this young lady smiling because she hasn't always enjoyed the spotlight, and I think as she's matured into her career, she's really enjoying, especially the Grand Slams. This is what she's up for. You can see her energy levels, her enthusiasm tonight. Really keen to send a statement first round here.
Ooh, that could have become dangerous. And Ružić, again, when she has a little bit of time on the forehand, she can distribute the ball very nicely around the court. Another chance to get on the board here.
Ball.
You must remember they were followed by Jannik Sinner, and with a quick retirement out of nowhere, they didn't have a lot of time to get ready and come onto the court.
Well, in fact, when we got the call to head to the booth, Naomi Osaka was exactly in front of us, and I said to you, Josh, oh, we don't have to rush. She's here. She's still here too.
That's lovely. That'll be a real confidence booster.
Advantage Rouge. Youth.
Outstanding ball striking.
Advantage.
Almost was sitting on this return here.
Yeah, you can see it here. Just a fraction of a second early on the ball, Osaka, that gives her the time. And that is a much better way to go into the forehand of Osaka. I think Ružić should keep with more serves into the backhand side and go into the forehand only when she can find depth and pace. Otherwise, Osaka will hit winner after winner off that wing. And this is what can happen on the backhand side when you keep her in the cross courts sometimes. And it's gotten so much better with Viktorovski by her side, but sometimes she pulls the trigger down the line too early. And you can see by her face saying, oh, that was into my body. That was not the one to go down the line on.
Ball.
very difficult to beat Osaka if the ball is coming through the middle corridor. Definitely have to try and get her on the run or back in behind her. But when she's going forward through that middle corridor, she's deadly.
Advantage Róžič.
Warm applause here for the 22-year-old. It's a full house here tonight on Rod Laver Arena in what was an enormous game, nearly 14 minutes of battling. That's just reward here.
And I gotta say, I love the competitive spirit of young Antonia Róžič here. She hung in this game, and Naomi Osaka is playing a very good beginning of this match. This is quite entertaining. Yeah, she missed it, but you could see there was the higher one to the backhand, got the short one, just didn't quite execute. But that can be a game plan against Osaka, never guaranteed, because she's just that good.
Ikino.
Second ace for Naomi tonight. 184 down the tee. That's where she likes it. Oh, she's made it. Gaining in confidence tonight.
30.
What a rally from both women, and look how low Róžič is staying here, reminiscent of Radwanska and Angie Kerber. Knee touches the ground.
So here's an opportunity. Right back point here for Róžič. That's long. So a really strong fight back here from Ruzic. But it's Osaka in the lead, 3-2 first set.
Osaka leads 3-2.
I just get the feeling that Osaka is almost over anxious or over keen to try and do everything so well and hit winners and play perfectly, but
well, that's more positive, isn't it? Yeah. Once that first serve goes in and the feet start moving, that's the sort of play that we'll see from Kim. Good reaction here. Nice little pivot steps there. Perfect off forehand.
Oh, and another winner there from Kim Burrell. 40-15.
Settling down. There's a long time to wait. You know, only coming onto the court at 9:15. What do you do? How do you keep yourself busy?
Yeah, well, you might come and practice early in the morning and then have maybe an early lunch and go home and rest. And then come back and just warm up again before this match. Just wide, yeah. I saw Kim here earlier today. I do think that I haven't seen her all day.
leads 3-2 first set.
Love routine.
This is really good awareness, isn't it? Just going wider and wider, but prepared to move forward and take time away from Osaka here by getting up to it, getting it nice and early.
Again, freed herself from the forehand side, Osaka, and I really think Ruzic needs to be very careful when to change up the line. It has to have good depth and good pace, otherwise she will just out-counter herself because Osaka is so good in that forehand side.
A very good cross-court backhand, Ruzic.
30-all.
Yeah, just in general, very sound technique.
Yeah, you get the feeling she was probably pretty well coached as a junior growing up, where the fundamentals were obviously important from a young age. It's easy power. She's not over sort of striving to and swinging out of her shoes.
30.
Ruzic levels at 3-all in the opening set. Second Grand Slam main draw appearance for the 22-year-old. It's been a great start, really, up against a player who's won 4 Grand Slam career titles, been world #1. This is a beautiful court to play tennis on.
It is.
The Rod Laver Arena. These are perfect conditions. Night session. It's been a warm day here in Melbourne. No wind to speak about.
Love. T15. T13.
Bit of a battle, but Naomi Osaka with the service hold moves ahead. We're on serve, and she leads 4-3 first set.
Osaka leads 4-3.
Well, and Josh, we've been talking about the forehand and backhand of Naomi Osaka, and by no means is Naomi Osaka's backhand bad, but take a look at her placement today. Very short in the court. 74% of Osaka backhand placements are inches and meters before the baseline, and that just gives Ruzic the time to distribute the ball nicely. She has good technique.
Yeah, and especially given that her ball flight is really quite flat off the backhand. It's okay if you've got a lot of shape on your shot, but Osaka doesn't, so definitely something she needs to take care of, work on that depth, and with depth and with the power that she has, it takes time away from her opponent. So I'm sure this is something that she'll look at closely if she goes on and wins this match.
Time.
It's another stunning night here on Rod Laver Arena. A full house here Tuesday night. It seems like everywhere you look, it's been a full house here already. Records on day 1 and day 2 of the Australian Open, and I'm pretty confident that day 3 will be another record. So far it's been an outstanding start to this year's Australian Open.
Light for service.
New balls, sometimes they can just be a little quick through the air.
I'm a service.
Yeah, we have so many players now changing rackets, taking freshly strung rackets when there are new balls.
Did you do that?
I did not, because I was unprofessional.
Saving you money.
Exactly, very German. Now there was much better depth there off the backhand from Osaka, and right away has her opponent under duress. And that's what depth really does. It puts the opponent into uncomfortable positions where they might have to lift the ball or play shorter, and you can do something with it. And this, for me, Josh, I wonder what you think is the perfect counter example where Osaka struck the ball very well, but it was short in the court. And somebody like Ružić with clean technique just goes down very low in the legs, takes the pace that she gets and redirects.
Yeah, ball's almost too perfect at times, Osaka. It's too clean. And when she's in full flight, she can hit through the court and just be better than most of her opponents. However, it's why she hasn't had much success on clay. A little flat, no ball flight. But this is the thing with depth and shape. It comes when you play more matches and a little more confidence. It's a quick start, the Australian summer. You don't get a lot of matches in. I think a lot of it is this reaction here is movement's never been the best or the strongest part of her game, and you get the feeling sometimes she pulls the trigger almost because she doesn't want to have to chase and get too engaged in long rallies. But I think she's moving really well at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. Maybe the best she's ever moved.
That's right. So it's a part of a game that she's put a lot of work in the last 12 months, and I think she needs to trust it a little more and back herself that she can stay in some of these longer rallies and not have to pull the trigger too early. Much better depth.
Advantage Osaka. Game Osaka.
That's the important break for Naomi Osaka. Needs 5-3 and a chance to close his first set out.
5 games to 3.
Be prepared to be low and step forward. Yes, that's right. But on the backhand, the bounce is low. Be prepared. Come on, come on.
Yeah, some instruction there to stay low, particularly off the backhand side from Ružić. And this has become quite a dogfight after the first 10-15 minutes or so, where Osaka looked like the much more dominant player in terms of pace and heaviness of shot, but Ružić settled in nicely.
It's a weapon. His first serve just lost 2 points once she lands the first serve and finds herself with 3 set points. It's a pretty good set of tennis here for the 16th seed. Naomi Osaka from Japan. 6-3, first set.
By 6 games to 3.
Second serve.
Yeah, this was very good quality tennis for a first round from both women. Osaka a little bit short on the backhand side a few times, but
He's gaining in confidence here.
13-15.
Well, that's the weapon that Shintaro doesn't have. So it's a big advantage to have that and get these 3 points. You accumulate quite a total over 3 or 4 sets.
He is dialed in, isn't he? Yeah. This is as good as I've ever seen him play.
30 on.
I think he likes these heavier conditions.
I watched him beat Luciano Darderi and Almaty last year. Excuse me. Played really well there, beat him 3-3, frustrated the living daylights out of him.
40-30.
This is a different level of competitor in Tsitsipas. And it's a different level of event as well.
Game Tsitsipas.
Okay, he's taking care of business on his deal. But more importantly, can he find a way to break Mochizuki? We'll find out after the sit-down.
Second set. Ružić to serve.
Ružić going well tonight.
Love.
You expect to see much change from Ruzic in her game style or tactics?
Nah, I don't think so. I do think that if she gets a few tips, that she will remain in the Osaka backhand a few beats longer before she pulls the trigger. There were a few drop shots that were quite well placed. Osaka ran them down with maybe a nice way to disrupt the rhythm. And this backhand down the line, really beautiful. I think that just getting a good start into the second set could make a difference for her, because she got so overwhelmed in that first set. Once she settled in, it was almost too late already.
Yep. Yeah, just 145 kilometers an hour. Her fastest serve up at 164 kilometers an hour, so that's 20 kilometers an hour slower. Got what it deserved. Should be happy with his start. Comfortable service hold. You just can't give the champions of our sport big leads. Think that you can easily come back from that. You just got to try and keep it tight on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and even then, for those who have seen the match of Świątek yesterday, Yuan Yue played a fantastic first set, was up 5-3, served for it at 5-4, but Świątek just came up with 3-4 huge winners to equal it. But if you are close, if you stay close, and you're not happy by your body language, Josh Eagle, I can say
Not happy with
about the win predictor at all.
61%. What to go from 57 to 61?
With winning the first set, I guess. But it is weird because, for example, it gives Auger-Aliassime a 77% chance over winning against Borges, who has just been ranked 30 in the world a couple of months ago, who played 4th round here, beat Dimitrov.
That's right.
You know what I mean? And gives Pegula against the player ranked 103 in the world, Zakharova, gives Pegula a, I think it was like a 65% chance. How does that make sense?
It's 5 in the world. Yeah, I'm not agreeing with it.
Okay.
I'm not happy with it.
Okay, I can see by your body language, but keep your body language to yourself and over on your side, okay? Yeah, there were a few nice change-ups here from Ruzic. We saw the one higher one and the little forehand slice to save herself from a defensive position that eventually drew the unforced error.
Excuse.
That's the way to save break point.
Light for service. Advantage Osaka.
Nicely done here by both women. Osaka coming up with big serves to go up game point, and then what a touch by Ružić. Seen a few drop shots in the first set that weren't quite as successful, but this one really hit the mark.
Advantage Ružić.
Well, we can see she's certainly a player on the up. She's handled the occasion so well tonight. Very clean ball striking. Hasn't been overawed by this situation. Just a little quick to change direction and pays the price. Ružić leads 2-love.
2 games to love.
Come on, just one break. Push on return. Use angle. Make her run. Come on. A little bit, yes. Sometimes, yes.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for play.
And this is something Ružić does so well. She really recognizes short balls quite well and approaches them quickly. That's usually something young players fail to do. It's something you have to teach them. They strike the ball well. But Ružić really good in recognizing.
Third Tila.
serving so well in the second set. Ruzic has made 8 from 8. And he lost the 1 point on serve so far in this second set. So there's a little bit of shift in momentum here. It's a pretty quick start in this second set for Ruzic. 3-love. First set, Osaka.
Nice. We talked about the technique of Ruzic that is very clean. Here she approaches the short ball very quickly, doesn't have quite the same firepower that Osaka has, but she does so well with how she uses her body, her legs, how early she takes the ball, and so she makes more than up for it. She's not as tall, not as strong. Maybe things to come. Would you try to make her a bit stronger in terms of body?
Maybe a little bit. I think as she continues to develop and mature. Stunning, isn't it? That's the aerial shot of where we are here at Melbourne Park. Lit up in full glory. Real fan favourite here. Grand Slam of Asia Pacific, where this will be beamed prime time back into Japan, where Naomi Osaka is such a superstar. I always think, Petko, it's a great sign when you see a player come out in a really big match. This is a huge match for her, and really play well. Not be afraid of the occasion. She's really embraced it tonight, and I think that's a sign of a player who will improve, will take a lot of learnings, win or lose tonight.
Oh, yes. Well played then. And you're absolutely right. It took her all of 10 minutes maybe to settle into the biggest court she's ever played on, the biggest crowd she's ever been in front of. And now it seems like she almost believes that she can win this. We will obviously have to see how it plays out, but that's a quick mind shift to have for such an inexperienced player. You mentioned it's only her second Grand Slam main draw tournament.
Yeah, good response from Osaka.
Ruzic leads 3-1.
Yeah, we heard Thomas tell her earlier, it's only one break. Don't panic, stay there. It's always easier said than done, but it is true. There's not much dividing the two. Well, and Josh Osaka is hitting the ball well, but she's just hitting it too short. Now the forehand as well landed very short in the court. That's why Ružić is dictating play right now. And you might be surprised, but if you subtract the aces from Osaka, Ružić has actually hit more winners off the ground and from baseline rallies than Osaka.
No, I agree. I just think Osaka has just been a little too eager to try and finish the points and play this perfectionist tennis that we know she can play. If game plan A doesn't work, you've got to be pretty quick to be aware and shift into game plan B. Ružić has done a wonderful job tonight of going back in behind Osaka, keeping her on the move, getting her out of that center, that middle corridor that she just loves to hit from.
Light for service.
Can't find the court on that backhand Osaka, so it's a handy lead here for Ružić. Leads 4-1, second set.
Well, and Josh, we talked about how the shots of Osaka are landing just a bit short here in the second set, and Ružić has taken full advantage of that. Take a look here. These are the rally hit points in set one, very close. Osaka slightly ahead. Now let's jump ahead to set two. This is a tremendous difference from Ružić's perspective. She has moved almost an entire meter in front of Osaka's hit point, is now firmly on the baseline, dictating play and looking very much in command, unless Osaka finds a bit more depth and stability again.
Yeah, it's great to see that we have the technology to be able to show you that what's going on in a match and the tactical changes the players are making. So great awareness here from the 22-year-old from Croatia. A beautiful evening here on Rod Laver Arena, as Naomi Osaka Got herself in a good position in the opening set, fast out of the gates, and was too good in the opening set, 6-3. But it's Antonio Rusic who's up 4-1, just the one break in the second. Oh, it's a change of direction that is doing so much damage, Petko. It's been super impressive. This is the hardest shot. To change direction mid-rally, you've got to be so good physically. You've got to be in position, and the footwork sets this up.
Yeah, beautifully how she puts her right foot ahead, then uses her body to move the backhand up the line, and then on the forehand, open stance a bit more.
Go for it.
Turning around, the coach saying, why is she upset again? What is the problem in being up 4-1?
40-15. Game second.
Just stays in touch, but Osaka still down a break, 4-2 second set.
Rožić leads 4 games to
When it's
2.
all said and done, and
You need to make her run when you have a chance with the first shot. Come on.
Oh, no,
Come on.
I'm just trying to reiterate that message of getting her opponent to run. But Petko, if I'm to ask you, when it's all said and done and she's finished her career, do you think she'll add to her 4 Grand Slams? Do you think she'll get any more?
That's a very good question. I mean, she was very close at the US Open, if you think about it. Was up a set and a break on Amanda Anisimova, and who knows what happens in the final. Tennis quality-wise, yes, 100%. I think she will add. And I think if she adds one more, she will add probably multiple more. I do think there is some kind of mental blockage right now, as if she needs to break through that wall of some kind of obstacle that she feels. I saw it in that Montreal final.
Yeah.
Just she was up a set and a break. Everything was going well, and just something happened where she sort of self-destructed. And I think you put a very good finger on it. She's such a perfectionist, and that's what makes her such a big champion. But that perfectionism sometimes stands in her way because she gets so upset about small mistakes. If she can get that under control, it's so hard. I was very similar, so I understand how hard it is. Sometimes in retrospect, it's much easier to see.
Best chances you think are at the Australian Open and US Open, where she has a Grand Slam victories?
I think conditions-wise, Australian Open. I think audience-wise, US Open, because she loves a big audience. New York loves her. She really has a connection with the crowd there ever since she beat Serena in that final. she would probably need the conditions of the Australian Open with the crowd, with the New York crowd.
Yeah, that'd be ideal. Nice and quick, lively. Well, it's the unforced error count here that's frustrating Osaka.
Game.
Stunning, isn't it? Ruzic just one game away from taking this to a third set, leads 5-2, second set.
Ruzic leads 5-2. Time.
Really has been a wonderful clash here on Rod Laver Arena. Naomi Osaka started brilliantly, the number 16th seed. Quick out of the gates tonight and took that first set 6-3. But it's Croatia's #1 player at the moment, Antonio Ruzic, up 5-2 and playing some of the best tennis of her life. Oh, it's outstanding. What a point from the 22-year-old.
Love 15.
And a backhand down the line. Both forehand and backhand. This is the beauty about Ruzic's game, is that both sides of her game are very stable, and I think that's what also surprised Osaka in a way. It's very difficult to scout players that haven't been around for a very long time.
Well, I think you're right, Petko. She's finding it difficult to pick on a side tonight from her opponent. Both rock solid wherever she's gone into. Hasn't been able to try and break a side down. Well, that first serve has been a weapon tonight, though.
40-15.
First serve percentage at 65%, but it's very healthy when it goes in. Just lost 6 points on that first serve tonight, up at 82% win rate.
$40-13.
Stop.
Use.
That's nicely done. Didn't have many opportunities in the second set for neutral balls off the forehand side. This is the one that Osaka loves and is so effective on, but didn't have that many in the second set. Really got pushed around by Ružić up until now.
Game.
Well, that was an important hold there for Naomi Osaka, 28-year-old. Just get one more crack on the Ružić serve.
Well, and I don't know if Osaka noticed, but that last forehand of hers had a lot more shape and height on it. Not sure whether that was with intention, but right away the unforced error from Ružić. She's not very tall, Antonia. Maybe that would be a way to go for Osaka to free herself here in the second set and maybe come back after all.
Titimo.
And this will get her heart rate up for sure here. Young Antonia Ružić, the 22-year-old, hasn't been in a moment like this before, and she just needs a big dose of self-belief and a lot of first serves. Why is this game always so hard? Especially when you're trying to close out a set.
100%. It's always the case, right? And it doesn't matter whether it's inexperienced players like Antonia Ružić, whether it's Grand Slam champions. The moment they serve for a set, a match, nerves set in.
Yeah. In the blink of an eye, the self-doubt has crept in here.
15-14.
And it's Osaka with a couple of break-back opportunities.
Well, we
Just
do
a
have
second,
the
Antonia.
yeah, we do have the red light on the net post still on.
The last call was in, correct? Just to confirm, Naomi, the ball was in. The lights are still on, but they're working on it to switch it off. You okay with it to continue? Yeah? Okay, we wait then. I don't have information about that.
Well,
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a malfunction with the lights. We're just going to wait for a little bit.
she didn't even know they were on, Osaka, I'm sure of it.
Well, this is when they turned on, so right before the serve, and both players played a full rally without noticing they were on.
Shouldn't have told her. The show would have gone on.
Should have just, this is an awkward moment for everything to stop. Who do you think this favors?
I think this can help Ruzic, the 22-year-old, because she just needs to steady herself, find a couple of first serves. I know how to fix this.
How?
Just turn it off and on.
Oh.
Just like your mobile phone, and it'll
See,
work.
This is a smart thinking. I was just thinking, just kick it a little bit. You know, kick the light a little bit.
Well, doing the right thing, just going over it, hydrating and making the most of this short break here. Well, within a right to do that. I wonder if you can go over and chat to your team. Not so sure you can do that mid.
That's a good question. Probably not, because they are just on the opposite sides right now.
It was a great start tonight from Osaka. Came out, made the grand entrance.
You see that cable there? Just a little snip of scissors. I have some scissors with me in my bag, so if anybody needs me, I can play the hero tonight. The problem is, I think that I don't think this bothers anybody, but if the lights were to go off in the middle of the rally and one of the player noticed, they would have to replay, so they might as well just wait. Me, with my impatience, I could not. I would just continue playing. Well, how would you?
Well, I was surprised. She said, no, we'll wait. I thought she would play on because she didn't even know they were on the point before.
Now, maybe hoping that having to think about the next serve will have the tension and the nerves rise up in Antonia Ruzic.
Yeah, let's just take a look at this point here. So you can see Ruzic is about to serve. The lights go on.
Nobody notices.
No, they play a great point.
Except for Josh Eagle, because he put his hand up right away. Nobody listened. 1, 2, 3, 5. 8 shots played without them noticing the lights were on.
No. It might get to the stage where they might just have to cut the cord.
I do find it strange that everyone is getting up and they are playing music, and it's 5-3 deuce. Ruzic trying to serve the set out. So Josh, I had a similar situation once, and the DJ of the stadium, it was a New Haven tournament, doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately. Played under pressure.
Cain. It's pretty cool. Bit of an excess pumping here on Rod Laver Arena. How would you rate Osaka's performance tonight if you had to give her a score out of 10?
Honestly, I think that she's moving better than ever. I think she's striking the ball well. I just think that in the second set or somewhere along the end of the first set, a shortness of ball just creeped into her game. It's not that she's, and that's the trickiest part. Something is happening. Somebody's showing up and clipping cables or just pulling cables. I think that, but maybe you were in the position. I had that a few times where I'm hitting the ball well and I don't understand why I'm being dictated upon. And oftentimes it's when your ball just lands a little bit short. And that can be due to the temperature maybe falling down. Let's check the weather. Maybe just another string set would help her.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. I'm surprised she hasn't tinkered with it.
See, it's 22 now.
It's a bit cooler, so it's heavier conditions as the night comes here in Melbourne. We know that, but I've sometimes figured, why wouldn't she change string? That string, she's used that green Yonex string her whole career, and I've just wondered why she wouldn't change to a. You can get it in a rough where it gives it, grips the ball and gives it a little more shape. We're back in business, team. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue the match. Use.
The lights are off and we are ready to go. (5-3), trying to close out this set here. Ruzic.
Advantage, Ruzic.
That had to be perfect because she's on end range, going over the high part of the net with zero margin to work with, but the execution was just perfect from Osaka.
Advantage, Ruzic.
That's a great set of tennis for the world number 69. And we are going the distance here on Rod Laver. 1 set all. Osaka off for a...
Oh, tricky from Inglis. Good change. And a difficult one for Kim to get up to, but we haven't seen a lot of variation in this match so far.
That's the first drop shot we've seen.
Yeah.
It brings up 2 breakpoint opportunities now for Inglis, who's rewarded from that variety. It's in, he grabs the line, and that's an early break in the second set, much in favour of Inglis right now, who's gaining momentum.
By 2 games alone.
Well, this is going to tell a rather big story if Kim cannot break here. She's got to try to stem.
15 left.
Can't tell you that Rei Sakamoto, who qualified also from Japan, the youngster, was up against another youngster, and Rafael Jodor of Spain. Jodor came out on top, 5 sets. That would have been a good popcorn match to watch. 3 hours and 51 minutes.
Have you seen Jodor?
Gives it a good smack, doesn't he?
Is he as good as people say? Yeah?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Absolutely is.
Some great new names coming.
That guy will be top 20 for sure. I'm just putting it out there.
Even though it's a different scoring format, had a win over Lerner Tien in his first round robin match at the next gen before losing the next 2. Lerner went on to win it.
Game. Mochizuki.
Okay, good hold.
Tsitsipas leads by 5 games to 3.
Not too many 64-second holds in the ATP career of Shintaro.
Love, 15.
I like the improvisation there at the end of range. Just opening up the racket face, trying to make that chip return. Nothing in it. Oh, that has kissed the line. Just enough wrist action to get it to dip down.
Well, I didn't really see this coming. You guys might have had more of an inclination. This is turning into a very average effort to serve out a set here.
Still got one more chance, has Mochizuki to break. Didn't even need to be that close to the sideline.
Yes.
Tsitsipas was making that big lean to his left to protect his backhand. Acres of real estate down the line.
Advantage, Tsitsipas.
It's amazing how quickly things can change. 2 points ago if he makes the backhand. We're on serve. Now it's a set point for Tsitsipas.
Game in, second set, Tsitsipas.
And I tell you what, the finish there from Mochizuki was not a good one. He was limping after that missed backhand. Steph squares things up at a set apiece.
Yeah, this shot's been a weapon tonight. The forehand down the line.
And I could just hear the coach of Ružić saying "otvaraj," which means open the court. So keep changing directions as she has been doing in that second set so beautifully.
Advantage, Osaka.
That's the perfect way to close out the opening service game with an ace down the tee.
First game, 1 set.
Yep. Yeah, do not hesitate. Quick hand. Keep swing. Come on.
Yeah, the messaging tonight, Petko for Naomi Osaka, it's all about aggression and going for it.
You're not happy with it? I see it on your face.
I don't know if I'm not happy with it. I get why that messaging is, because they know that's her game style and how she wins and how she has won in the past, but I'm just not convinced Ružić is going to hit you off the court if you can have shape and depth.
Yeah,
I think just to maybe find a bit of middle ground and just be prepared to grind 1 or 2 extra shots until you can pull the trigger.
Well, I agree 100% on the shape. Osaka has hit a few times, maybe not the cleanest shot, but it just went up high with rotation, and that's why Ružić got into trouble. She's not the tallest player. She needs a little bit of pace from her opponent.
That's impressive. What Ruzic has done well tonight is she's used that pace and redirected very well and changed direction. But I don't know, I think it's all well and good if you can rip winners like this, but you're going to have to do it for another 30, 40 minutes here.
It took me only 2 hours, but 1 hour
15-13.
That's the perfect point for Naomi Osaka right there.
absolutely brilliant, so patient. 18 shots and one better than the other. Ružić held firm for the longest time, but Osaka got the short one and finished it off.
Oh, just overhit, so unfortunate. She gifts an early break in this third set to Osaka. Hasn't she done this very well tonight? Antonia pushes forward, stays low, and done a great job of going back in behind Osaka.
Yeah, she really has a good eye for that. Oh, and there's definitely more energy in Naomi Osaka's ground strokes right now. A bit more pace on them as well. And that's when it becomes difficult for Ružić to step in. That's what she does so well, Josh, that recognizing the short ball, going up to it quickly.
It's full aggression won 10 of 11 points in a row on this first serve. That's what's doing the damage in this third set. Well, there's very little margin and there's time running out, but this is as good as it gets here for Ruzic.
And look how she runs towards the ball. You will see a lot of players run down an angled ball parallel to the court, which makes the space even bigger and more impossible. And Ruzic recognizes the shorter ball and runs straight to it.
Just not comfortable at all when she's on end range. Osaka feels like she can't get back to the middle of the court, so then she pulls the trigger and tries to hit an impossible winner.
Smart change up there from Naomi Osaka. Took some pace off, put a kick serve into play, and that threw Ruzic off the timing. And again, that higher, that rotated ball draws the error rather than the flat ground strokes that land a little bit too short.
Yep.
Advantage Osaka. Juice.
No, just overran it a little.
Advantage Ruzic.
Just too impatient here, and that is a good fight back from Ruzic. 2-1. Naomi Osaka leads. Final set.
Osaka leads 2-1.
Well, she's so popular, isn't she? Petko everywhere she goes, and a real genuine superstar, and in fact involved in the opening of the Olympics in Japan.
And Josh, I have found the background of her outfit. Are you interested? Or
Very.
not
I've been
interested?
dying to hear.
Okay, so her outfit is inspired by the jellyfish.
Oh.
That's why the colors and the tendrils hanging off, because her daughter Shai loved an image of a jellyfish.
So that's the wonderful hat that Naomi Osaka entered this Rod Laver Arena tonight.
And the butterfly on it is inspired by the Australian Open 2021, when a butterfly landed on Naomi's face and created an iconic image, and that's why there is a butterfly on the head, and there is the jellyfish, and the outfit is inspired by the jellyfish. After Naomi Osaka's daughter Shai saw an image of a jellyfish when Naomi was reading to her and got so excited. And now that I know it, I can really see it, and it's so nice.
Stop.
And that was well done. That was not an easy shot. That higher one that has no pace, you really have to catch it before it jumps above your shoulder, and you have to create all the pace